Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. A shuriken passed through his neck. Ninja powers are scary. Those bandits were moderately strong for civilians, and they stood no chance against us. And we're not even Chunin yet, Kda thought. After killing the bandits, they buried the bodies and stored all the valuables in a storage scroll. Lastly, they found 3 horses in one of the houses. Sensei, what should we do about the horses? Kda asked. Everything found on the mission has to be submitted to the village. They will handle the rest. We will take the horses back to the village. Do you guys know how to ride? Yukihiro asked. No, Sensei. All 3 of them replied. That's good. You guys will learn horse riding during this mission. These are good horses, Yukihiro said while patting the neck of one of the horses. After that, they took the horses and headed back to Hidden Leaf Village since the mission was already over. On the way, Yukihiro started his lessons. The first thing you need to learn is how to mount a horse. It's all about timing and technique. You approach from the side, gently place your hand on the horse's back, and smoothly swing yourself onto the saddle. Remember, practice makes perfect. As for controlling the horse, it requires patience and understanding. You communicate with the horse through gentle nudges, using your legs and reins. Mastering this art ensures a smooth ride and builds trust between you and the horse. He then showed them how to do it. Their travel time increased by 2 days due to learning horse riding, but it was worth it. They arrived in the village on the morning of the 4th day at 10 a.m. They submitted the horses to the village stable, and Yukihiro went to submit a report, instructing them to meet at the village gate tomorrow at 5 a.m. Kda and Yami decided to go to the training area near their house since they hadn't practiced for a week. Yami started practicing the body flicker jutsu, while Kda made 20 clones who began practicing kenjutsu. He activated his Sharingan and seal at the same time and started doing physical exercises. He was now able to exercise with a weight of 300 kilograms, which was a significant improvement. When his chakra was about to run out, he began meditating while coating his body in chakra. After some time, Yami's chakra also became low, and both of them went back to their flat to get some rest. Kda made some shadow clones to clean the house and cook food, and they both went to their rooms to take a bath. After bathing, they went to the hall to eat. Horse riding is fun, right? Kda asked while eating. Yup, and that white horse was really cute. I wish we could have kept him. Yami said. Yup, let's adopt one when we decide to retire. So we'll add a horse to our pets. We already have a dog on the list, let's see how many more we'll have as pets. Shishi. Yami laughed, and Kda joined her. After that, they went back to their rooms to get some sleep. After 1 month, Kda was running from an Hidden Stones village ninja. This time there were 2 ninjas in the bandit camp. Kda was fighting one, while Yami and Ryota were fighting the second one. This was not an easy fight, as this time the ninjas were expecting them and were ready for them. Kda didn't have the benefit of a surprise attack and had to go one-on-one with a Chunin-ranked ninja. It would have been impressive just to hold his own against such a ninja, but Kda was putting considerable pressure on him. The fight would have ended quickly, but Yukihiro had instructed him not to use chakra and to rely only on his kenjutsu techniques. To enhance their kenjutsu skills, Yami and Ryota also had to fight in close quarters, but since their opponent was only a Geinin, it was doable. Kda and the Chunin fought for half an hour before Kda won with a slash to the Chunin's neck. By then, Yami and Ryota had also won their fight and were watching his. Fighting without chakra is a lot more difficult than I thought, Kda said. Well, it's okay, genius, you don't have to show off, Ryota said with a huff. Shishi. Yami just laughed at this. That's enough, guys. Complete the mission before talking, Yukihiro said. All 3 of them went back to work. Yami stored the body of the ninja in a storage scroll, while Kda and Ryota buried the bodies of the bandits in the ground. After completing the mission, they returned to the village. Good job, everyone. You can take a break as promised, but we will meet at the village gate on the morning of the 4th day. Don't forget, Yukihiro said. Yes, Sensei. All 3 of them replied. Yukihiro went to submit the mission report while Kda and the others went to the training area near their flat. They had already booked it for 3 days. What are you guys going to train for? Kda asked. Well, my old man has finally decided to teach me some of my clan's jutsu, so I'm going to perfect those. I can only train for them after eating a soldier pill, as these jutsu are too chakra consuming. Ryota said while he and Kiba ate a soldier pill each. I'm going to train to coat my blade with lightning chakra. Yukihiro-sensei gave me a short blade to practice with too. Yami said, showing her new blade. Oh, that's good. I'll also train my jutsu a little. Kda said, while he and Yami ate a soldier pill each. These soldier pills were expensive, but since they had completed many C rank and even some B rank missions in the previous month, they didn't lack money. They bought soldier pills worth 20,000 ryo each, which was the payment for 2 C rank missions or a single B rank mission. But the effects of the pill were worth it. It increased their chakra regeneration speed by 10 times and reduced fatigue and mental exhaustion, all for 3 days. After discussing a little more, all 3 of them went in different directions to practice. Kda started making shadow clones. Due to the 10 times speed of chakra regeneration, Kda could restore his chakra from low to full in half an hour, so he started making shadow clones with 10% of his chakra, which in itself was comparable to some chunin. After making 52 clones in 3 hours, Kda divided them into 5 equal teams and instructed them to practice each of his elemental jutsu. Man, now I know why Kakashi never used many jutsu in the anime. Knowing 1000 jutsu is one thing, but mastering them is completely different, haha. After making shadow clones to practice his ninjutsu, he started working on his physique, with his Sharingan activated. Even during missions, Kda always kept his Sharingan on, as the requirement to upgrade to a 2-Tomoe Sharingan is to have enough experience with it, and he could see the benefits in real life. Even without the Genjutsu for which it's famous, its analytical abilities and the power to see chakra were already enough to upgrade it further. While Kda was training, an important discussion was going on in the Uchiha compound. 3 ninjas were present in a clean office. One of the elders sat on a chair while 2 ninjas stood in front of him. Elder, are you sure we should call him back when we had exiled his mother before? One of the ninjas asked. He is a child prodigy, and Sachiro, the child has nothing to do with the wrongdoing of his mother. The elder said with a smile. So why are we bringing him back now that he has activated his Sharingan and not when he was in the orphanage? The second ninja thought but didn't say anything. Go tell him that I want to meet him, so came to my office in half an hour. They nodded and used the body flicker jutsu to disappear from the office. Kda was doing push-ups with 320 kilograms of weight while coating his whole body in chakra and maintaining his Sharingan. Suddenly, 2 ninjas appeared in front of him, both with their Sharingan activated. One of them even had a Mangekyō Sharingan. Sorry, but we booked this training area. If you want to practice, you can go somewhere else. Kda said with a smile. Our elder is calling you. Come to the Uchiha compound in 30 minutes. Sachiro said. Chapter 62, Shizue Uchiha why? Kda asked in a cold tone, his demeanor shifting dramatically. That's something you'll have to discuss with him. Sachiro replied, amused by the sudden change in the boy's behavior. What if I don't want to meet him? This isn't a request, boy. It's an order from an elder of Hidden Leaf Village. Sachiro replied. Ha. Okay, I'll come in 30 minutes. Kda sighed and replied. Both of them once again used the body flicker jutsu to disappear but continued to keep an eye on Kda from a distance. Kda used wind style to dry off his sweat, put his clothes back on, and used wind instantaneous movement jutsu to head toward the Hokage's office. The 2 Uchiha ninja used the body flicker jutsu to follow him. Why is the brat going toward the Hokage's office? Sachiro asked. Don't know, but that boy is interesting, that's for sure. The second ninja said. Miss, I want to meet with Grandpa. Please tell him I have something important to tell him. It's urgent. Kda told the receptionist. Okay, I'll inform Lord Hokage. After 5 minutes, Kda was standing in front of Hiruzen. Grandpa, I want to talk to you in private. Kda said. Hiruzen nodded his head, and 4 Anbun left the gate. So, Kda, tell me what you want to discuss. Hiruzen asked. Grandpa, an elder from the Uchiha compound is calling me. So? Hiruzen asked. Since I awakened my Sharingan, they may ask me to stay in the Uchiha compound, and I don't want to stay there. They exiled my mother and didn't even care to ask about me when I was in an orphanage. And now that I have awakened the Sharingan, they want me back. Hell no. But I can't go against a powerful clan's wishes on my own. Kda said. So, you want me to give you support and protection, huh? Hiruzen asked. Yes, Grandpa. Kda said. And why do you think I'll help you? Hiruzen asked. Because if the Uchiha find out about my transformation jutsu, they'll have 15 ninjas with Sharingan and chakra blades exclusive to them only. This will disturb the delicate power balance of Hidden Leaf Village, which I'm sure you don't want. Kda said. One can even see this as a threat, but Hiruzen knew that it was a very great reason presented to get the support he needs. Haha, well said, my boy. Don't worry, you have my support. If you don't want to stay there, no one will be able to force you to do so. Hiruzen said with a smile. But suddenly, his smile vanished, and he said, but try not to make enemies out of them, as I can't protect you 24 out of 7. Don't worry, Grandpa. I understand. Then I'll take my leave. Kda said and left the office. Humphrey, it's great that this boy has a good brain with talent. I can consider him as a Hokage candidate as well, but let's wait and see first. Kda used Wind Style, instantaneous movement jutsu to reach the Uchiha compound. When he was about to enter the compound, he stopped using any jutsu and walked toward the gates so that he wouldn't appear rude. Just when he entered the compound gate, those two ninja once again came in front of him. Follow us, boy. We'll take you to the elder's office. Sachiro said. Sir, my name is Kda, Senju Kda. You can call me by my name. Kda said. The two looked at each other and laughed. He's just like Antagonist. She was also this rebellious, just like my father said. The second ninja laughed. Don't get so tense, Kda, right? I'm Shizue Uchiha, your cousin. Sorry for not finding you before, but I didn't even know you survived the attack. Otherwise, I would have come for you sooner. Shizue said. Removing his mask and showing his face for the first time. The Shizue of the body flicker jutsu, right? Wow, I'm a huge fan. Can you please give me your autograph? Kda said. Author's note, Shizue Uchiha is a highly underrated character who possessed the strongest Ganjutsu and was a master of the body flicker jutsu. Shizue and Kda both became a little awkward after that. Kda quickly realized that he had talked like a fan because he was meeting one of his favorite characters from the anime. I mean, nice to meet you. Kda said, looking away. It's too late now to act cool, brat. By the way, my name is Sachiro Uchiha, and I can give you my autograph, ha ha ha. Sachiro said. I don't want it, sorry. Kda said with a straight face. Ha ha ha, looks like you're not as famous as me, Sachiro. Shizue said. Since they had to report to the elder in 30 minutes and only 10 minutes were remaining, the three of them decided to talk after the meeting. Kda followed both of them to the elder's office. Good morning, elder. Kda said. Good morning. I assume you know why I called you. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but no one told me the reason. Kda said with a straight face. It was because the reason was pretty obvious. You have awakened your Sharingan, so you are now a part of our clan. Pack your belongings and come live in this compound from tomorrow. Shizue will show you your house. The elder said, sure that no one would say no to this. I'm sorry to disappoint you once again, elder, but my name is Kda Senshu, and I want to live with my friend where I'm living now. You have Sharingan from the Uchiha clan, and it is your responsibility to return the favor by living your life for the clan. The elder said with hints of anger in his voice. I think there's a misunderstanding. I have Sharingan because of my mother. And she was exiled from the clan by the time she gave birth to me. So, my Sharingan has nothing to do with a clan that left me in an orphanage when I needed it. And now, when I don't need it, it came to ask me to perform my duties, which I'm sure I don't have any. Sorry, elder. I think you're talking to the wrong person. This was the first time someone had been this disrespectful toward him. No one usually asked him any questions and followed his orders, but there was a brat who had the audacity to not only go against his order but also raise his voice in front of him. The elder activated his 3 Tomoe Sharingan and unleashed his chakra to put pressure on Kda. Kda also activated his Sharingan and unleashed his chakra, though he was not able to compete against the chakra of an elder who had years to increase his chakra. At least he was able to resist the pressure of the chakra. For a minute, they didn't say anything and looked at each other in the eyes. Though on the surface it may have looked like they were doing nothing, in reality, Kda was constantly disrupting his chakra flow so that he would not fall under any Ganjutsu. After a minute, the elder spoke. Okay, I leave the decision to you, but remember, if you don't take this chance now, you may regret this for your whole life. I'm completely sure about my decision, elder. Thank you for meeting me. Kda said and went out of the office. That brat already has chakra reserves of a Jonin and is very near to upgrading his Sharingan too. He is too talented to leave behind. I have to talk with the clan leader about this. Kda went out of the office only to find Shizue and Sachiro waiting for him. So, are you moving in already? Sachiro asked. No, I'm sorry, but I won't come to live in the Uchiha compound. Kda said. Told you. Shizue said, and Sachiro took out a 2,000 ryo bill and gave it to Shizue. Kda understood that they had placed a bet on whether he would come to the Uchiha compound or not. So, Duh, do you have something to do? If not, we can go out to eat something. My treat. Shizue said while waving the 2,000 ryo note. I'm sorry, I've just eaten a soldier pill, so I'll continue to practice for now. But we can go out after I come back from my next mission. Kda said. No problem, sorry we disturbed your training. Oh yes, if you have any questions related to Sharingan or any training in particular you want to ask, you can always come to me. Shizue said. Thank you very much. Kda said, bowing. No need to be so formal. We're brothers after all. Shizue said brothers huh. Chapter 63, New Mission No need to be so formal. We are brothers, after all. Shizue said. Can I ask how you're my brother, if you don't mind? Kda asked Shizue. Of course, you can. My mother and yours were cousins and best friends. She was one of the few people who supported your mother during her marriage to your father. Shizue explained. Oh. Kda said, then fell silent for a moment, deep in thought. Shizue is my brother now. What is this, some kind of cheat greater than the Sharingan? As I remember, Shizue was the strongest Uchiha of the younger generation, even ahead of Itachi. He wasn't affected by the Uchiha's curse of hatred. But he died trying to prevent the Uchiha massacre, killed by none other than Danzo for his eyes. Should I try to save him? Even though he was my favorite character, is it worth it to change the future? If I do, my trump card knowledge of future events will be completely lost. Kda had a serious look on his face while thinking this, and Shizue mistook it as sadness from remembering his parents. Don't worry, little bro. You still have me as your family. Whenever you have any problems, just come and find me. Your brother is super strong, you know. Shizue said with a smile, flexing his biceps. Listening to him, Kda smiled and decided on his future actions but didn't say anything other than, yes, brother. Before leaving, Kda returned to the training ground. Since he hadn't dispersed his clones, all 50 of them were still practicing different jutsus. He continued his training, creating more clones during his breaks. For 3 days straight, Kda kept his Sharingan activated. This slowed down his training slightly since he had to continuously invest chakra into the Sharingan. However, after keeping it active for 72 hours straight, he could feel he was very close to upgrading his Sharingan. Any normal Uchiha wouldn't have been able to keep their eyes active for so long like Kda did, and might have even bled from their eyes. But due to his Senju bloodline, Kda's body was stronger than most ninjas and able to handle the load of the Sharingan. When the time was almost up, Kda sent some of his clones back to his house to cook food and clean. Hey guys, the time is almost up. Let's go back. Kda said. Okay, just give me 10 minutes. Ryota said as he stopped rotating. This chakra flow is too difficult. The most I can maintain my chakra in the blade is for 1 hour, and that's with the help of a soldier pill. Without it, my chakra would be exhausted within 30 minutes or less. Yami said. Yami, can you show me how you're practicing the chakra flow? Yami nodded and flowed her chakra into the sword. The sword started releasing lightning, and a yellow aura surrounded it in a 5 centimeters radius. You're using too much chakra for this. With just 50% of that amount, you can coat your sword. Try to reduce the chakra usage next time. While Kda and Yami were discussing this, Ryota approached Kda. It's alright, sensei. Let's go, we've completed our training for today. By the way, who was that ninja who came to meet you during training? Some Uchiha clan elder wanted to meet me. It was some bullshit about it being my responsibility to serve the clan and all. Of course, I denied it. I also met with Shizue Uchiha. He's my cousin brother and said I can ask him for any help. Kda said. Dude, that's so awesome. Shizue of the body flicker is your brother? I heard he's super strong and can defeat an entire enemy squad alone. Yup. Kda said. That's great and all, but can we go back now? We don't have all day, and I'm hungry. Yami said. Okay, let's go. They went to their flat and ate the food prepared by Kda's clones. After eating, Ryota went back to his home with Kiba, while Kda and Yami went to their rooms to get some much-needed sleep. Waking up after 24 hours, Kda and Yami completed their morning routines, ate breakfast, and headed to the village gate where Ryota and Kiba were already waiting. Good morning, guys. Ryota said. Bark good morning to both of you. Kda said, followed by Yami. What do you think our next mission will be? A bandit extermination or a rescue mission? Ryota asked. Neither. Yukihiro said, appearing suddenly using the wind instantaneous movement jutsu. Good morning, sensei. All 3 of them said. Good morning. Our next mission is a B-rank mission. We need to escort 2 members of the civilian council to the land of noodles. There may be an attack from some ninjas, so you guys need to stay vigilant. Sensei, When will we depart for the mission? Ga asked. In 2 hours. The journey will take a week to get there and another week to return. The pay for this mission is also good. You'll each get 200,000 ryo. So go and make all the necessary preparations. All 3 of them left to prepare. Each of them had already bought 2 soldier pills in case of an emergency. They bought some nutrient bars and shuriken and were fully ready to go. With 2 hours left before the mission, they took a stroll in the area and returned to the village gate before the designated time. When they reached the village gate, Yukihiro was talking to 2 old men, both of whom had bloated bellies and obvious greed in their eyes, typical politician types. Yukihiro saw them and called out, "Sir, these are my team members. We will be responsible for your safety during the mission." Both of them just nodded and didn't say a word. Since their status was akin to nobles, they didn't want to converse with low-lives. The journey started with 2 luxury carts, each for 1 council member, accompanied by 2 personal servants. We'll follow the same formation as before. Ga, you'll be in front, always remain vigilant. Ryota and Yami, you'll be on the left and right, and I'll be at the back. Try to handle any problems on your own, I'll assist if necessary, so don't worry. Yukihiro instructed. Normally, they wouldn't have been given this mission, but due to a shortage of ninjas and Team 13's experience with many C and B rank missions, they were chosen. With Yukihiro present, the security was as tight as it could be. All 3 of them took their positions, and the journey began. Due to traveling alone with his team, Da wasn't used to the slow pace required for this mission. Knowing the distance they had to cover, Da wasn't even sure they would reach their destination in a week. They could have traveled faster, but since the elderly council members wanted comfort, the carts had to move at a slower pace, and they even took more breaks than necessary. Sensei, is it really necessary to travel with these carts? Can't we just carry them to the land of noodles much faster? Ryota asked. Ryota, this is a diplomatic mission. We can't do that. In such discussions, they have to maintain a certain image to exert pressure or something. I'm not that interested in politics, but even by those standards, they're moving at a snail's pace. But it's not like we can force these old men to do anything different, so let's just complete the mission. Yukihiro explained. They continued traveling for 2 days, but when they were resting, Ryota suddenly stood up and ran toward Yukihiro. He should have run toward Da and Yami since it was their duty to handle things they could, but if Ryota ran to Yukihiro, it meant there was something they couldn't handle. Da and Yami created a shadow clone each to follow Ryota and became alert. Sensei, 20 ninjas are approaching us. Ryota reported. How far are they? 1 kilometer, and they're moving fast. Follow plan 1. Da, you'll handle the Chunin level ninjas. Ryota and Yami, you'll handle the Geinin level ninjas. I'll take care of the Jonin. Try to stall for as much time as you can. I'll finish my fight as quickly as possible and came to your aid. Yukihiro instructed. All 3 of them became quite nervous. Though they had already fought ninjas before, this was the first time their life would be in actual danger. In a sense, this was their actual true fight as a ninja. Chapter 64, Yami and Ryota vs Chunin. Da was ready for the fight, certain that it couldn't be avoided, but his instructions to Yami were clear. During the fight, if you feel that your life is in danger, use the body flicker jutsu and run. Don't even think about continuing the fight. I'll follow you after that, okay? Yami just nodded her head, mentally preparing herself for the fight. All of them took soldier pills to maximize their efficiency. 20 ninjas were running toward the carriage. They were ninjas from Hidden Stones village, only rogue in name. They mostly did the work that villages didn't want their name associated with. This time, they were hired to kill a Hidden Leaf Village council member who was about to make a deal with the Land of Noodles, as the client didn't want Hidden Leaf Village's financial condition to stabilize. Since they had to attack a council member, the group included 2 Jonin, 7 Chunin, and the remaining 11 were Geinin. Knowing that a Jonin would likely be guarding the council members, they planned to sneak attack them, staying 500 meters away to catch them off guard. The main goal of the surprise attack was to kill the Jonin or at least injure him, making the fight easier. As they ran toward the location, a firewall suddenly appeared in front of them. The Geinin couldn't react in time, but the Chunin, being veterans, quickly created an earth wall to protect themselves. However, the fire was so strong that it burned them even around the wall's edges. All the Chunin and Jonin used the body flicker jutsu to evade the firewall. Though some were slightly burned, they could still fight, while the Jonin were relatively unharmed as they reacted faster than the Chunin. The Geinin, however, took the most damage. Most were either critically injured or dead. Just as they were recovering from the shock of the attack, a barrage of ranged attacks, fireballs, wind blades, earth bullets, and water bullets came at them. Sensing the danger, the Jonin quickly erected earth walls around the team. Unfortunately, one of the Chunin was out of range of the wall. Before he could move or do anything, A wind blade sliced through his head, and his body was then riddled with bullets. The rest of his teammates didn't have time to mourn his death, as they were too busy trying to protect themselves. One of the Jonin commanded, "Disperse in pairs and search for the enemy," as it was too difficult to fight while protecting everyone. 10 minutes earlier, all 4 members of Team 13 were hidden among the trees. Yukihiro looked at Kida and said, "Kida, make 3 clones and have them use the fire stream jutsu, the most powerful one you can manage." "Okay, sensei." Kida created 3 clones. He and his clones stood side by side, ready to use the fire stream jutsu on command. "Sensei, they're 100 meters away from us," Ryota reported. Yukihiro nodded at Kida, who took the cue. All 4 of them unleashed the fire breath jutsu in the direction of the approaching ninjas. Yukihiro appeared behind Kida and used the wind-style, infinite breakthrough jutsu. Whoosh! The fire, initially 80 meters wide and reaching 40 meters ahead of Kida, was empowered by the strong wind, increasing its range to more than 200 meters and its width to 100 meters. All the enemy ninjas were nearly engulfed in the attack. Their blood-curdling screams were audible to Team 13, distracting the 3 Genin as they heard the ninjas being burned alive. "Focus. They're not going to die from just this," Yukihiro reminded them. Just as he said that, multiple earth walls appeared within the fiery ocean. Yukihiro pointed in a direction, knowing that this attack wouldn't kill all of them. Many enemy ninjas had used long-range travel jutsu to evade the attack. Soon after, the enemy ninjas dispersed in different directions. Yukihiro looked at his team and said, "There are only Chunin and Jonin left in their ranks. Ryota and Yami, you will handle the Chunin. Try to stall them, but don't take any unnecessary risks. Since they're dispersed, take 1 batch at a time. I'll finish my fight as quickly as I can and come to your aid. Kida, you'll face a Jonin-level ninja. Don't do anything reckless, just stall for as long as you can. And most importantly, do not die." They all nodded. Yukihiro then pointed in the direction where the enemy ninjas were. Ryota and Yami used the body flicker jutsu and went after the Chunin, while Kida headed toward the Jonin. Ryota and Yami both knew they were still Genin, even though they had killed Chunin before, usually in a 2-on-1 situation with Yukihiro always ready to protect them if they made a mistake. But this time was different. The fight would be 2-on-2, and a single mistake could cost them their lives. They looked at each other, understanding that they had to prioritize each other's safety, or they would both die. "Yami, I'll focus more on close combat, but I'm not sure I can stall 2 Chunin alone for long. Try to deal with one of them from a distance as quickly as you can," Ryota said. "Okay, but don't be reckless. If you feel you can't handle them alone, fall back. We only need to stall for time, remember?" Yami replied. "Okay. Are you ready, buddy?" Ryota asked, looking at Kiba. Kiba, too, understood the gravity of the situation. They used the body flicker jutsu and appeared on the tree Yukihiro had pointed to. 2 Chunin were on the ground, fully alert. Ryota and Kiba silently jumped toward them, each holding a kunai. The Chunin on the ground sensed danger and evaded in the nick of time. It seemed Ryota's attack had failed, but as the Chunin dodged, Ryota threw his kunai at them. Both Chunin deflected the kunai, but Ryota wasn't the only one attacking. Yami had charged her shuriken while Ryota made his first surprise attack. When the Chunin evaded, she threw her shuriken at their legs. She could have aimed for their heads, but Yukihiro had taught them that experienced ninjas develop a sixth sense for detecting fatal attacks. So, in every surprise attack, they were to aim for small but critical damage. In fast-paced fights, minor hindrances could prove fatal. When the Chunin blocked Ryota's kunai, the shuriken embedded itself in their legs. Buzz the shuriken, charged with lightning chakra, paralyzed them for a fraction of a second. Ryota didn't waste the opportunity and fired a barrage of earth bullets at them. Within just a minute, both enemy Chunin were critically injured. Their hands were useless from the earth and water bullets, and their legs were in critical condition from the shuriken. Not wanting to give them a chance to recover, Yami used the body flicker jutsu, appearing behind them. With one clean slash, their heads were on the ground. Ryota and Yami breathed a sigh of relief, but Kiba suddenly started barking. Ryota turned to Yami, and they both used the body flicker jutsu to escape. Just as they vanished, the spot where they had been standing was bombarded with kunai, shuriken, and even some earth bullets. Shit, all four of them are on our backs. We don't stand a chance now. Let's keep running until Kida and Yukihiro-sensei finish their fights. We'll handle these four if we get the chance, Ryota said. Okay. Yami agreed, but she was already thinking of running away, as Kida had instructed. The only thing stopping her was that she didn't want to leave Ryota and Kiba alone. Still, the situation wasn't that bad. They had already killed 2 Chunin, and now they only had to stall for time, which was doable since they had spent a month practicing the body flicker jutsu to use as efficiently as possible. Chapter 65, Yukihiro vs. Jonin. Yukihiro appeared in front of the Jonin with the highest chakra among the enemy ranks. Knowing he didn't have much time, he went straight for the kill with his trusted sword. However, the Jonin Yukihiro attacked was also a sensor ninja. Sensing the danger, he predicted the attack. Feeling the immense chakra emanating from the sword, he didn't even attempt to block it. Instead, he quickly evaded and left a rock clone behind to attack Yukihiro with taijutsu. Earth clones, unlike other clones, are very hard and excel in close combat. Although Yukihiro managed to slash the clone in half with his fire-coated chakra blade, the sword was so hot that it cut through the clone effortlessly. Damn it, why is my luck so bad? This was supposed to be an easy mission, but now I have to fight Fire Sword all by myself. I'm 100% sure that in one-on-one combat, I'll die. I need to stall for time. Once my subordinates finish off those brats, we can take on Yukihiro together, the Jonin thought as he quickly used an Earth Spike Jutsu to attack Yukihiro. Sensing chakra from the ground, Yukihiro jumped and retaliated with a Fire Breath Jutsu aimed at the Jonin. Both attacks missed their marks as the two shinobi continued their deadly dance, each trying to gain the upper hand. Yukihiro kept trying to close the distance to use his Kenjutsu, intending to finish the fight quickly. The Jonin knew that the moment Yukihiro got close, he would die. Yukihiro's Kenjutsu skills were infamous, considered S-rank by many. The Jonin fought desperately to maintain distance, using advanced Earth-style techniques that altered the terrain, making the ground slippery or sandy to hinder Yukihiro's movements. Damn, this guy is as resilient as a cockroach, and his movement jutsu is not only helping him escape but also hindering me. I have to end this fast, or those three will be in danger, Yukihiro thought. For 5 continuous minutes, they exchanged blows, the Jonin managing to maintain his distance and keep Yukihiro at bay. But the Jonin made a critical error when he became momentarily distracted after sensing his subordinate summoning a beast. Yukihiro seized this golden opportunity. He poured as much chakra as he could into his legs, boosting his speed, and went straight for the Jonin's head. Realizing his mistake, the Jonin cursed himself. He knew he couldn't dodge or block the attack in time. He shifted the direction of the attack using his iron skin-hardened hand, sacrificing it to save his life. Though he managed to deflect the attack, he lost his right hand, his dominant hand. Knowing that completing the mission was now impossible, the Jonin used a red smoke bomb to signal retreat and prepared to stall Yukihiro to buy time for his subordinates to escape. In a last-ditch effort, he created 40 Earth clones to stop Yukihiro, while he used his movement jutsu to flee. Yukihiro expected this and fired several wind blades at the clones, dispelling most of them. The remaining clones were easily dealt with by another barrage of wind blades. Yukihiro then pursued the Jonin. After a 2-kilometer chase, Yukihiro confronted the Jonin again. The Jonin, exhausted from using so many jutsus back-to-back, was quickly killed with a simple slash to the neck. He was a tough one. I hope my students were able to hold on until now. Let's hope I'm not too late, Yukihiro thought. At the start of the fight, the Jonin he was about to face was on high alert. His leader had warned him that there were 2 individuals with Jonin-level chakra among the enemy ranks. Even though he was a sensor ninja, his abilities in this area were limited, giving him a smaller sensing range. Fully alert due to the warning, the Jonin sensed a chakra-enhanced kunai heading toward him. Thanks to his heightened awareness, he easily dodged the kunai. However, in the split second it took him to regain his footing, a sword came toward his neck from behind. With no time to react, he activated his iron skin jutsu and body flicker jutsu simultaneously. If it had been a normal sword attack, iron skin jutsu would have been sufficient. But the Jonin could sense chakra flowing through the sword, and every instinct told him he would die if he took that attack, even with iron skin. The fear for his life pushed him to achieve a speed he had never reached before, allowing him to barely dodge the sword with the help of body flicker jutsu. Chapter 66, De vs. Jonin. De stared intently at his enemy, knowing that Ryota and Yami would struggle to handle 6 Chunin by themselves. Despite telling Yami to run in times of danger, the numerous variables at play worried him. He didn't want to imagine what would happen if she couldn't escape or if an enemy ninja managed a surprise attack. Although De was up against a Jonin with far more battle experience, his mind was focused on one thing: finish the fight as fast as possible and go help your friends. But the moment he spotted the enemy from his perch in the tree, he forcefully suppressed all extra thoughts going in his mind and decided to fully focus on the battle ahead. After formulating a simple plan in his mind, he threw a kunai fully coated in fire chakra. The aim was directly at the center of the heart, something which would surely kill the Jonin if landed. But his intent wasn't to land a hit but to create a distraction, an opportunity for a real attack. As expected, the ninja sensed the kunai and dodged it. De used that split second to appear behind the ninja with a wind-enhanced instantaneous movement and slashed downward with his fire chakra-coated sword. The attack was so fast and unexpected that De was sure it would land, because even he himself will not be able to dodge such an attack, if the situation were reversed, but he was shocked to see the ninja dodge the attack with astonishing speed. What could have been a lethal blow only left a single wound on the Jonin. Well, he is a Jonin, I shouldn't have expected to kill him in one strike, De thought. He began forming a fireball, and that's when he made eye contact with his enemy. The ninja suddenly started making hand signs. Although De didn't need hand signs to create a fireball, it still took him 2 seconds to fully form and release it. He quickly completed the fireball and hurled it at the ninja. Though the Jonin saw the fireball heading his way, he didn't evade or stop his hand signs. Just before the fireball was about to hit him, a puff of smoke appeared, and a massive smoke wall emerged in front of him, revealing an armadillo-like creature as the smoke cleared. Damn, now he has a defense-type summon too. This just got trickier, De thought. Ugh, that hurts. Why the hell did you summon me, Kazuki? The summoned creature grumbled. Tashi, this is important. The boy in front of us is strong, he's already injured me. We have to get rid of him at any cost. Just protect me the best you can, and I'll focus on offense. Kazuki replied. De wasn't about to let them form a plan. He quickly used wind instantaneous movement jutsu and appeared behind Kazuki. Knowing that a fireball was too predictable and that the enemy now had a shield in the form of his summon, De unleashed several wind blades aimed at both Tashi and Kazuki. He was confident they would be hit since both were distracted. But Tashi sensed the attack and used his shell to protect both himself and Kazuki. De's wind blades were strong enough to slice through a 1-inch thick steel plate, but they couldn't penetrate Tashi's chakra-hardened scales. Realizing that Tashi was hardening his scales with chakra, seeing such a defensive move, De clicked his tongue as he anticipated a prolonged fight. He used wind instantaneous movement jutsu to create some distance between them. He quickly made a shadow clone and sent it toward Ryota and Yami's location. Since the clone had 15% of his chakra, De was confident it could handle the situation. Or at least become distraction in case the situation became too dire now, he could fully focus on his own fight. He used wind instantaneous movement jutsu once more to close the distance to Tashi. Knowing that his jutsu couldn't penetrate Tashi's defense, De decided to rely on kenjutsu instead. He coated his sword with fire chakra and engaged Tashi in close combat. Tashi defended with his claws but couldn't fend off all of De's attacks and was slowly accumulating wounds. Kazuki wanted to attack De, but De always positioned himself so that Tashi remained between them. Whenever Kazuki tried to create some distance, De seized the opportunity to attack him. Within just 5 minutes, Tashi was covered in minor injuries. Even if he was covered in scales all over his body and was using chakra to harden them further, De was somehow able to chip those scales slowly, and during all this Kazuki hadn't landed a single blow on De. Kazuki was certain that if Tashi weren't there, De would have killed him already. Boom. Suddenly, a red smoke signal rose in the distance, a clear order to retreat from their leader. And since it was red, it meant their leader had no chance to escape himself. Tashi, I'm retreating. Just hold him off for a while, and I'll unsummon you once I'm at a safe distance. Kazuki said. Okay, but don't expect me to sacrifice my life to stop him. Tashi replied. Don't worry, I have no intention of killing you now that you're running with your tail between your legs. If you want to run, then run fast. De taunted with a smirk. And a condescending look on his face, like he was looking a worm wriggling to save his life. Kazuki was angered by De's words. It was a massive blow to his ego to run away from a boy 1/3 of his age, especially that look making him feel like shit. He was very much tempted to show why he was a jonin, but he wasn't going to let his pride endanger his life. Even though De said he wouldn't attack, Kazuki kept Tashi summoned as he ran 2 kilometers away from De. Meanwhile, De and Tashi remained locked in a standoff, both ready to attack or defend at a moment's notice. Once Kazuki was at a safe distance, he unsummoned Tashi, not wanting to lose his partner. He then continued running toward their temporary base. Now that their mission had failed, they needed to report back as quickly as possible. Chapter 67, Rudeness can be a silent assassin. When Tashi was unsummoned, De quickly made a shadow clone and dispersed it. The clone that De had sent to help Yami received the memory of De and an order: if Yami and Ryota are safe, tell them to stay there and disperse yourself to inform me of your location. The clone looked toward Yami and Ryota. They had run quite a distance and were now 10 kilometers away from their initial position. The clone appeared in front of them and said, "It looks like Yukihiro-sensei's fight is over, and the remaining enemy ninjas were ordered to retreat. De asked you guys to stay here, he will be coming any minute." After saying that, the clone dispersed itself. De received the location of Yami and Ryota and used the wind instantaneous movement jutsu to reach their location as fast as he could, covering the distance of 10 kilometers in just 1 minute. "It's great that you guys are safe. Did any of you suffer any injuries during the fight?" asked as soon as he arrived in front of Yami and Ryota. We're okay, just a little exhausted. Running for this long while evading attacks is very difficult. Yami said with a laugh. Kida looked toward Ryota, and both nodded at each other. Bark bark oh. Looks like Kiba, you were able to save both of them, huh? Kida said to Kiba while patting his head. Since they were quite a distance away, Yukihiro wouldn't be able to sense them and come to their position, so they headed back to the caravan, which was currently being protected by 2 samurai from the Land of Iron, who were acting as bodyguards for the council members. Yukihiro and Kida's clones were also present there to protect their client in case someone from the enemy ranks managed to reach them. Seeing Kida and the team returning, Yukihiro's clone dispersed itself, and Yukihiro received the memory of his clone. Great, it looks like all of them are alright. Also, I don't have to look for them now. Let's just store his body first. Yukihiro stored the body of the Jonin he had killed and then went back to the location where they had first killed some Chunin and Geinin during their initial attack. Even though their bodies were badly damaged due to the fire attack, Yukihiro still stored them. Then he also used the wind instantaneous movement jutsu to return to the caravan. Just as he arrived in front of his students and was about to ask them about their well-being, one of the councilmen came out of the caravan and said, Yukihiro, what took you so long? I expected better from you. I am sorry, sir, but the enemy numbered 20 and even had 2 Jonin-level ninjas. We were able to kill many of them, but not all. Due to such a huge disadvantage in numbers, some of them managed to escape. So, I think we can't continue to travel at such a slow pace. Since we had to eat soldier pills to counter them, we will be unable to fight after 3 days. I suggest that we carry you to the Land of Noodles as fast as we can, while the caravan continues to travel as it is now. This way, it may act as a distraction while we reach the Land of Noodles. Yukihiro said. The councilman looked visibly pissed, with a frown on his face as he replied, why should we suffer due to your incompetence? You should have killed those damn pests. Now that you failed to do your job properly, it is your responsibility to protect us if they come again. Kida was very angered after hearing such a remark. He thought, we were fighting with our lives on the line for such a fool. Was that worth it? I'm pretty sure that if any of us had died during the fight, he wouldn't have even batted an eye and would have just blamed us as incompetent. But he controlled his anger and tried to argue reasonably. Sir, we just told you that we fought 20 ninjas, including 2 Jonin, Chunin, and Geinin, while we were just 1 Jonin and 3 Geinin. We had to put our lives on the line to save you. And in the end, we were able to save you, so I think we completed our job perfectly. How dare a brat talk in between us? And do you think I will be in your debt for saving my life? It is your job to die for me. Our lives are more important than hundreds of yours. The councilman said to Kida, his frown deepening. This was the limit of what Kida could tolerate. He used the wind instantaneous movement jutsu and appeared just behind the councilman, with his sword at the man's neck. Sensei, I think I'm fine with having some failed missions on my resume. Can we just kill him and say we were unable to save him? Kida asked Yukihiro, pressing his sword against the councilman's neck, causing a small cut. Both of the samurai drew their weapons, ready to attack. Yami and Ryota also took out their weapons and appeared on the left and right of Kida, prepared to defend him against any attack from the samurai. Unfortunately, Kida, we can't always take the easy way. The deal with the Land of Noodles is important. It's crucial for stabilizing our village's economic condition. We can't put our village in danger just because of some fools. However, if he keeps blabbering such nonsense, you can kill him, and I'll handle the rest. I'm pretty sure Lord Third will be able to finalize the deal with or without them. Yukihiro said, sounding increasingly sinister with each word. The councilman could tell from his tone that Yukihiro was completely serious. Kida nodded after hearing this, removed his sword from the man's neck, and all 3 of them used movement jutsu to appear behind Yukihiro. Yukihiro then put a business smile on his face and said, Dear elder, you can wait in the carriage for a while. Once we've rested a bit, we will continue our journey. The councilman nodded his head so fast that he might have gotten neck cramps. Seeing the tension subside, the bodyguards put away their weapons. After that, Yukihiro and the team moved a little away from the carriage. I'm sorry, sensei. I lost my cool there. Kida apologized to Yukihiro. Well, you did a great job, because thanks to you, I was able to control myself. Otherwise, I might have killed him outright. This is why I don't do escort missions, or rather, why Lord Third doesn't give me such missions. But now that I'm getting these missions, you can guess how bad our village's condition is. But let's leave that aside. I don't think that fool will speak out again, at least not until we return to the village. Now, tell me, are you guys alright? Yes, sensei. We managed to kill 2 ninjas during our initial surprise attack, but the sound of fighting drew other ninjas to our position. We weren't sure about going up against Fortune by ourselves, so we decided to run and keep them distracted. Ryota said. Good choice. Were you guys able to store the bodies of the ninjas you killed? Yukihiro asked. No, sensei. We didn't have enough time. Yami said. No problem. Now, what about you? Yukihiro asked. I was able to injure the enemy, but he summoned a defense-type summon that looked like an armadillo, and because of that, I couldn't kill him. After that, the red smoke allowed him to escape. I think his name was Kazuki. Chapter 68, Journey, Part 1. I was able to injure the enemy, but he summoned a defense-type creature, which looked like an armadillo. Because of that, I couldn't finish him off. After that red smoke, he escaped. I think his name was Kazuki. Kda said. Even fighting a Jonin-level ninja and surviving is a great feat for a Genin. You even made him summon his partner. Good job. Yukihiro praised. Sensei, during the fight, I realized how important having a summon is. When will we be able to get one? Kda asked, his eyes shining with curiosity. Kda, I understand you're fascinated by the idea of having a powerful partner. But first, you need to make a contract with the animal, and for that, you have to go to the dimension where they reside. On the surface, it doesn't seem too problematic, but from experience, I can tell you that not all animals are friendly. Once you enter that dimension, you may have to fight countless animals with various abilities. And since you'll be alone in that dimension, no one will be there to help you. That's why, even though the chakra requirement for making the initial contract isn't high, it's recommended to attempt it only when you're strong enough to be considered a Jonin. Sensei, since I was able to hold my own against a Jonin, can I try to make a summoning contract? Kda asked, his voice full of expectation. You can try, but I recommend mastering all the abilities your Sharingan offers first. Even though you can now see and notice minor movements of the enemy, as well as chakra movements, you're still not using the Sharingan for what it's most famous for. Yukihiro explained. Ganjutsu. Kda said thoughtfully. Yes. Once you learn some powerful Ganjutsu, your chances of getting a good summon will increase. You can choose Ganjutsu as the field you want to specialize in when Lord Third asks about it. I'm sure with your Sharingan and excellent chakra control, you'll become a force to be reckoned with. Yukihiro encouraged. But, sensei, I'm considering choosing something else as my specialization. Kda said. Well, it's your decision. If you already have something in mind, go with that. But you still need to learn Ganjutsu. Having such potential and not exploring it would be a crime against yourself. Yes, sensei. Now, guys, get ready. We still have a mission to complete. We'll resume our journey in half an hour, so take some rest. After saying that, Yukihiro leaned against a tree to rest. Ryota and Kiba also found a corner to rest. Even though they had eaten a soldier pill, which prevented physical exhaustion, they were mentally drained. Fighting against stronger opponents, outnumbered, and trying to save their lives and their friends, if that isn't mentally exhausting, you're just not human. When Yami and Kda were alone, Kda asked, are you truly alright? Are you sure you're not hurt? Are you exhausted? Kda, I'm fine. Calm down. Let's rest a bit. I have a feeling we won't have time to rest properly until we reach the land of noodles. Yami said, reassuring him. After that, both of them leaned against a tree to rest. Since they had all taken a soldier pill, none of them could sleep, so they meditated lightly, trying to alleviate their mental exhaustion as much as possible. Meanwhile, another discussion was going on in the carriage. Renji, I've always told you that in this world, strength reigns supreme. No matter your position in the village, if you keep disrespecting ninjas, one day you'll die without knowing who killed you. Hiroto warned. Just wait and see, Hiroto. I'll prove to you that I'm much more powerful than some lousy brat. Once we successfully complete the deal with the Land of Noodles, our value will increase tremendously. Then I'll complain about them to Lord Third and make sure they get the punishment they deserve. Renji said, his voice filled with spite. Well, we'll see when the time comes. For now, let's focus on the deal we have to complete. Hiroto said, knowing full well that he couldn't change Renji's mind, no matter what. The only good thing is that Renji is truly afraid for his life now, so at least he won't do anything more stupid. But now that our village is facing a shortage of ninjas, I'm not sure Renji will even be able to make them get any punishment, Hiroto thought. For most of the ride, Hiroto stayed inside the carriage, checking all the documents and reviewing the plans for the deal. Hiroto was the one Hokage had trusted to make a deal with the Land of Noodles, as Renji had gotten his position through connections and money. And since the village was in dire need of funds, Hiruzen had to turn a blind eye to this. But one thing was certain, once the village's condition stabilized, Renji was going to face some unfortunate accident. After half an hour, the four of them gathered. Kda, You will carry Hiroto-sama on your back, and I will carry the other one. For your information, Hiroto-sama's life is our top priority. He's not like the one we dealt with before, so don't worry about facing a similar situation. I don't think Renji will behave like that again, at least until we get back to Hidden Leaf Village. Yukihiro instructed. Chapter 69, Land of Noodles. He is not like the one we talked about before, so don't worry about facing another situation similar to what we faced before. I don't think Renji is going to behave like that again, at least until we reach Hidden Leaf Village. Yukihiro said. Yes, sensei. Kida replied. All of them went to the carriage. Yukihiro knocked on the door twice. Hiroto opened it and asked, "Oh. Yukihiro, long time no see. Renji told me that due to some complications, we have to travel with you guys. Thanks for doing this for us. The pleasure is all ours, Hiroto-sama. We are ready. Please gather all the necessary items so we can start the journey as soon as you are ready." Yukihiro said. Okay, just give us 10 minutes. Hiroto replied and went back to the carriage. Seeing the conversation between Hiroto and Yukihiro, all three Genin became sure that Hiroto was worth protecting. As for Renji, he could be used as a meat shield during an enemy attack. While thinking that, an evil smirk appeared on their faces. If Renji had seen this, he would have felt an extreme sense of danger in his life. After 10 minutes, Hiroto came out of the carriage, followed by Renji. Yukihiro told them that he would carry Renji while Kida would carry Hiroto on his back. Renji, knowing that Yukihiro was the strongest person, felt that they were doing this to gain his forgiveness, but he couldn't be more wrong. Kida was strong and fast enough to save Hiroto in most cases, while Yukihiro was right behind Kida to defend against any attack. However, since Yukihiro traveled at the back of the formation, if a surprise attack came from the rear, which is often the case, there was a high chance that Renji might not even survive, as none of the ninjas present had any thought of saving him. After instructing the bodyguards and the rest of the people to continue the ride as normal, Yukihiro and Kida each made a shadow clone to travel with the caravan. Their clones had enough chakra to last at least 4 days before dispersing. After that, they carried Hiroto and Renji on their backs, and all 4 of them started using wind instantaneous movement jutsu and body flicker jutsu to travel large distances, occasionally running to refill their chakra before using movement-related jutsu again. While they traveled, Kazuki was able to reunite with the remaining ninja. He sighed when he saw that only 5 of them had survived out of their original 20. Were you guys able to kill any of them? Kazuki asked the Chunin. One of them stepped forward and said, no, when we found them, they had already dealt with our 2 brothers. Since they were distracted, we decided to go directly for the kill, but suddenly their ninja dog started barking, and they were alerted. Another problem was that, unlike other Hidden Leaf Village ninjas who fight bravely till their last breath, they used their brains and started to flee. Seeing 2 such young ninjas run, we thought we could catch and kill them and come to your aid. But they had quite a large amount of chakra and were also quite proficient in body flicker, so we were unable to catch them. While we were chasing them, the leader used the signal to retreat, so we had to stop the chase. What about you, sir? Were you able to kill that Jonin? He was not a Jonin, well, at least not officially. He was also a brat, but an unusually strong one. It looks like Hidden Leaf Village has another genius among their ranks. We have to send our report to Kage-sama. Even though we failed this mission, these details are much more important than killing some civilians, as this genius of Hidden Leaf Village can't be underestimated. Kazuki said, and then thought, I still remember the yellow flash of Hidden Leaf Village. That guy was truly a beast, and from the looks of it, this one is going to be too. I just hope Kage-sama will be able to find some solution for this problem. After that, they all went toward their temporary base, where Kazuki made a detailed report about the mission and their losses and sent it to Hidden Stone's village using a messenger hawk. Kazuki-sama, what should we do now? One of the Chunin asked. There is nothing we can do. Since they were able to prepare a trap for us, it means their sensing capabilities are higher than our captain's, much higher than ours. So we can't even follow them. Let's just wait for orders. Until then, focus on your recovery. Yuzi, you know some medical jutsu, right? Kazuki asked another Chunin. Yes, Kazuki-sama. Do you need some help? Yuzi asked. Kazuki nodded and showed the deep cut he had suffered during his first attack. All of the Chunin were surprised that Kazuki was even alive after suffering such a lethal wound. Kazuki-sama, please take a seat. I will try to heal it as much as I can. Yuzi said hurriedly. Kazuki nodded and took a seat, but he was deep in thought. I am lucky that he used fire chakra in that attack. Otherwise, even if I had escaped from the fight with Tashi's help, surviving after so much blood loss wouldn't have been possible. While they waited for orders from Hidden Stone's village, Da and the team were running at full speed toward the Land of Noodles. They had to stop at night since Hiroto was old and couldn't sleep while moving, so at night they made a makeshift camp using earth-related jutsu. 2 people guarded the camp while the others rested. Throughout the journey, Kida remained completely alert. Even though the mission was important, the most important thing for him was still his and Yami's lives. Now that he had spent so much time with Yukihiro, Ryota, and the Kiba duo, he couldn't rule them out from his priority list. But they were too devoted to Hidden Leaf Village, and making them prioritize their lives over a mission would be foolish. They were from a village where even White Fang, Kakashi's father, was criticized to the point of suicide just because he chose his teammates' lives over a mission. So he wasn't going to die trying to change their minds, but if he could, he would try to save them as well. By doing the same thing for 2 days, running plus movement jutsu, they were able to complete a 2-week journey in 2 days. If they hadn't had a statue of complaints in human clothing named Ranji, they might have arrived earlier. After reaching the city, they went straight to the daimyo's place. Now that they were inside the city and in front of the daimyo's palace, they could finally relax. Even though they hadn't faced any attacks during their travel, they still maintained complete vigilance. Upon reaching the daimyo's place, they stopped a little way off so Hiroto and Renji could prepare for the deal. From then on, it was their job. After fixing their appearance and taking a little rest, they approached the guards. "We are Hidden Leaf Village representatives for our latest collaboration. We had to arrive early due to some circumstances. Could you please pass this message to Lord Daimyo?" Hiroto said with a polite smile. "Can we please first see your identification papers?" the guard asked. In the ninja world, it is not difficult to change your appearance and pose as someone else. After checking their papers, the guard passed their message to the daimyo's office, while Hiroto and Renji were asked to wait in the palace's guest area. Chapter 70, Nowhere Safe. While they were resting, Ryota said, Finally we can rest now." "No, Ryota, this is a very important lesson, so listen carefully. You are not allowed to let your guard down anywhere else but in Hidden Leaf Village. Even though we are here for a business deal, it doesn't mean we are an ally. After 3 great ninja wars, no country will bat an eye to protect someone else. They may even help others kill another ninja if they can," Yukihiro said. "So, sensei, what are we going to do? Due to the effect of the soldier pill, we're going to pass out tomorrow. We have no other choice but to trust the daimyo to protect us," Kida said. Kida, like I already said, we can only trust our village to protect us. Come, follow me," Yukihiro said and went to the guards. "Excuse me, I would like to send a message to Hidden Leaf Village that we have reached here safely. Can you please lead us to the communication center?" Yukihiro asked. "Yes, sir, this way please." The guard bowed slightly and showed them the way. After reaching the center, Yukihiro wrote a letter. "Lord Third, we have safely reached the land of noodles and are in the daimyo's palace. We were attacked during our journey, so we had to eat soldier pills. All of us are fine. We were able to reach here in 2 days, we still have 1 day before we pass out. We will send another message before leaving the palace." At the end of the letter, Yukihiro made a seal, implying it was sent by him alone. All 3 of his students read the letter, but they were still confused about how this letter would ensure their safety. Yukihiro then gave the letter to an office worker, who copied its contents onto another letter and sent it to Hidden Leaf Village using a messenger hawk. If everything went correctly, they should get a response from Hidden Leaf Village within 10 hours. After that, they went back to the waiting area, where Hiroto and Renji were preparing for the meeting, which would happen soon. However, for an official meeting, they would have to wait a little longer, as they had arrived earlier than the scheduled time. All 3 of them sat on the sofa. Then Yami asked, "Sensei, due to your letter, now the daimyo's forces will know that we will be vulnerable after 1 day. How is this going to help us?" "Yami, when I said that the daimyo's palace is not safe because they may try to kill us, it was only the case if they could be completely sure that Hidden Leaf Village couldn't blame them for it. Even though Hidden Leaf Village is weak after the 3rd Great Ninja War, we are still strong enough that these small villages can't openly offend us. Now that we have sent a message to Hidden Leaf Village stating we are in the land of noodles and in the daimyo's palace, if we suddenly go missing, the land of noodles will be in serious trouble. That's why I sent the message using the official method. Now, it will be the daimyo's job to protect us." Hearing this reasoning, all 3 of them went into deep thought. Afterward, they looked at Yukihiro with admiration. "Sensei, you're different from what I imagined," Ryota said. "Oh. How did you actually think I was?" Yukihiro asked with a smile. "All brawn and no brain." Smack. After a smack to the head from Yukihiro, Ryota quietly sat down. "It's your first time in the land of noodles, right?" Yukihiro asked. "Yes, sensei," Kida said. "Then since we still have 1 day, you're free to go sightseeing. But come back here after 12 hours. "Thanks, Sensei. Yami shouted, clearly excited. After coming out of the daimyo's palace, since we're safe after such an incident, why don't you treat us to a meal, Ryota? Asked. Hey, why should I be the one to treat? You're the one who fought a Jonin and almost won. You should be treating us. Ryota shouted. Why is my only friend so stingy? Kda said in a depressed voice. Bark Bark Kiba also supported Kda, shaking his head. Okay, I'll give the treat. Don't start your acting now. Ryota said, rolling his eyes. Yay, let's try all the noodles this village has to offer. Yami said, running toward a noodle shop, followed by Kda and Kiba. Ha. Looks like my purse is the only one that's going to suffer during this mission. Ryota said, then followed after his teammates. In the shop, they tried various types of noodles, which were delicious, though they paled a little in comparison to Taki's noodles. After eating, which only Ryota felt was too much, they asked the locals for the best shop for noodles. Since they had just eaten, they decided to explore the village a little and try the noodles from the most famous shop later. The village wasn't extraordinary, just too many noodle shops. Still, the noodles from the famous shops lived up to the village's reputation, and Ryota's purse took a critical hit there. But all in all, the outing was really enjoyable for all four of them. Eating and exploring in foreign place like tourist was very rare for them, though they have gone out of the village for missions many times, but this was the first time they could enjoy it, and they used this opportunity to its fullest. Afterward, they went back to the palace. So, how was your day? Yukihiro asked. It was great, sensei. There are hundreds of different types of noodles here. Though we weren't able to try them all, the ones we did try were awesome. Kda said, patting his belly. Ha, it's good that you enjoyed your food. The official meeting has been decided for the day after tomorrow. Chapter 71, Meeting. Haha, it's good that you enjoyed your food. The official meeting has been decided to be held the day after tomorrow, though you guys will not participate in the meeting since only one guard is allowed. For now, let's go and rest a little. The effect of the soldier pill may end any time now. Yukihiro said. Okay, sensei. Everyone replied. Yukihiro then led all three of them to a room in the palace, normally used by guards, since guest rooms were for nobles. The room contained 4 beds and a small cabinet near each bed for keeping belongings. There was also an almirah meant to be shared by the people staying in the room. Since all of them had already had their fill, they went to bed and started meditating while waiting for the effect of the soldier pill to end. While the three of them meditated, Yukihiro made a shadow clone with more than 70% of his chakra. Though the chances of an attack during their stay in the daimyo's palace were close to none, you can never be sure. With that amount of chakra, the clone should be able to easily hold on for 3 days and deal with any ninja up to low Jonin rank. However, mid or high-level Jonin might handle the clone due to its weakness of dispersing after taking even a little damage. No village would be foolish enough to attack the daimyo's palace. So, the chances of such an encounter were also close to none. After seeing Yukihiro make a shadow clone, Kda also made a shadow clone with 80% of his chakra. Though Kda's clone was significantly weaker than Yukihiro's, in one-on-one combat, it could easily win against any normal Chunin. After some time, they went to sleep. Due to such high-level fighting and maintaining constant vigilance for 2 days, they were already at their limit, so for 24 hours, none of them woke up. The first person to wake up was Yukihiro. He was accustomed to such scenarios, so his body adapted to it. After 1 more hour, everyone else also woke up. Good morning, sensei. Ryota said. It's already 1:00 p.m. Ryota, so good afternoon. Since we have to stay here for 2 more days for the meeting, you guys are free to explore the village or train in the training area at the back of the palace. I would personally recommend exploring the city a little bit. You never know when it may come in handy. Okay, sensei, but what are you going to do for these 2 days? Kda asked. I will accompany Renji and Hiroto-sama to see if they need anything or if they have to contact Hidden Leaf Village. So, you guys enjoy yourselves. Yukihiro said and left the room. So, what are we going to do today? Yami asked. Before anyone could say anything, Ryota's stomach answered for him, while Kiba distanced himself from Ryota like he didn't even know him. You traitor. Ryota muttered under his breath. Let's go to that shop from yesterday first. There are still many noodles we haven't tried. Kda said with a smile. But I'm not paying this time. My purse is empty. Ryota said in a hurry. It's okay, Ryota. This time it will be my treat, so let's eat first and discuss what to do next after that. Kda said. After agreeing, they all took some time to freshen up and then headed to the shop. While they were sleeping, an important meeting was going on in Hidden Leaf Village. Upon receiving the message from Yukihiro that they were attacked, Hiruzen called Shikakunara, the Jonin commander and one of the most intelligent ninjas in the world. After half an hour, Shikaku arrived at Hiruzen's office. Lord Third, I am still working on the task you gave me yesterday. Please don't give me any other tasks for now. Shikaku said as soon as he entered the Hokage's office. This is important, Shikaku, so pay attention. Hiruzen said in a serious voice. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Shikaku became serious as well. Seeing that, Hiruzen began speaking again. The squad that went to the Land of Noodles was attacked by 20 rogue ninjas from Hidden Stone's village. Their ranks included 2 Jonin, 7 Chunin, and the rest were Geinin. Our team of 4 was able to defend themselves and even killed 15 enemy ninjas, including a Jonin. The rest of them managed to escape. Hiruzen explained, knowing this from the letter Yukihiro had sent unofficially. Who were the Jonin sent on the mission? Shikaku asked. Naturally, he was assuming that the squad consisted only of Jonin, which would explain such a result. Only Yukihiro, and the rest were his Geinin squad. Even I don't know how they pulled that off. We will know more when they arrive back in the village. Hiruzen clarified, noting Shikaku's stupefied expression. After his initial surprise, Shikaku's face became serious once again as he began thinking through various possible scenarios. Hiruzen waited silently for Shikaku to finish processing. After some time, Shikaku spoke. The most likely scenario is that those ninjas were not really rogue but were just pretending to be so that Hidden Stone's village could attack us without giving us a chance to retaliate. And it seems they knew about the deal between Hidden Lee Village and the Land of Noodles, and even the exact timing of the meeting. Most likely, someone from the Land of Noodles leaked the info. But we can't rule out the possibility that there may be a mole within Hidden Lee Village's council or someone related to them. This was the reason Hiruzen had called Shikaku. Even though he had already concluded that the ninjas were merely pretending to be rogue, Shikaku's insight was invaluable. Shikaku could easily deduce a situation from limited information. After listening to his deduction, Hiruzen said, we can search for that mole later. For now, let's focus on the problem at hand. Should we send reinforcements to Yukihiro's squad or not? Why would we do something so pointless? I'm pretty sure Hidden Stone's village doesn't want the life of our civil council member. The attack was most likely an attempt to stop Hidden Lee Village from making any deal with the Land of Noodles. It was probably an economic attack. Since they've already reached the Land of Noodles, Hidden Stone's village won't send more ninjas just to kill them. Even 20 ninjas weren't enough to complete the mission, and they took such losses. I don't think Kanoki will send a bigger force just to take revenge. But please order Yukihiro's squad to take a different route back to Hidden Lee Village and not use a caravan. The rest will be fine. Hiruzen nodded, and they continued discussing how to search for the mole who leaked the information to the enemy. Chapter 72, Hidden Stone's Village's Fate. While Hidden Lee Village was holding a meeting to discuss how to proceed after being attacked during such an important mission, Hidden Stone's Village was also having a meeting in the Kage's office. Onoki, the Kage of Hidden Stone's Village, hunched over, said to one of his consultants, how the hell did we fail such a simple mission? We knew the path they would take, the number of ninjas they would deploy, the timing of the mission, everything about them was taken into consideration. So how the hell did we end up taking the loss? We don't know, sir. According to the report, they were unlucky because they encountered Yukihiro on this mission. He is considered an S-rank ninja, at least when it comes to Kenjutsu, and his ninjutsu is also nothing to scoff at. They had only 1 Jonin, and we sent 20 ninjas. Are you saying 1 Jonin managed to kill 15 of our men and save everyone too? Another consultant spoke up, sir, the report mentions they fell for an ambush, which is why they suffered such a loss. Are you a fool? That's exactly why I'm so angry. We made so many preparations to ambush them, not the other way around. Sir, Hidden Lee Village has many clans that excel in sensing and tracking techniques. I believe it was the Inuzuka brat on the team who somehow sensed them. Also, according to Kazuki's statement, one of the Geinin, who we hadn't taken into consideration, was more powerful than him. He alone managed to hold Kazuki off until Yukihiro handled our Jonin. Even the other Geinin were somehow able to compete against our Chunin. Onoki's expression stiffened upon hearing this. With a serious demeanor, he said, how the hell is Hidden Lee Village able to produce such geniuses again and again? First, that yellow flash was able to handle thousands of our ninjas, and now these brats can hold their ground against a trained Jonin. Ha! I'm getting too old for this shit. Even though Onoki was visibly pissed, one of the consultants gathered the courage to ask the question that was on everyone's mind. Sir, what should we do about them now? What the fuck are you talking about? Obviously, we have to deal with them as soon as we can, otherwise, the future of Hidden Stone's village will be even darker than now. But sir, if we want to successfully eliminate them, we will have to send at least 30 more ninjas, with 3 or 4 of them being Jonin. And even though we're in better condition than Hidden Leaf Village, we are still facing a shortage of ninjas. It will take at least 3 days to assemble the team, and even more time for them to reach the Land of Noodles. I don't think we have that much time for this. What if we set another ambush on their way back? Can we manage to send our ninjas there at least? Onoki asked. Sir, we can manage that, but I don't think they'll be stupid enough to use the same path again. There's a very high chance we'll just waste manpower without results. So, we don't have any way to deal with some brats and a single Jonin? How did Hidden Stone's village become so weak? Onoki said, his anger rising. Sir, there are ways we can handle the situation, but in most cases, we would lose more than we would gain. If you make a move yourself, we could easily eliminate them, but Hidden Stone's village would become a laughingstock among the other villages. Alternatively, we could recall some Jonin from other missions early, but that would also damage our reputation. Leave it. It's not worth it. We've already taken too many losses for such a simple mission. But make our spies in Hidden Leaf Village active and have them find out more about this F.ing team. Now, you can go. Onoki sat deep in thought. For 3 consecutive Great Ninja Wars, Hidden Stone's village had always been on the losing end. Their single goal during each war was to acquire fertile land so that the village could become self-sufficient. Not only had they failed to obtain fertile land, but they had also lost a significant number of shinobi. Despite Onoki's power, he hadn't been able to secure what his village needed most: fertile land. The main reason for this was Hidden Leaf Village's ability to consistently produce geniuses capable of single-handedly changing the course of battles. Since the founding of the village, Hidden Leaf Village had been the only one to produce multiple S-rank ninjas at the same time. Onoki had a sinking feeling that it was Hidden Stone's village's fate to be stuck with infertile land. Despite being one of the most united hidden villages, Hidden Stone's village still struggled with shortages, from fertile land to finances. Onoki was sure that if he left this team alone, they would no doubt grow into Jonin of those same genius ranks. He was determined to eliminate them as soon as possible, to avoid dealing with unknown variables in the next Great Ninja War. While higher-ups were racking their brains over the mission Team 13 had faced, Team 13 was enjoying their time in the Land of Noodles, trying various types of noodles. By the time the meeting ended, they had already tasted most of the noodle varieties available in the village. Afterward, Yukihiro called the team for a meeting. So, did you guys enjoy your stay here? Yukihiro asked. Yes, sensei. The village isn't as large as Hidden Leaf Village, but the variety of noodles is unimaginable. I didn't even know some of them were edible. Kda said. Ha ha ha, I know. The first time I tried them, I had the same reaction. Have you tried the noodles with stone toppings? Yes, sensei. Ryota said, patting his pocket. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed your stay, but it's time for us to head back. I got a letter from the Hokage's office stating that we need to carry those 2 back just as we brought them. The village doesn't want to take any risks this time. Also, we have to take a different route on our way back, and since we're ordered to return as soon as possible, we'll be leaving in 30 minutes. You'll need to take a soldier pill. But we'll still have to stop so Renji-sama can take his much-needed rest. Ryota said with clear disdain. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Ryota. This time, we won't be taking any breaks. They're going to take soldier pills too. Yukihiro said, laughing. They're ninjas? I thought they were part of the civil council. Kda said, surprised. Well, calling them ninjas is a bit of a stretch. They barely have enough chakra to qualify as genin, but their political skills are very high, especially Hiroto-sama. He's made many deals with other villages that have benefited us greatly during peacetime. Due to their low chakra, they can't use movement jutsu, so even if they had taken the soldier pill before, we still would have had to carry them. Plus, they'd have needed a full day's rest afterward, which is why they hadn't taken it. And now they can take the soldier pill because they can rest all they want in the village. To finish Yukihiro's sentence. Exactly. Now, get ready. We leave in 30 minutes. 30 minutes later, they set off for the village. Since both Renji and Hiroto had already taken their soldier pills, they didn't have to stop for breaks. Despite taking a longer route, they reached the village in just a day and a half. Chapter 73, Nephew is alive. While Kda was away on his mission, Shisui went to his mother to share the good news he had. Mom, where are you? I have great news for you. Shisui called out as he entered his house. I'm in the kitchen, honey. Just wait in the hall, I'll be there in 2 minutes. Uchiha, Shisui's mother, replied. But Shisui, too eager to wait, went straight to the kitchen. I told you to wait in the hall. Why did you come in here? He asked, putting the pot down from the fire. Mom, leave all this. I have something really important to tell you. Shisui said. Okay, come here, sit, and tell me what you think is so important. He replied, sitting on a small chair in the kitchen. Mom, Today the third elder gave me a mission to escort a boy to his office. He's an Uchiha who awakened his Sharingan at the age of 7, well, almost 8, but still, he's a genius to awaken it so early. It's great that the clan has found another genius, but I still don't get why you couldn't wait 2 minutes to tell me this. He asked, a little puzzled. Mom, that boy is none other than Kazekage. Shisui said with a wide smile. For a moment, he was silent, trying to connect the name Kazekage to the boy Shisui was talking about. She first thought of Uchiha, but then she remembered her long-lost friend, Aiko Uchiha. Since Aiko was disowned by the clan, he had only met her a few times. Aiko always talked about her son, how cute and good he was. He had met the boy a few times herself. When the Nine Tails attacked, the clan believed Aiko and her husband had died, and naturally assumed their child perished with them since their home was destroyed. But now, her son was telling her that her nephew was alive, and not only alive but a ninja. Though she was skeptical, she knew Shisui wouldn't joke about something so serious. Still, she had to ask, "You're not joking, are you?" he asked, her voice trembling. "No, Mom. I even invited him to meet you, but he was in a bit of a hurry. I think he left on a mission, so he declined and said he'd visit after completing it." Shisui explained with a calm smile. "Oh my God. He's alive. Thank the heavens. But if he's alive, where has he been all this time?" he asked. "He lived in an orphanage. But don't worry, Mom, I checked into it. It's a good orphanage, so I don't think they had too many problems living there." Shisui replied. That poor boy had to live like an orphan, even though he had family. The world is too cruel. I think because of that, he holds some resentment towards the Uchiha clan. He even declined the third elder's proposal to come back to the Uchiha compound. But I don't think he's particularly angry with us. He seems quite mature for his age. Let's try to make him feel more comfortable with us when he returns. Yes, just bring him here as soon as he's back from his mission. Okay, Mom. After that, they continued talking about Kida and Shishui's other missions that weren't confidential. After Renji and Hiroto packed their belongings, they stepped out of the palace, where Yukihiro and the team were waiting. "Just you wait, brat. Once we return to the village, your whole ninja career will end. You'll learn the consequences of threatening me," Renji thought, glaring at Kida. "Yukihiro, are you all ready to leave?" Hiroto asked with a smile. "Yes, Hiroto-sama. We will follow the same arrangements as before. As per Lord Third's orders, you will also need to take a soldier pill since we can't take any risks with your safety." Hiroto nodded and took the soldier pill given to him by Yukihiro, followed by Renji. Once they were out of the land of noodles, the team used a carriage to maintain the village's reputation. After exiting, they carried Hiroto while Yukihiro carried Renji. Just as they were about to take a different route, Ryota approached Yukihiro and said, "Sensei, someone is following us." Yukihiro, hearing this, gave a simple order to his team. "Follow me." After traveling 10 kilometers in a different direction from the original path, Yukihiro suddenly stopped and turned to Ryota. "How many people are following us?" "Only 2, Sensei. I assume they are taking the same path we did to get here?" "Yes, Sensei." "Okay, Kida, make a shadow clone and send it with mine a little ahead. We will set an ambush. If the clones can deal with them, great. If not, at least we'll buy time to shake them off and head back to the village as soon as possible." Kida nodded and made a shadow clone, thinking, so Sensei doesn't want to face them directly unless necessary. Smart. Judging by the fact that only 2 are following us, they are either elite Jonin or Chunin specializing in tracking. We'll find out soon enough. Both made shadow clones with 50% of their chakra and sent them 1 kilometer ahead while continuing to move. 2 kilometers later, the 2 ninjas following their path arrived. Completely clueless about the ambush, they were caught off guard by a barrage of wind blades from the shadow clones and were impaled before they could react. Chapter 74. Returning home, the group was running at full speed, managing to cover 43 kilometers in just 10 minutes. Suddenly, Yukihiro raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop as he processed the clones' memories. "What happened, Yukihiro? Is there a problem?" Hiroto asked. "No, Hiroto-sama, the enemy has been dealt with. Let's take a 10-minute break before we resume our journey." Hiroto and Renji nodded, taking a brief rest while Yukihiro and the team exchanged words. "Sensei, it looks like we only had 2 pursuers, so we don't have to worry about an ambush. Still, we should change direction. They might have sent a signal about our route," Kida suggested. "I was thinking the same. Now that the issue is resolved, we no longer need to take this longer path. Let's return to the pre-planned route provided by Hokage-sama. Ryota, if you sense anything unusual along the way, let me know immediately. And if there's no time to alert me, use the secret code we established during our stay in the land of noodles." Yukihiro instructed. Everyone nodded. Yukihiro went over to inform Naruto and Renji of the change in plans while Kida and his team discussed their situation. Do you think we'll face another group of enemies like before? Ryota asked. Nope, not a chance. If they attacked us again, it would be purely out of revenge. I doubt they'd send powerful ninjas for that. Besides, they don't know our exact route. Kida replied. Plus, we're strong enough to defend ourselves if a similar attack happens. Yami added, confident. No, Yami, you're wrong there. The only reason we won that last fight was because of Ryota. If he hadn't sensed the enemy's approach early, we wouldn't have had the chance to ambush them. Sure, we would have sensed them eventually, but by then, there'd have been little we could do. Fighting 20 experienced ninjas would have been a nightmare, and I doubt we'd have escaped uninjured. Da explained. Yami and Ryota both reflected on the consequences they could have faced had the enemy ambush caught them unprepared, especially considering the mix of Chunin and Jonin level opponents. Kiba stood smugly, clearly proud of having detected the enemy's approach, convinced he was the MVP of that battle. As their conversation wrapped up, Yukihiro returned from speaking with Hiroto and Renji. Overhearing Kida's explanation, he felt proud that his students, despite being geniuses, weren't arrogant, a common trait that leads many talented ninjas to their deaths on the battlefield. After giving Yami and Ryota a moment to think over Kida's words, Yukihiro spoke. Alright, team, break's over. Time to get back to work. Let's move. They resumed their journey, carrying Hiroto and Renji once again. This time, they didn't encounter any further ambushes and arrived at Hidden Lee village before sunset. Hiroto and Renji decided to walk the last kilometer, ensuring they maintain their image as village elders. Upon reaching the village entrance, they sat in the carriage already waiting for them. You all can go and rest for a bit. I'll report the mission, but be ready, you may be called to the Hokage's office for your reports. The mission has been upgraded to a knee rank, thanks to the ambush, and your input may be required. Don't worry, though. The payment will increase to match the new mission level. Yukihiro informed them. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement. Sensei, we still have 2 days before the effects of the soldier pill wear off, so we'll be at the training ground until then. Kida said. Alright. I'll send for you if you're needed. Yukihiro said, before heading off to the Hokage's office. After Yukihiro left, Ryota spoke up. You guys go ahead to the training field. I'll meet you there in half an hour. I want to visit my family. Okay, but remember not to talk about the mission until the report is complete. Kida reminded him. Do you think I'm stupid? Of course, I won't talk about it. I studied the same rules as you did, and my parents are aware as well. Ryota said, slightly offended. I know, bro, but you seem a little too excited to brag about it. Kida teased with a small smile. Which I am, but don't worry, I'm not dumb enough to do that. See you later. Ryota said with an awkward laugh before using a body flicker jutsu to head home. Kida's caution wasn't misplaced. Sharing details of a mission could lead to it being classified, and discussing classified missions carried the risk of being labeled a traitor. Even if the mistake was forgiven, it would still damage one's career, potentially limiting a ninja to the rank of Chunin for life. Kida and Yami arrived at the training ground and immediately began working on their movement jutsu. Though physical strength is important, they both realized they couldn't always be the strongest ninja in the world, at least not right away. Even if they somehow became the most powerful, there would still be countless ways to die, such as ambushes, poison, or assassinations. Stronger ninjas may be resistant to such threats, but they're not immune. Movement jutsu, therefore, was crucial. In any fight they couldn't win, they needed to be able to run away. Chapter 75, Meeting Again. Most ninjas in the Narutoverse are prideful, and because of this, they rarely consider retreating from battles where the chances of defeat and death are high. They prefer to fight and die for their village, rather than strategically withdraw. Kida might have done the same had he been originally from this world. But being a transmigrator, he understood the broader picture. Living to fight another day is more important than dying for the illusion of peace in this world. This perspective also influenced Yami. After hearing Kida's views on the world, she too became more practical, focusing on survival over blind devotion to the village. Now, they were training to master movement jutsu. Every jutsu in the Naruto world can become deadly if mastered enough. Shizue Uchiha, for instance, was famous for his movement jutsu, earning him the title Shizue the Teleporter or Shizue of the Body Flicker. Shizue's mastery of the body flicker jutsu was so advanced that he could create after-images of himself. While some might argue that this can be replicated with the clone jutsu, they're wrong. Clone jutsu is basic and can easily be nullified if the enemy knows basic sensing techniques or can notice small details, something experienced ninjas excel at. Movement jutsu, like the body flicker jutsu, however, is different. When used at high speeds, Like Shishui's, it creates afterimages, making it nearly impossible for the enemy to predict the user's actual location. Sensor ninjas would struggle even more, as they'd sense the user in multiple places at once. Because of this, Kda and Yami both decided to focus on mastering movement jutsu. Kda, despite knowing the wind instantaneous movement jutsu, which was superior to body flicker jutsu in terms of the distance covered, decided to learn body flicker as well. Body flicker is faster to execute and more practical in battle. Kda also planned to ask Shishui to teach him how to master the technique, as it would significantly boost his power. Kda wasn't foolish. He knew his current strength was comparable to that of a Jonin, but he couldn't yet face an elite Jonin. Still, reaching Jonin level strength before the age of 9 was a sign of genius. If Kda hadn't known about the future events, he might have been proud of this achievement. However, knowing that even elite Jonin would be mere cannon fodder in the upcoming conflicts like the Pain Arc or the Fourth Great Ninja War, he strove harder. He now had people in this world he needed to protect, and to do so, he needed to reach at least S-rank strength. While they were practicing in the training ground, Shisui Uchiha received news that Kda had returned from his mission. Pestered by his mother to check on Kda, Shisui asked the guards for a favor, and being a respected ninja, they had no problem helping him. Upon hearing that Kda was back, Shisui immediately went to Kda's house, only to find it locked. A thought crossed his mind: there's no way he's training right after a mission, right? But remembering his previous encounters with Kda, he decided to check the training ground just in case. When Shisui arrived at the training ground, he couldn't believe his suspicions were correct. Kda and Yami were indeed practicing movement jutsu. With his Mangekyō Sharingan and mastery of the body flicker jutsu, Shisui easily recognized the techniques they were using. They must have encountered something on the mission that motivated them to train this hard, Shisui thought. But being an experienced ninja, he decided not to ask about the mission. Instead, he used body flicker to appear directly in front of Kda. Kda was practicing body flicker jutsu as hard as he could, his Sharingan activated. He felt his Sharingan was on the verge of evolving, which is why he had only created 3 shadow clones. The training required a large amount of chakra. Just as he was about to use the body flicker jutsu again, he sensed someone was about to appear in front of him. Due to the constant vigilance required during their mission, Kda had become sensitive to sudden movements. Without time to prepare a jutsu, Kda instinctively launched a chakra-enhanced punch toward the person about to appear. However, the person teleported just before the punch connected, reappearing only a few steps back. Kda immediately recognized him. "Hello, brother. Long time no see." Shisui greeted with a smile. But inside, Shisui was thinking, how is a kid his age this strong? That punch would have hurt even if I used Iron Skin Jutsu. And the speed. It's great that my brother is this powerful. You scared me there, brother. Kda said, laughing awkwardly. Ha 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 ha. Well, I didn't expect you to react like that. But let's leave that aside. Do you remember what you said the last time we met? Shisui asked. Are you talking about visiting your house or the treat part? Kda asked. First, let's go to my house. Then we can talk about the treat. Shisui said, laughing. I'm sorry, brother, but I can't visit right now. Sensei said we might be called to the Hokage's office to submit our mission reports. Kda apologized. No problem. But can you tell me when you'll visit? My mother is nagging me about meeting her nephew. Shisui asked. I can come in 3 days. I could come after we submit our reports, but I'm still under the effects of the soldier pill. I want to meet my aunt when I'm fully refreshed. But if it's urgent, I can visit after the reports. Kda offered. Oh, no, 3 days is fine. I'll let mom know. By the way, do you need my help with anything? Shisui asked, hoping Kda would ask for tips on mastering the body flicker jutsu. No, brother. For now, I don't need anything. But I'll come to you if I do. Alright, but don't forget to rest properly. Resting is also part of training. Shisui reminded him. Yes, brother. Kda replied. With that, Shisui used the body flicker jutsu to vanish from the training ground. Normally, Kda wouldn't trust anyone so easily. But Shisui was portrayed as a very nice character in Naruto, and since Shisui was his cousin, which Kda confirmed from the family records in Hidden Leaf Village, he felt comfortable trusting him. Chapter 76, Report. Shisui went back to his house. He also had a mission tomorrow, but since it was a routine mission, he would most likely be back within 3 days. For the next 3 hours, Kda and Yami trained their movement jutsu while taking small breaks in between. After 3 hours, Ryota came to the training ground. Took you long enough to just meet your parents. Kda said to Ryota. What can I say? I'm not here to train, but to call you guys. When I was coming here, a ninja told me we were called to the Hokage's office. I don't know what Lord Third will ask us about. What do you guys think? Yami asked, slightly unnerved. I don't think he'll ask us anything serious. It's most likely just a formality for A-rank missions. Otherwise, Sensei would have given us some warning or something. Kda said. Yes, I also think we'll just have to answer some basic questions about the mission, that's it. But let's hurry up, I don't think Lord Third will like waiting for us. Ryota said. All of them used body flicker jutsu and headed toward the Hokage's office. Upon reaching the reception at the Hokage's office, Kda approached the receptionist and asked, "We were called here to present the mission report." "Oh, are you Yukihiro-sama's squad?" the receptionist asked. As she was newly appointed, she didn't know much about this squad, as they weren't that famous by face until now. "Yes, we are," Ryota said. "Then you should hurry, Lord Third is waiting for you in his office," the receptionist said with a smile. Hearing that, all of them headed straight to the Hokage's office. You can't keep someone like the Hokage waiting. Knock knock, come in. Greetings, Lord Third, Ryota said, bowing slightly. Good morning, Grandpa, Kda and Yami said. They were surprised to see Yukihiro also present there. Sensing their confusion, Hiruzen began speaking. Yukihiro has reported about your mission, and I must say I'm both impressed and shocked. It's great to have such talented ninjas in Hidden Leaf Village. But, Kda, I have a question for you. Yukihiro mentioned that not only were you able to hold your own against a Jonin alone, but you also forced him to summon his animal during the fight. Is that true? Yes, Grandpa, everything I told Yukihiro-sensei about my fight is true. I also know the Jonin's name and the name of his summoned animal, Kda said with a serious face. Oh? Then why didn't you mention it to your sensei? Hiruzen asked. I did, Grandpa, Kda said with an awkward smile. Hearing that, Hiruzen glanced at Yukihiro for further explanation. Oh, I forgot to tell him the names. Sorry. Yukihiro said nonchalantly. Kda, just tell me the name of the ninja you faced. Hiruzen said, shaking his head slightly. His summoned animal called him Kazuki, Kda said. Hiruzen was surprised after hearing the name. Kazuki might not be famous, but Hiruzen knew many ninjas from other villages, and Kazuki was well known for his excellent defense and formidable strength. If Kda had been able to force him to summon his animal, it meant Kda was strong enough to be considered a Jonin. But he was still less than 9 years old, and there was no way Hiruzen would promote him and make him a target for other villages, at least not for another 2 to 3 years. Hidden Leaf Village was slowly regaining its strength, and it was estimated that in a few years, Hidden Leaf Village would achieve its former glory. If only 2 of the 3 legendary Sannin were still present in Hidden Leaf Village, the village wouldn't have to feel any tension. Now, seeing such a talented ninja, Hiruzen was certain Hidden Leaf Village would not only reach its former level but also surpass it, ensuring peace in the village for much longer. Even though Yami and Ryota weren't at Jonin level, they were still able to fight and hold off multiple Chunin by themselves. They, too, were geniuses. After meeting them, Hiruzen was sure Yukihiro's suggestion was right. It was time to groom this team to become a future supporting pillar of Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen then remembered that he had been so shocked by the news that he forgot to congratulate them. You guys did a great job. I wasn't expecting you to become so powerful in such a short time. But now that you've shown your talents to me, my expectations have increased. I hope you can meet them in the future. If Hiruzen could get even one elite Jonin from this team, which he was pretty sure he would, he'd feel satisfied. He wasn't even expecting an S-rank ninja, as one couldn't reach S-rank status through hard work alone. It also required a huge amount of talent and luck. Seeing the proud expressions on their faces, Hiruzen smiled and continued. I have good news for you. Your sensei said you're ready for Chunin promotion, but I don't want to promote you yet. It would put your names on the hit list of every other ninja village. So, your sensei and I have come up with another idea for you. Well, technically, it was a previously discussed plan. You'll now focus on a specialization for at least 2 years. You can choose any specialization, and the village will provide all the resources for your learning. So, do you have any specializations in mind? Hiruzen asked, expecting them to ask for time to think about it, but... Chapter 77, Choosing Specialization. So, your sensei and I have come up with another idea for you. Well, technically it was previously discussed a plan where you guys will now focus on a specialization for at least 2 years. You can select any specialization, and the village will provide all the resources for your learning. So, do you guys have any specialization you want? Hiruzen asked, expecting them to ask for some time to think about it, but... Yes, Lord Hokage, I want to specialize in sensing and tracking techniques. But since my clan specializes in this, I want to go with a ninjutsu specialization, Ryota said after some time. Hiruzen was impressed by this. It was a nice decision since Ryota was from the Inuzuka clan. He would undoubtedly learn about his clan's technique, which is one of the best in sensing and tracking. Other clans famous for this are the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. And since Ryota couldn't learn their techniques because he didn't have their dujutsu, there was very little the village could provide him that he didn't already have if he wanted to learn sensing and tracking techniques. But since Ryota chose ninjutsu, the village could help him in a much better way by providing experienced teachers and techniques. Choosing ninjutsu was the best choice. Hiruzen smiled and said, "Good, I will arrange everything for you. You can come back here after 2 days to receive all the details." "Thank you, Lord Hokage," Ryota said, bowing slightly. After nodding his head, Hiruzen looked toward Yami and asked, "So, Yami, do you also have something planned in your mind about specialization?" "Yes, Grandpa, but first I want to confirm something. By chance, will we 3 have to do missions as a team or with someone else in the future?" "Yes, my child. When you reach the level of Chunin, you will have to do many missions with various other people to gain experience. When you are promoted to Jonin, there may be many missions where you will have to go alone." Hiruzen answered Yami's question with elderly patience. "Then I also want to learn sensing and tracking techniques. Can you tell me the reason for this?" Hiruzen asked with an amused smile. It was beneficial to have at least basic sensing techniques, but he wanted to know Yami's reason for choosing this specialization. "Grandpa, when we were coming back from the mission, Kda told us that we were able to complete it safely because Ryota was able to sense the ninjas beforehand. So, according to him, we would have been in serious trouble if Ryota hadn't sensed the enemy ninja. That's when it came to my mind, what will happen when I'm in a similar position but don't have someone as good as Ryota in sensing and tracking techniques. That's why I want to learn this." "Very good. Even though you can't learn the same techniques as Ryota, you can still become a very good sensor ninja, maybe even better than Ryota if you put enough practice into it. You will have to come here after 3 days, as making arrangements for you may take some time." "Thank you, Grandpa." In a good mood, Hiruzen turned toward Kda and asked, "Do you also want to learn sensing and tracking techniques, Kda?" "No, Grandpa. I know that sensing and tracking techniques are extremely important and beneficial for a ninja, but I've seen Yukihiro-sensei using this technique and also read about it in the library. I realized I could learn it myself with enough practice. The specialization I want to pursue is something I'm sure I can't learn without help." "Oh? What is that?" Hiruzen asked, thinking Kda might ask to master his Sharingan like an Uchiha. "I want to learn medical ninjutsu, Grandpa." "What? Are you sure? You have such great potential to become a powerful ninja. Why do you want to be a medical ninja?" Hiruzen asked in a slightly raised voice. "That's what I thought when I first heard about it," Yukihiro said, shaking his head. Grandpa, I think you're misunderstanding something. I don't want to be a medical ninja, I just want to learn some medical ninjutsu. Also, you can't say one can't be a powerful ninja if they are a medical ninja. After all, we have Lady Tsunade, she is both." This logic was something Hiruzen and Yukihiro couldn't deny. Also, learning medical jutsu would help Kda improve his chakra control, which would ultimately benefit him in the future. Kda was less than 9 years old, so he had plenty of time to try different things and choose what was best for him. Now, this will be difficult. I can't provide you with a personal teacher like these two. You will have to go to the village hospital to learn. Also, the medical ninjas there are a little angry because after Tsunade left, their workload increased by more than 2-fold, so you will have to be on your best behavior at all times. Also, they may refuse to teach you if you're untalented in this field." Hiruzen said. Chapter 78, Hierarchy of Hospital. Also, they may refuse to teach you if you are untalented in this field. Hiruzen said. "I don't have any problem with that, Grandpa. If I am untalented in this field, it will be better that I don't waste my time learning it," Kda said. "But remember, I will arrange only one chance for you to learn a specialization. If for any reason you are not given another chance, you will still have to wait for at least 2 years as a gain-in. Now, are you fine with selecting medical ninjutsu as your specialization?" Hiruzen asked, checking if Kda was serious about this. After 2 minutes, Kda said, "No problem, Grandpa. I am serious about learning this, and even if I am rejected, I can focus on other things for 2 years, so I don't think it will be a bad deal to choose this specialization." Well, if you are this confident in your decision, then go to the hospital after 4 days. I will make sure they at least give you a chance," Hiruzen said, and then dismissed all 3 of them. After the 3 of them left, Yukihiro looked toward Hiruzen and said, "Lord Third, are you thinking about asking the senior doctors to take Kda as their apprentice?" "Yes. You may not understand, but normally all Uchiha focus on Sharingan, ninjutsu, and Ganjutsu. No one understands how much a Sharingan can help a medical ninja. It can allow them to see things more clearly and follow small movements with the help of the Sharingan. Also, the Sharingan will help in increasing his chakra control, which will also assist in medical ninjutsu. With his already monstrous talent and Sharingan, he could become a great medical ninja, maybe even comparable to Tsunade. But I don't want to set my expectations too high, so I will be happy if he can become a specialist within 2 years. Aren't you expecting him to become a specialist medical ninja in just 2 years a bit much, considering he doesn't even have basic knowledge in this field? Yukihiro said with an awkward smile. Well, when you suggest that someone could be a Jonin level ninja before they reach 9 years old, people will call you mad, right? Hiruzen said with a knowing smile. If you put it like that, then I don't have anything to say. Now, since you've taken all my students under your care, what should I do? Do I have to go back to doing solo missions? Yukihiro asked, thinking about his daughter. No need. Since you were able to bring them to such a level this early, you can take a break for 2 months. But after that, you'll need to continue going on missions. You know we still have a shortage of ninjas, so I can't give you a break longer than that. Hiruzen said. Thank you, Lord Third. Yukihiro said with a cheerful smile on his face. He was very happy to have some time with his daughter, and he also knew the condition of Hidden Leaf Village. Even though it was stable right now, it was nowhere near its former glory, so Yukihiro was very happy to spend some time with his family. After that, Yukihiro also left the office and went toward his home. He decided to research the ranks in Hidden Leaf Village Hospital so he wouldn't be completely clueless when he got there, so he sent one shadow clone with 30% of his chakra to the Hidden Leaf Village library to look into it. Normally, the books available to the general public don't have much detail, but in the section for ninjas, they do have information about the basic hierarchy of the Hidden Leaf Village Hospital. After reading for quite some time, his clone was able to get a basic understanding of the hierarchy, which was, Hospital Director Tsunade, responsible for the overall management and administration of the hospital. Oversees all medical and ninja personnel. Reports directly to the village's leader or council. Chief Medical Ninjas, head of the medical ninja staff. Leads medical research, development, and training programs. Coordinates with the hospital director on operational matters. Expert in advanced medical ninjutsu and surgery. Medical ninjas, specialists, surgeons, perform complex surgeries using medical ninjutsu. Trauma specialists, handle emergency cases and critical injuries. Diagnostic specialists, conduct in-depth medical examinations and diagnostics. Ganjutsu specialists, treat patients affected by ganjutsu-induced illnesses. General practitioners, provide primary medical care to patients. Treat common ailments, injuries, and illnesses. Administer basic medical ninjutsu and herbal remedies. Nursing ninjas, assist medical ninjas during surgeries and treatments. Monitor patients' conditions and administer medication. Provide emotional support to patients and their families. Rehabilitation ninjas, design and implement rehabilitation programs for injured ninjas. Utilize physical therapy and specialized ninjutsu to aid in recovery. Help patients regain strength, mobility, and combat readiness. There were also additional staff present in the hospital, such as support staff, administrative personnel, manage appointments, medical records, and billing. Coordinate hospital logistics and resources. Maintenance ninjas, maintain hospital facilities and equipment. Ensure a clean and safe environment for patients and staff. Security ninjas, protect the hospital from external threats and intruders. Maintain order and safety within the hospital premises. For those who don't have sufficient skills to perform medical techniques on actual ninjas, they are placed in the division, Medical Research Division, research new medical techniques, treatments, and medicines. Collaborate with other medical institutions and ninja villages. Develop strategies to combat new illnesses, poisons, and injuries. Lastly, there's a division that specializes in medical ninjutsu and participates in everyday operations but is trained to handle emergency situations, such as unexpected attacks or wars. They are also trained in combat and can be mobilized to the battlefield. Emergency Response Team, specialized unit trained to handle medical emergencies and disasters. Mobilizes quickly to provide aid during natural disasters, ninja conflicts, or large-scale emergencies. Equipped with advanced medical ninjutsu and emergency supplies for rapid deployment. After gathering all the details, the clone left the library and went toward the training area. The reason it didn't simply disperse was because it was carrying his identification card, which he needed to enter the library. After reaching the training ground, the clone handed his identification card and then dispersed. So I will most likely be trained as a general practitioner or nursing ninja at the start, and I will have to gradually rise in rank from specialist to chief medical ninja. Well, training is sure going to be fun, Kida thought with a smile on his face. After that, He went back to training his body flicker jutsu. After 2 days of training, they made some improvements, but nothing too massive, just reducing the time it took to use the jutsu, and they gained better control over where they would appear after using it. De was now able to appear on top of tree branches and uneven rocks easily, thanks to his Sharingan. Yami and Ryota were still unable to do that, but on the ground, they were able to choose their exact landing spot with ease. But De was facing a problem. Chapter 79, De's Problems. De was now able to appear on top of tree branches and uneven rocks easily due to his Sharingan. Yami and Ryota were still unable to do that, but on the ground, they were easily able to decide the exact location they were going to appear. But De was facing a problem. He had a feeling that his Sharingan was on the verge of evolving into two Tomoe Sharingan. It was like an itch in his eyes that would not go away no matter what he did. Yukihiro had said that a 2 Tomoe Sharingan could be achieved with enough use of the 1 Tomoe Sharingan, but it wasn't evolving no matter how much Kda used it. When it was nearly time for the effect of the soldier pill to wear off, Kda sat down and began meditating while thinking, why is this not evolving? I am pretty sure it is on the verge of evolving. Initially, I didn't have any plans to have the Sharingan, but now that I have it, I'd be a fool not to use it in the best way. But the problem is, I don't have someone I can ask why I'm facing such a hurdle. Wait a minute. I do have someone, a person who has Mangekyō Sharingan. Why the hell wasn't I thinking of asking Shizue about this? I think this overexertion is hampering my thinking capabilities. Well, now it's almost time to take a break, and since I have to meet him the day after tomorrow, I can ask him about this then. He stood up after thinking this and made 20 shadow clones to clean the house and make food for Yami and himself. After completing their training, Ryota and Kiba went toward their houses, while Kda and Yami headed to theirs. Since Kda had already prepared everything, they just had to eat the food made by the clones and then go to bed. Normally, they would sleep for 20 to 24 hours after reading a soldier pill, depending on the exercise they had done. But due to all the stress and extra exercise, all 4 of them slept for nearly 30 hours. Kda, however, only slept for 25 hours. Due to his Senju bloodline, his body was naturally stronger than others, and his recovery was also faster, so he was able to wake up earlier than the rest. When he woke up, he found that his whole body was completely stiff. After some stretching and light exercise, he went to the bathroom to take care of his needs. He then took a bath and got ready to head to the Uchiha residence. Since he had promised Shizue that he would came to meet her so-called aunt, he had to go without any excuse. Initially, he didn't want anything to do with the Uchiha clan so that during the Uchiha massacre, he could stay safe. Well, a boy can dream, right? But now that he had gotten to know Shizue and had once been officially called to the Uchiha compound by an elder of the clan, Danzō would surely eliminate him too. Danzō wasn't someone who would leave any loose ends in his plans. Since everything was clear now, Kda didn't have any reason not to go to the Uchiha compound. On his way, Kda met Shizue, who was coming toward him with a big smile on his face. Hey, brother. I hope you were coming to see me. Yes, brother, it would be rude of me not to come when you've invited me. You do remember that you turned down my first invitation, right? Shizue said with a silly smile. Ha. We have such short lives, so we shouldn't dwell on the past, just live in the present, brother. Kda said, trying to change the subject. Oh, so you're forgetting the past? Does that mean you're going to become an Uchiha and come live with us? Shizue once again hit right on the point. No, and I can't even if I wanted to. When I turned down the elder's proposal, he said that it was my last chance to join the Uchiha clan. Leave that aside and let's go to your house. I want to meet my aunt. With that, Shizue decided not to pester Kda anymore. He didn't want Kda to think he was only doing this to make him join the Uchiha clan. And the thing about the elder saying it was Kda's last chance? That was nonsense. With Kda's talent, just one letter to the clan leader, and Kda could join the clan. Okay, but we're not going to use any jutsu to get there. Let's walk. Shizue said. Since Kda had already been using the wind instantaneous movement jutsu to get near the Uchiha compound, they were already close to Shizue's house. Okay, brother. They started walking toward Shizue's house. On the way, Shizue asked many things, like, Kda, why do you train so much? So that no one can take away the people I love from me again. Don't worry, nothing like that is going to happen again. Shizue thought Kda was talking about his parents, which was true in some sense, but Kda was thinking about his parents from his previous life. He still missed them. He also knew that in this world, death was a very simple thing. If you weren't powerful enough, your life was at the mercy of others, and they could kill you whenever they wanted. Brother, I also want to ask something. Kda said. Oh. What is it? For some time, I've had this feeling that my Sharingan is on the verge of evolving, but no matter how much I use it, It just doesn't evolve. For how long have you had this feeling? Shizue asked, suddenly becoming serious. Around 1 week. Is there a problem? I thought it was normal. Ba asked, feeling a little tense. One thing I can say for sure is that it's not normal. Normally, your Sharingan evolves to a two-Tomoe Sharingan within 1 or 2 hours after you get that feeling. But you're saying you've had it for a week? Tell me, how do you train your Sharingan? I focus on noticing small movements and predicting trajectories of things far away. I also try to see the chakra of a jutsu my clones use and sometimes try to copy the jutsu sensei uses. That's good training, but what about Ganjutsu? How do you practice that? Shizue asked. Actually, I haven't learned any Ganjutsu techniques yet. I was planning to learn them soon. Hearing this, Shizue's eyes widened a little. He put his hand on his head and said, that's the reason your Sharingan isn't evolving. Your Sharingan evolves to a two-Tomoe Sharingan when you master its power. But you haven't even started to master one of its most powerful abilities, Ganjutsu. I think the reason you're getting that feeling is that you've trained the other aspects of your Sharingan to their limit, and some of them may have crossed those limits. It might be a good thing, but I advise you to learn Ganjutsu as fast as you can. Do you have someone who can teach you? No, I don't. I've chosen medical jutsu for specialization, so I don't have anyone to teach me Ganjutsu. Quite a peculiar choice. Leaving that aside, I'll teach you Ganjutsu from now on. Chapter 80, Golden Opportunity. What? Are you going to teach me Ganjutsu? Ba asked. The reason Da was so shocked to hear this was because of the knowledge he had from his previous life. Shizue's Mangekyō Sharingan ability was Koto Umatsukami. This was the strongest Ganjutsu ability known in Naruto. It was so powerful that the writer had to nerf it by giving it the longest cooldown time of 10 years. If Shizue had this Sharingan ability, it meant his normal Ganjutsu was also extremely strong. Even if Shizue didn't have the strongest Ganjutsu, just being an Uchiha Jonin meant his Ganjutsu would be more powerful than most other ninjas. Also, since Shizue had the Sharingan, he could teach Ganjutsu in the most efficient way for a Sharingan user. Well, I did say that, didn't I? Shizue said with a knowing smile. No, but this is too good to be true. Da said, shaking his head with a smile. Hey, what's so special about a brother helping his brother? There's nothing special about that, but learning Ganjutsu from a Jonin, and an Uchiha, that is special enough for me. Da replied. You can put it that way too. Shizue said. As they continued to talk while walking, they arrived in front of Shizue's house in no time. Da became a little nervous about meeting his aunt. The nephew she thought she was meeting was, more or less, gone. Though Da had the memories of the real Da, how much could a 4-year-old remember? Most of the memories were of him spending time with his parents or playing with Yami and other friends who mostly died during the Nine Tails attack. Some of them might still be alive, but they weren't in the same orphanage as Da, and he had no plans to look for them. Despite his best efforts, Da couldn't recall anyone resembling an aunt. At first, he was skeptical about this brother business, but he had decided to come and visit at least once. He was sure Shizue was a good person. Even if this turned out to be a lie, the only reason Shizue would go through this whole act would be to bring Da into the Uchiha clan. Since Da now had to face the same danger as the Uchiha clan, he had no problem joining them. However, he would definitely not join if it was all based on a lie. While Da was lost in thought, he stared at the entrance of Shizue's house. You don't have to worry that much. My mom's not going to eat you. Shizue said, laughing, before ringing the bell. The sound of someone running toward the gate quickly followed. Da tensed up even more. A woman soon opened the gate and looked directly at Da. You look like Hueco, he said before pulling him into a bear hug. Da was shocked to see her. While he couldn't remember an aunt earlier, the woman in front of him was someone he remembered quite clearly. Candy Auntie. Is that you? You're my aunt? Ha ha ha, you used to call my mom Candy Auntie? Why? Well, whenever she met me, she always gave me lots of candy, and my mom didn't have any problem with that. But why didn't you ever tell me you were my aunt? Da asked he. The reason isn't a pleasant one, dear. Why don't we leave the past in the past? He said, looking a little sad. No, Andy, I want to know the reason for that. Please. Da insisted. Okay, but don't take it to heart. Due to the order of the elders, everyone from the Uchiha clan had to treat your mother as a stranger because she married outside the clan. But it wasn't entirely their fault. They were very serious about maintaining the purity of the Uchiha bloodline and keeping the secrets of the Sharingan within the clan. The only reason your mother was allowed to marry your father was because she signed a contract saying she wouldn't share anything about the Sharingan with anyone. If she did, her entire family including you and your father would be held responsible. But felt anger rise within him again. He knew, deep down, that the Uchiha weren't entirely wrong in this. They just wanted to protect their power, in which the Sharingan played a vital role. This was why the clan was so protective of its secrets. And the chances of someone who married outside the clan revealing something about the Sharingan to their partner were high. The Uchiha didn't want anyone marrying outside the clan. Maintaining the purity of the bloodline was just an added benefit. But knowing the reason didn't help ease the anger Kida was feeling. He even thought, for a moment, that maybe the Uchiha massacre wasn't entirely unjustified. However, this changed when he continued her story. But not all of the elders were against it. If they were, no matter what your mother did, she wouldn't have been able to marry your father. Many elders allowed her to marry after her repeated requests, but since they didn't want it to become a norm, they had to give her some punishment. Let's leave this depressing talk for another time. Mom, you've met your nephew after so many years, are you not going to at least invite him inside? Shizue said. At that moment, he realized they had been standing outside the whole time. Yes, come in, Da. This is your own home. He said. Da was able to calm down after hearing the full story from he. He knew that while the Uchiha clan might be infamous for their curse of hatred, they were like family to each other. Treating his mother that way was definitely due to another reason. Okay, Auntie. Da said, following her inside. Once inside, he took Da to the dining room. The table was filled with all kinds of food sandwiches, milk, fruits, juice, and more. Seeing so much food just for breakfast was unusual for Da. Is someone else joining us? Da asked Shizue in a hushed tone. No, this is all for you. Mom was so happy to meet you after all these years that she made all this just for you. Shizue replied. What are you two whispering about? Come eat before the food gets cold. He scolded the two of them. Chapter 81, Change? All of them sat and started eating. Da, after so many years, tasted food that reminded him of what his mom used to make for him. In the hospital, the only thing he used to look forward to was the food prepared by his mother. When he came to this world, he had to eat food provided by the orphanage. After that, he mostly ate nutrient bars and sometimes prepared food himself. But none of it tasted like this. Don't get the wrong idea, the food tasted great, but nothing can compare to what your mom prepares for you, and this food was very close to what his mom used to make for him. Da, why are you crying? What happened? He asked worriedly. Oh. It's nothing. Something must have gotten into my eyes. I'm alright. But Auntie, the food tastes great. Can I get another serving? Of course, you can eat as much as you want. I've prepared plenty more. He said while filling Da's plate with more food. Mom, please don't forget about me. I'm a little hungry too. Come on, you're not a child, Shizue. You can serve yourself. He said as she served more food to Da. After eating, they went to the drawing room and started talking. Da, why don't you come and live with us here in this house? He asked. Auntie, I live with Yami, and I can't leave her behind. I know about that, and I'm saying you should bring her over with you. Auntie, I think my brother must have told you that some time ago. An elder asked me to come to the Uchiha compound and live here. At that time, I was angry that no one came to ask me to live here when I was in the orphanage. But now that I've awakened the Sharingan, they want me to live here, so I refused the proposal. During that time, the elder said it was my last chance to join the Uchiha clan, and if I refused, I wouldn't be allowed to come here in the future, even if I wanted to. You don't have to worry about that. My father was also an elder of this clan, and we have a very good relationship with the clan leader. So if you want to come here, no one will be able to stop you, not even Lord Third himself in most cases. Shizue said reassuringly. Kida began thinking about the proposal. There weren't any downsides to living here, and if he started living here, he would be able to learn from Shizue very easily. And let's not forget about the food, which was one of the main reasons why Kida was actually considering coming here. After some thought, he said, I will ask Yami about this. If she agrees, then we'll move here, Auntie, if it's not inconvenient for you. Of course not, silly child. This is your own house. Also, why don't we ask Yami now? Shizue can bring her here in no time. Mom, don't be so impatient. Da's not going to run away from Hidden Leaf Village. Just give him some time. He can tell us about this in the evening or something. Shizue said to his mother. Yes, you're right. I shouldn't hurry. Da, you can take your time. Just tell me whenever you're ready, and we'll ask the clan leader for permission. Okay, Auntie. Da said. After that, they discussed more things. Da had to tell he about many aspects of his life, ranging from his habits to his friends and much more. She was like an anxious mother who had met her child after many years. After nearly 2 hours, Kda bid farewell to both of them and headed toward his house. But on his way, he took a detour to the training area near his house and began planning for the future. I've gotten myself into some deep trouble, huh? Initially, I planned not to have any connection with the Uchiha, hoping to be spared during the Uchiha massacre, but now the chance of that is almost zero. Also, I can't run away. There's no way in hell I can convince brother and auntie to leave with me. If it were just Yami and me, I'm pretty sure I could convince her to run away with me. Now I have to think of some way to save the Uchiha, or at least my new family. Arg. I can't even do that. Shizue is such a good guy, he'll try to save the Uchiha and get himself killed. Itachi is not my concern now. Even though he was powerful when he fought Sasuke in their final battle, a 13-year-old Itachi is still manageable. The person I'm worried about is Obito. He's strong enough to go against anyone in Hidden Leaf Village without batting an eye, maybe even Hiruzen and Jiraiya. But I still have nearly 4 to 5 years to prepare, and since I was able to achieve Jonin level in just 3 or 4 years, things are a little more doable now. But there are very few things I can do alone. I should find some powerful allies who will help, not just in this case but in the future too. Since the future will change if something as big as the Uchiha massacre is prevented, I only have 4 years to use my future knowledge as best as I can. Let's start by finding some new friends soon. With most things set in his mind, Kta went home to ask Yami if she wanted to live in the Uchiha compound. How was your visit? Did you meet your aunt? How is she? Were you happy to see her? Yami bombarded Kta with questions as soon as he entered the house. The visit was fine. Yes, I met my aunt, and she was very happy to see me. Now, have you eaten breakfast? Kta asked after answering all of Yami's questions. Yes, I ate breakfast, but don't change the topic. I want to know how the visit went. I'm not changing the topic. Actually, I have something to discuss with you. Kta said and then told her everything that happened today. So you're saying that the nice auntie who used to give us candies is your aunt, and she wants both of us to live with her, not just you alone, and she won't mind us living there? Yes, but you don't have to go. If you want, we can stay here and just visit her from time to time. And why would I have any problem with that? This is awesome. Now I don't have to survive on nutrient bars, and we'll have someone to keep your training instincts in check. Yami said, laughing. Yeah, very funny. So, if you're ready, I'll tell them we can move whenever they're ready. Kta asked once again. Yes, sure. Yami confirmed without a second thought. Chapter 82, Uchiha's headquarters. Yeah, very funny. So if you're ready, I'll let them know we can move whenever they are ready. Kta asked once again. Yes, sure. Yami confirmed without a second thought. After getting Yami's confirmation, Kta decided to go directly to Shizue and tell him that they were ready to move to the Uchiha compound. Kta headed straight for Shizue's house and rang the doorbell. After a short while, Shizue opened the door. What happened, Kta? You're back quite soon. Were you missing your brother? Shizue asked, jokingly. Yes, brother, how could I not miss such an awesome brother of mine? Kta replied in the same playful tone. Ha ha ha. But I feel there's another reason for your visit besides just seeing me, right? Yes, brother. I talked with Yami about moving in with you, like Auntie said, and she agreed. You've got perfect timing, Kta. I had to meet with the clan leader today anyway regarding a mission. Now I can also bring this up about you. You know what? Just come with me. The clan leader may want to meet you when I tell him about you. Shizue said. Okay, brother. Do I need to behave a certain way in front of the clan leader? Kta asked, not wanting to offend Fugaku Uchiha on their first meeting. No, you don't need to act differently from your usual self. Just one thing, don't lie to him. He's more than capable of detecting lies. Okay, brother. Kta nodded. They made their way toward Fugaku's office. In the anime, the Uchiha compound had been depicted as a normal-looking area in Hidden Leaf Village, but the reality was quite different. The Uchiha compound, unlike the rest of Hidden Leaf Village, was very well constructed, more modern in appearance than any other parts of the village Kta had visited before. He had never been to the Hyuga clan compound or any other clan's compounds, but he imagined those would be even grander than the Uchiha's, considering the Uchiha had been relocated to the outskirts of Hidden Leaf Village after the Nine Tails attack. This meant they had to rebuild from scratch, while other clans had decades of time and resources to improve their compounds. As Kta observed everything around the Uchiha compound with keen interest, Shizue watched him with a smile on his face, seeing Kta act his age for the first time. Normally, Kta wore a stoic expression and hid his emotions from others. But with Shizue, he felt safe enough to lower his guard without realizing it. After some time, They arrived at the clan headquarters. The clan head's office was located in the same building. When Kda saw it, he was shocked. It was comparable to the Hokage building, though slightly smaller, perhaps about 2/3 the size. Various ninja were coming and going. The building had 3 floors and 4 visible entrances. Shizue approached the central gate where guards were posted. They glanced at Shizue and then at Kda, a hint of doubt in their eyes. One of the guards politely asked, "Sir, who is this with you?" His tone was especially respectful since Shizue, being an elite jonin of the Uchiha clan, was highly regarded by the elders and even the clan leader. "He is my brother. Don't worry, I am here to see the clan leader about him." Shizue replied with a smile. "Okay, sir. Please, go ahead," the guard said, not wanting to take up more of Shizue's time. They entered the building, and Shizue went straight to the reception desk. "I need to report my mission to the clan head. Could you check if he's available?" "Yes, sir. Just give me a moment." "You can wait over there," the receptionist said, gesturing toward a sofa in the corner. Shizue nodded and went to sit down with Kda. "Brother, why are you reporting your mission to the clan head and not Lord Third?" Kda asked, a question that had been on his mind for a while. "Ah, right. You were just a civilian ninja, so you might not know this, but while civilian ninjas take missions from the Hokage's office, clan ninjas also have their own mission department." "What do you mean?" Kda asked, intrigued. "Some missions that come to Hidden Lee Village are more suited for specific clans, so they get directed to us. Also, to maintain our ninja forces, we have to take on certain missions for Hidden Lee Village as a clan responsibility." "So clan ninjas don't take missions from the Hokage's office?" Kda asked, recalling seeing them there when he had collected D-rank missions. "No, we can take missions from both places. The Hokage's office tends to give better monetary rewards, though." "Why is that?" "Haha, well, do you think the clan won't take a share of your reward? Even when taking a mission from the Hokage's office, they take a percentage, ranging from 5 to 15%. But clans take more, around 20 to 40%. So why would any ninja take a mission from the clan when they could get a better reward from the Hokage's office? It's not that simple, Kda. Clan missions offer more than just money. You also earn contribution points, which can be used to access clan resources that are essential for getting stronger." "What kind of resources?" Kda asked, curious about the power-enhancing tools Shizue mentioned. Just as Shizue was about to explain, the receptionist returned and said, "Sir, the clan leader will see you now. Looks like we'll have to continue this conversation later. For now, just wait here. I'll call you if the clan leader wants to see you," Shizue said. Kda nodded, watching Shizue head upstairs while he remained in the waiting area, observing the other ninja entering and exiting the building. "Knock knock. Come in," came a deep voice from within when Shizue knocked on the door. "Good afternoon, uncle," Shizue greeted with a smile. "How many times do I have to remind you to be formal when addressing me in official matters?" Fugaku said, massaging his temples. "I'm sorry, Fugaku-sama. I'll remember next time," Shizue replied in an overly serious tone. "Just give me your report and be gone, you brat." "I'm sorry, Fugaku-sama, but I have something else to discuss after my report," Shizue said, still maintaining the exaggerated seriousness. "Fine, but stop with that tone, or we'll have a taijutsu spar later," Fugaku warned, though there was a hint of amusement in his voice. "Okay, uncle, I'll stop. So, about the mission." Shizue proceeded to brief Fugaku on the details. "Humphrey. I knew I shouldn't have sent you on that mission. You're too soft-hearted for tasks like these. But uncle, why kill someone when there's a peaceful alternative? Alright, now, what's the other thing you wanted to discuss?" Fugaku asked, shifting gears. "Uncle, do you remember Antaiko? Chapter 83, Meeting the Clan Head. Okay, now what is the other thing you want to talk about?" Fugaku asked. "Uncle, do you remember Antaiko?" Shizue asked, once again becoming serious. This time, Fugaku could tell that he was not joking. "Of course, I remember that dumb girl. She left everything for that Senju. Why do you think I would ever forget her?" Fugaku said. "Are you still angry about that?" Shizue asked, his head dropping slightly. "I was never angry, just sad that we had to lose such a genius because of clan politics." "But why are you asking about her all of a sudden?" Fugaku said, his voice tinged with frustration. "As I expected, you do not know about Kda," Shizue said, shaking his head. "Are you just going to talk to yourself?" "I don't have all day, you know," Fugaku said. "Kda is the son of Iko Uchiha and Asami Senju. He not only awakened his Sharingan but is very close to evolving it to a Tutomui Sharingan. Also, he has enough chakra to be considered a jonin in the clan," Shizue said in one breath. "What?" Why the hell am I just finding out about this now? Fugaku asked angrily, already having some idea of the answer. I only found out when the third elder called him to join the clan, most likely trying to recruit him into his faction. But since Kida was in the orphanage after his parents' deaths and was only brought to the Uchiha compound when he awakened his Sharingan, he refused the offer. Those fools, still only thinking about increasing their power and nothing else. Now we've lost another talent because of them. Fugaku said, his voice even more frustrated. No, uncle, we haven't lost him. As you know, he's my brother, and when I told my mom about him, she made me bring him to our house. After knowing about my mom and me, he agreed to stay here with his friend, a civilian ninja named Yami. So, for that, I want your permission. That's a relief, but I want to meet him first. I just want to check if what you're saying is true or if you're exaggerating his strength. You can set up a meeting with my secretary. But uncle, he's already here, so if you want, you can meet him now. Okay, go call him. Also, tell the secretary to shift my next meeting by half an hour. Thank you, uncle. Shizue said with a small smile and went to call Kida. Kida was sitting on the sofa, waiting for Shizue to return. Shizue went to Kida and said, let's go, brother. The clan head wants to meet you. Kida simply nodded and followed Shizue. On the way, he noticed the contrast between the ground floor and the first floor. It was more modern and secure. In front of some of the rooms, ninjas stood guard. From what Kida could feel, he knew he wouldn't be able to win against the duo guarding the rooms. If it were a one-on-one fight, he might stand a chance, but Kida was wrong about that too. Those ninjas were Jonin level with 3 Tomoe Sharingan. They had both experience and power, so even though Kida had a similar amount of chakra, he wasn't as strong as them. Also, because they had 3 Tomoe Sharingan, they had copied many jutsus throughout their lives, making them more versatile in ninjutsu. This further increased the strength gap between Kida and the guards on the first and second floors. Brother, why are such powerful ninjas guarding these rooms? Kida asked Shizue. You're not qualified to know such details yet, Kida. I'll tell you when you become an integral part of the Uchiha clan and your strength increases a little more. Okay, brother. They reached Fugaku's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Came a deep voice. Kida could feel the authority in it. He had never met someone with such a leadership aura since coming to this world. Although he had met Hiruzen many times, Hiruzen always portrayed himself as a grandfather figure to talented children. In the normal world, leaders often have an air of authority around them. Now imagine how much more intense that aura would be in a world where they were far more powerful than normal humans. They would subconsciously release an aura of authority, warning others not to mess with them. This was the feeling Kida got when he heard Fugaku's voice. Shizue opened the door, and both of them entered. Kida noticed that Fugaku looked much younger than he did in the anime. In just 4 to 5 years, the Uchiha massacre was supposed to happen, but looking at Fugaku now, he seemed at least 10 years younger than he was in his last moments. Coming out of his thoughts, Kida remembered that he was standing in front of one of the most powerful people in Hidden Leaf Village. Good afternoon, clan leader. Kida said, bowing slightly. He wasn't afraid, as he had the backing of both Hiruzen and Yukihiro, and somewhat Shizue too, so there wasn't much Fugaku could do against him. Not that Kida was looking to offend such a powerful ninja. Also, no one in Hidden Leaf Village knew that he had a Mangekyō Sharingan, which was why he was considered just an elite Jonin level ninja. He might even be low Kage level, but if you considered the fact that he also had the Mangekyō Sharingan, he could be classified as a low S rank ninja. Good afternoon. Fugaku said in the same serious tone before continuing. Shizue said that you want to join the Uchiha clan. Is that true? I want to live with my brother and aunt, and if I have to join the Uchiha clan for that, I don't have any problem with it. Kida said, trying not to offend Fugaku, but at the same time not wanting to seem desperate to join the clan. Oh. So you're saying that you only want to join the Uchiha clan because of Shizue and your aunt? So, if I allow you to stay with them without joining the clan, you're perfectly fine with that? Fugaku asked, intrigued by Kida's response. Will I still have permission to learn Ganjutsu from my brother and ask questions about the Sharingan if I face any issues in the future? Kida asked after thinking for a moment. I can allow Shizue to teach you basic Ganjutsu, but not any techniques unique to the Uchiha clan. Also, you won't be allowed to ask anything about the Sharingan, as you won't be a part of the clan in that case. Kida became silent for a moment, then replied with a determined voice. Chapter 84, Joining Uchiha clan. In that case, I would like to request to join the Uchiha clan, but if there are some problems with that, then I am perfectly okay with just permission to live with my brother and aunt. Haha, good. There is no problem allowing you to join the Uchiha clan. You can fill out all the forms and take the identification from the reception by tomorrow. Also, Shishui, keep him away from those elders. I like the honesty of this boy, and I don't want him to change after facing the politics of the clan. By the way, boy, what is your age? I am 8.5 years old, clan leader. Oh, so you're the same age as Itachi, huh? You two may become sparring partners for each other. Don't worry, my son will not disappoint you. Fugaku said, smiling while talking about Itachi. As you wish, clan leader. Kida replied. Now, you guys may go back. I have some meetings to attend. Kida and Shishui made their way toward their house. Now that they had permission from the clan head, no one could stop Kida from coming to the Uchiha compound. As for moving his belongings to Shishui's house, it was a straightforward task. He only had to make some shadow clones, and all the work would be done in no time. Now that you're part of the Uchiha compound, you should know what benefits you'll get. Shishui said. What do you mean? Kida asked. Kida, why do you think ninjas from certain clans are more powerful than normal civilian ninjas? Because they work hard and have the right guidance, also secret techniques of their clans. Kida said, voicing what he used to think was the reason for the strength gap between normal ninjas and those from certain clans. Well, that's one reason, but not the complete one. Clans have many resources that can help you increase your strength in a short amount of time, at least compared to civilian ninjas. The resources start with the meditation room, which not only helps you refill your chakra faster but also helps you increase your chakra control. Then, there are pills that contain concentrated nutrients and supplements to boost recovery after hard physical exercise and increase your strength a bit more while rebuilding your torn muscles. There's also a special room that helps you increase your mastery of the chakra nature you're proficient in. Shishui went silent for a moment, allowing Kida to process all the information he had just received. After some time, Kida asked, so, any ninja from the clan can use these resources whenever they want? Of course not. These resources cost a lot to acquire or build, so even our clan, which is one of the wealthiest and most powerful, doesn't have them in excess. Then who gets to use these resources? Kida asked, looking a little confused. Do you remember what I told you about the rewards from the missions we take from the clan? Yes, you get contribution points along with money. Kida trailed off, seemingly realizing what Shishui was getting at. Shishui smiled and continued, yes, with those contribution points, you can access those resources. This is why most of the ninjas from the clan take missions from the clan rather than the Hokage building. You get both money and resources here. Then there's no chance for civilian ninjas to access those resources? Kida asked, feeling that this system was unfair to civilian ninjas. They can, but in two ways. First, if they join the Anbu forces, or second, once they become Jonin-level ninjas, they can request access to those resources, though it costs much more for them than what we pay. Hearing Shishui's reply, Kida still felt it was unfair, but at least civilian ninjas had some access. He reminded himself that this world was never fair to everyone. If you want something for yourself, you have to work hard for it. Sometimes, you even have to fight for it. The higher your expectations, the harder you have to work. Brother, can I see these rooms you're talking about? Kida asked, at least wanting to see what these special rooms looked like. Of course you can. You know what, you can even use the meditation room if you want. I can pay for the chakra room right now, as I've just bought a very expensive pill. You don't have to. I just wanted to take a quick look. Kida said, not wanting to burden Shishui. Don't worry. Meditation rooms aren't that expensive. You can use one for 2 hours for just 5 contribution points. Oh right, you don't know completing any D-rank mission from the clan earns you 10 contribution points. Kida then agreed to use the meditation room, knowing the cost wasn't much for Shishui. But one question popped into his mind. Then what's the cost of using the chakra room you were talking about? They're costly 200 contribution points per hour. You can use them for a maximum of 5 hours a day. Completing a B-rank mission barely earns you enough to use it for 3 hours. Shishui said, shaking his head reluctantly. After that, they headed to the meditation room, not far from the clan headquarters. The building didn't look much different from other buildings in the area, except it was a big, 3-story structure, with each floor having at least 20 rooms. Both of them entered the building. I want to book a room for 2 hours. Shishui said to the receptionist. Yes, sir. What level would you like? Level 3. Shishui said, glancing at Kida. The receptionist looked at Kida, then back at Shishui, and asked, Level 3, sir? Yes. Shishui confirmed. That will be 20 points, sir. The receptionist said after checking the register. Brother, you said it would only take 5 contribution points. Kida asked, feeling confused. I forgot to take your chakra level into consideration. For a normal Gainian, Level 1 would be enough, but since your chakra level is already high, you require a better room for it to be effective. Shisui explained with a smile. Now the receptionist was shocked. How could this boy have so much chakra? Out of curiosity, she activated her Sharingan and was stunned by how much chakra he possessed. He was at most 9 or 10 years old but had as much chakra as an experienced Jonin. Shisui suddenly activated his Sharingan, looked toward the receptionist, and said. Chapter 85, Meditation Room. It is not a good idea to do this without others' consent. Shisui warned. I'm sorry, sir. I won't do it again. She stammered, a bit intimidated by Shisui's Mangekyō Sharingan. It's okay, just don't do it from now on. Shisui deactivated his Sharingan and paid the 20 contribution points. Your room is F36, sir. She said, regaining her composure, indicating her experience. Let's go, brother. Shisui said as he headed to the first floor. Upon reaching room F36, Shisui asked, do you have full chakra reserves now? More or less, yes. He answered. You should empty your reserve a little first, that way, you'll be able to feel the efficiency of the room. No problem. Can I use a jutsu here? He asked. Yes, but only if that jutsu won't damage the property. Shisui replied. He nodded and created a shadow clone with 90% of his chakra. The large chakra usage made his knees weak, and he had to sit for a moment to recover. Smiling a little, he said, I'm ready to use the room now, brother. Okay. Just go in and try normal meditation. You'll have to make some adjustments as you go. What do you mean? He asked, confused. You'll understand once you enter. You've got 2 hours, I'll come back to get you then. He nodded and entered the room. As soon as the door closed behind him, it felt like the engine of a rocket had just started. Activating his Sharingan, he saw that a 1 square meter area marked as the meditation spot was growing more and more unusual. It appeared as if all the chakra in the room was concentrating there. He understood the benefits of this setup. He sat on the mat and began meditating, but soon felt uncomfortable. It was like swimming in a pool of honey instead of water. The chakra was dense. Deciding to ignore the discomfort, he continued meditating. When he tried absorbing chakra as usual, only 20% of it was stored in his reserves. So, this is what he meant by adjustments. I need to take in less chakra and circulate it longer to fully absorb it. And as he said, this will also improve my chakra control. Let's get to it. I only have 2 hours. He started his new, modified meditation, completely forgetting the outside world. After 2 hours, Shisui returned to the meditation center to pick Kda up. By the time, Kda's clone and Yami had already moved all his belongings to Shisui's house. Knock, knock. Kda opened his eyes, finding his clothes drenched in sweat and his chakra reserves not only replenished but slightly increased by about 1%. Given how much chakra Kda already had, this was significant. If it continued at this rate, he could potentially double his chakra in about 50 sessions, which would be massive for a 9-year-old. Standing up, Kda dried his clothes with air and fire chakra, using both simultaneously. 5 minutes later, Kda opened the door and found Shisui patiently waiting outside. Sorry for the delay, brother. Kda apologized. No problem. It seems like the meditation session was successful. Now let's head back. All your belongings are already at the house. Kda nodded, and both of them walked back home. On the way, Shisui turned to Kda and asked, do you know how to mask your chakra? No, brother. Then you'll need to learn that along with Ganjutsu. Showing your chakra in a fight is foolish. The enemy could just wait for you to exhaust yourself or analyze your chakra usage patterns. Kda nodded. He already considered this problem and had planned to learn a technique from the library to address it, but it seemed like Shisui would be teaching him instead. After a short walk, they arrived at their house. Shisui entered first, and they found all of Kda's belongings in the hall. They proceeded to the drawing room, where Yami and he were talking. As soon as they entered, he said, why are you two standing there? Can't you see the things in the hall? Hurry up and put them in the rooms. But which room should they go in? Shisui asked. Yami is in the room next to mine. Kda can pick any room he wants. Yami, put your things in your room. Kda said. Is that how you treat a lady, Kda? Go and place her things in her room. He said. Shishi. Yami laughed in the background. In such a short time, she had already become Anti's favorite. Kda smiled at the thought. Okay, you two carry on, and we'll do all the manual labor. Kda said dramatically. You know, you have a talent for this. Maybe I should add acting lessons to the things I'm going to teach you. Shisui said, patting Kda on the back. Now hurry up, we don't have all day. He urged. Both of them shook their heads and went to the hall to complete their task. Kda made a shadow clone to help put Yami's things in her room. Since you need to choose a room, Let me give you a tour of the house, Shizue said with a smile. After the tour, understood how large the house was. It was a 2-story building with a 140-square-foot garden and a small pond. The house had 1 hall, 1 drawing room, 1 kitchen, 1 dining room, and 8 bedrooms. On the first floor, he and Yami occupied their rooms, with 1 more room available. They decided to take a room on the ground floor, next to Shizue's room, which offered a perfect view of the garden. Half an hour later, everything was in its proper place. The more they used Shadow Clone Jutsu, the more he realized that while it might not be the most powerful jutsu, it was certainly the most versatile and useful. After organizing everything, Kda sat in his room, gazing at the garden and resting a little when he called out. Both of you, come to the dining room. Lunch is ready. Kda headed to the dining room, followed by Shizue. Chapter 86, Ganjutsu training starts. After placing everything in their rooms, Kda was sitting in his room, gazing at the garden and resting, when he called out, both of you, come out of your rooms, lunch is ready. Kda went to the dining room, followed by Shizue, where he found Yami helping his aunt place the food on the table. Since everything was already set, Kda and Shizue sat down at the table to eat. So, Kda, what are your plans now? He asked while sitting down. Nothing, aunt. Since I have nothing to do, I was thinking about going to the training ground to train a little. Kda trailed off as he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Listen here, gentlemen, he said with a smile, one that looked as normal as always but gave Kda the sense that it was anything but ordinary. Yami told me you're a training freak. You train for 12 to 16 hours a day, is that correct? Sometimes. Kda answered, glancing in the opposite direction. I won't comment on how you've lived until now, but from now on, you're not allowed to train for 16 hours straight under any condition. I know training is important, but enjoying life is equally important. I can't watch you all the time, and I don't want to restrict your freedom, but this kind of training will have a negative impact on your mental health as you grow up. You miss this time, so try to enjoy it a little more. His smile now resembled the gentle, motherly expression Kda remembered his own mother giving him when trying to explain something important. Okay, aunt. I won't train that hard, so don't worry. Kda replied. Good. Now, eat your fill, and let me know if you want something special for dinner. No, auntie, whatever you make is delicious. Kda said, smiling as he ate. He smiled, then turned to Shizue. You're going to stay for a while, right? I'm not allowing you to go on another month-long mission before at least 2 weeks of rest. Don't worry, Mom. I have a little student here I need to teach, so I'm planning to take some time off. Shizue said, pointing toward Kda. Oh. What are you going to teach him, brother? Yami asked Shizue. Brother? Kda asked, confused. Aunt said I can call him brother and her aunt, Yami said, grinning from ear to ear. Nothing too big. Some Ganjutsu and basic chakra hiding techniques. Shizue replied. Oh. Can I also learn this Ganjutsu? Yami asked, sounding competitive. I'm sorry, but you won't be able to learn the same Ganjutsu as Kda. However, I can teach you some different ones. Shizue explained. Why can't I learn the same Ganjutsu as him? She asked again, determined not to fall behind. She knew Kda was already stronger than her and suspected that even if she, Ryota, and Kiba attacked him together, Kda would still win. She didn't want Kda to become so much more powerful than her that they couldn't stay on the same level. Kda will learn Ganjutsu specifically for Sharingan users, and since you don't have one, you can't learn those. But don't worry, with enough practice, regular Ganjutsu can reach a similar level to those techniques. Shizue explained, trying to be fair. Yami understood, but it didn't stop her from feeling competitive. She knew that even if she and Kda learned techniques of equal power, he would eventually surpass her. No matter how hard she tried to train, she couldn't match Kda's intensity. What she didn't know was that Kda's unique bloodline was not only strengthening his body but also increasing his chakra reserves. With the additional powers of the Sharingan, no ordinary ninja could keep up with his growth rate. She looked at Shizue and said, Thank you, brother, but I'm going to focus on sensing and tracking techniques for my specialization starting tomorrow. So I don't think I'll have time for Ganjutsu training. Shizue understood what she was feeling, so he added, No problem, but you should still learn how to defend against Ganjutsu. It's an essential skill for any ninja. Okay, brother. Yami said with a cheerful smile. Alright, enough about training, let's focus on the food. He said, redirecting the conversation. Everyone resumed eating while he chatted about small topics, like how the food tasted and what types of dishes Yami and Kda liked. After the meal, he announced, You can all go back to your rooms and rest, but don't even think about training for at least an hour. There was no room for argument. They all nodded, and Shizue turned to Kda. When are you starting your specialization training? Oh. Grandpa told me to go to Hidden Leaf Village Hospital in 3 days, so hopefully, I'll begin the day after tomorrow. Okay, so we've got 2 days to get you through the basics of Genjutsu. If I'm correct, as soon as you grasp the basics to a satisfactory level, your Sharingan will evolve into a Tomoe Sharingan. How long do you think it'll take me to learn Genjutsu basics to that level? Ida asked. For a normal ninja, learning even the basics takes about 2 to 6 months, but for Uchiha, it usually takes 1 to 2 months. Shizue answered. Ida nodded, eager to start learning. He'd been feeling a constant itching in his eyes, a strange sensation he couldn't explain, but it felt as though his eyes were becoming more powerful day by day. Now, go rest for an hour. After that, we'll begin your Genjutsu training. Yami, you can start after you're comfortable with your specialization training. Both of them nodded. Yami offered to help he clean up, which he gladly accepted since she now had someone to chat with. Ida also volunteered to help, but he declined, reminding him that he'd be training later and needed to rest while he could. With no other choice, Ida went to his room and took a short nap. An hour later, Shizue knocked on Ida's door. Ida, it's time to start our training. Coming. Ida replied, waking up from his afternoon nap. The two headed out to the garden, as Genjutsu training wouldn't damage the property. Shizue looked at Ida and asked, Now, Ida, tell me what you know about Genjutsu. Not much, just the basics they taught us at the academy, like how it attacks the nervous system and how our chakra flow gets disturbed. We can break out of it by disrupting our chakra flow. Ida explained. It seems I'll have to start from the very basics. Even though you've been taught about Genjutsu, all your knowledge is superficial, nothing practical. For instance, you're already in a Genjutsu, and you didn't even notice. Shizue said, then vanished into thin air, reappearing behind Ida. Ida was shocked. He had excellent chakra control, so if even he couldn't tell he was in a Genjutsu, normal Genin and even some Chunin wouldn't stand a chance. The ability to appear behind an enemy without them noticing was overwhelmingly powerful. Ida was beginning to grasp just how formidable Genjutsu truly was. Chapter 87, Basics are not simple. Ida was shocked by that. He had very good chakra control, so if he was unable to deduce that he was in a Genjutsu, then normal Genin and even some Chunin didn't stand a chance of knowing about it. Also, just the implication of appearing behind the back of the enemy without them noticing was too powerful. He was slowly understanding how truly powerful Genjutsu was. But just to be on the safe side, Ida disrupted his chakra. As he had guessed, Shizue disappeared from his back and appeared sitting in a chair in the garden. Seeing Ida had come out of the Genjutsu, Shizue stood up and said, At least you have a good brain. Now let me first remind you of the basics of Genjutsu. Genjutsu is like a mental trick. In this, we're messing with someone's mind. Here's how it works in ninja terms: chakra manipulation. Ninjas use chakra, which is their inner energy, to cast Genjutsu. They focus their chakra and project it outward to create illusions. It's like using your mental strength to create a powerful illusion that affects someone else's mind. Sensory deception: imagine you're seeing something, hearing something, or feeling something, but it's not real. That's what Genjutsu does. It messes with your senses, making you perceive things that aren't happening. It's like a really convincing dream that you can't wake up from. Mind games: when you're caught in Genjutsu, your brain believes the illusion is real. So even though nothing is happening, your body reacts as if it is. It's like your mind is playing tricks on you, and you can't tell what's real and what's not. Chakra influence: advanced Genjutsu techniques can mess with your chakra directly. Chakra is your inner energy, and if someone messes with it, it can affect you mentally. It's like someone tampering with the signals in your brain, making you see things that aren't there or feel things that aren't real. Now, how do you think one can attack another's mind? By somehow passing our chakra into their brain and trying to control their thoughts. Ida replied, though he was not sure. You are correct in some ways, but if you go with this approach, you will never be able to use Genjutsu. There is a key point you are missing here. Can you guess what it is? Shizue asked. He could have directly told him the process of using Genjutsu, but that would have been the worst way to teach someone. If you just tell them everything, then they are not learning anything, they're just memorizing what has already been discovered and fed to them. But what Shizue was doing was making to think about how he could achieve his goal and helping him when something would take a large amount of time or be extremely difficult to find on his own. Ida, after thinking for some time, said, since our chakra is poisonous to others, if we send it to another's mind, it will likely damage their brain rather than putting them in Genjutsu. So simply sending our chakra is not an option, as everyone can feel that, and their bodies will naturally reject that chakra. It is not possible to just send our chakra and alter their thoughts. This means we have to modify our chakra to make it useful for Genjutsu. Very good. I knew you were talented. Shizue said, laughing, and then continued, Duh, as you know, chakra is made up of two types of energy, physical and spiritual energy, but that is just the basics everyone knows. We ninjas have classified this energy as yin and yang. Yin is the spiritual part, and yang is the physical one. For casting Genjutsu, you only have to use the spiritual part of your chakra, which is yin release. But if the chakra is made up of physical and spiritual power together, how will it retain its state if we break it down into its components? If it can remain in its components, then strong civilians should be able to become at least pseudo-ninja or something. What is this pseudo-ninja thing? You have a creative mind. Yes, your deduction is correct, you can completely break chakra into its components. But for Genjutsu, you have to make your chakra consist mostly of your spiritual energy while using physical energy as little as possible. So, we have to find a perfect ratio for this? Ba asked. No, there is no perfect ratio for this. When you are barely able to use your chakra in a ratio of 85-15, then you will be able to use rudimentary Genjutsu. At this stage, even a genin can discern that they are under some form of Genjutsu because even with just 15% of your physical chakra, the enemy's brain will take some damage, and the Genjutsu will be very unstable. So, is this yang chakra responsible for all the offensive power of the jutsu? Ba asked after listening that yang release is what damages the enemy's brain. No, you are getting it all wrong. It is not chakra that is responsible for damage, it is your intent that does the damage. When you use fire or lightning chakra around you, you will not get injured by the chakra itself. Its effects, like fire or lightning, can damage you, but your chakra will do you no harm. That is because you don't want it to. In the same way, yin and yang releases have different intents. You can use yang release to enhance your strength as well as for medical ninjutsu. The same goes for yin release, you can use it for Genjutsu as well as shadow techniques, which the Nara clan uses. And not just these, there are various other implications of this. More yin chakra in your normal jutsu even allows you to somewhat control your jutsu even after you release it, but that's high-level stuff. For now, let's focus on the basics, okay? Da nodded his head, thinking it was the right decision to join the Uchiha compound. Now activate your Sharingan and see how I divide my normal chakra into yin and yang. Shizue said while taking chakra out of his hand and making a ball out of it. It eerily resembled one of the famous jutsu of the Naruto series. Da, though shocked, understood that it was easy to do with enough chakra control and practice. Da activated his Sharingan as Shizue said. Seeing this, Shizue started manipulating his chakra, and it began to get divided into two parts, one being hot and bright, while the other was cold and dark. They started revolving around each other. So I have to do that? Da asked, finding the task quite difficult. Haha, no, you don't have to do this. You technically have to do it, but you don't have to make it as showy, you just have to do this inside your body. Oh. Okay. Then Da began concentrating on the difference between yin and yang chakra. After 5 minutes, Shizue stopped the magic show and said, Now, how do you think the Sharingan helps us in Genjutsu? Shizue asked again. Maybe the Sharingan helps us separate the yin chakra and make it more stable, or helps in projecting it out of our body. Chapter 88, Training in Basics. Maybe Sharingan helps us in separating yin chakra and making it more stable, or helps in projecting it out of our body. Both of your hypotheses are correct, but a slight modification is required. Sharingan not only helps us in sending yin chakra out of our body but also helps in sending our intent in that chakra, which allows us to show the enemy whatever we want them to see. With this, you know enough basics to start your Sharingan training. Start with your first phase of training, in which you have to separate yin chakra from yang chakra in a ratio of 85-15 while making it stable enough to project it out of your body and maintain it for some time. And you have to do this while your Sharingan is deactivated. Don't even think about activating it, okay? Shizue said. Yes, brother. Da replied and began his training. Seeing this, Shizue smiled and then went toward his room, knowing this was going to take time. Da sat in a meditative pose and started trying to divide his chakra into two parts. He smiled, remembering his training about changing his normal chakra to fire chakra during his ninjutsu training with Yukihiro. Following his past experience, he decided to use shadow clones for this. Since he was now able to make many clones, Da was sure he would learn this much faster. He quickly made 40 shadow clones and started his training. At first, his clones divided into groups of 5 and began discussing various ways to accomplish the task, ranging from trying to follow the same method as changing normal chakra to fire chakra or vibrating it to divide it. After applying all the shortcut methods, they decided to use the longer way of dividing their chakra using intent while meditating. All of his 40 clones began meditating. Since they had just had lunch, they had around 7 to 8 hours before dinner. Shishui asked his mother not to disturb Gda while he was meditating. Slowly but surely, Gda and his clones were able to divide their chakra into yin and yang. However, as soon as they divided the chakra, it began to disperse, causing the chakra to be wasted. Normally, Gda's clones could easily perform this exercise for 5 to 6 hours, but due to the loss of chakra whenever they were successful in dividing it, Gda had to disperse his 40 clones and then create 10 new clones with more chakra. After that, he began meditating to refill his chakra, knowing that even with approximately 10% of his chakra, his clones would not be able to continue this exercise for more than 3 to 4 hours. To his surprise, after 4 hours, his clones still had 30% of their chakra remaining. The reason for this was that they were able to stabilize their chakra enough to prevent it from dispersing and restore it to normal before it dispersed completely. He made 10 more clones with 8 to 9% of his chakra and then dispersed his previous clones, so he regained all the memories along with some of his chakra. So intent does play a major role in dividing the chakra, but that alone is not enough. If we just divide the chakra, it gets dispersed into the surroundings. But if we rotate it and try to dissolve it back, yin and yang chakra will be able to maintain their form longer. But that is also not enough. Even though I can maintain yin chakra for a little longer duration, it is still getting dispersed after 2 to 3 minutes. Maybe I'm missing something. Let's continue training. Maybe I will get some new ideas. While Gda was training, Hiruzen received some interesting news. In the Hokage office, a ninja bowed his head and left the office. Hiruzen then opened the scroll given by that ninja and started reading it. After reading the content twice, he put down the scroll and thought, at last, Gda decided to join the Uchiha clan. Who would have thought Gda would find his long-lost aunt and change his heart? Hiruzen said while shaking his head. Naturally, he already knew about this. Since Gda was a valuable asset for the village, Hiruzen had conducted a background check to explore all variables that might arise. Even though he knew that Gda still had his family, he decided not to share this information with him. The major reason for this was that he didn't like the possibility of the Uchiha clan gaining such a power boost. They were already powerful enough, and if they discovered Gda's ability to make chakra weapons, their power would multiply many times. They already had many kinjutsu masters, and with Sharingan, it would be deadly. With this, they would have enough power to rival an entire ninja village. Adding to the fact that Hidden Leaf Village was suppressing the Uchiha clan, and their relations were getting sour day by day, this outcome was the last thing Hiruzen wanted. I just hope that he is still following my advice of not telling others about his talent. If he decides otherwise, then I will have to let Danzo handle this matter. The life of one talented ninja can't be compared to the peace of the whole village. It is all for the village. Hiruzen said and then rang the bell once again. 2 Anbu ninjas appeared before him. Tell all the ninjas assigned around the Uchiha compound to meet me in 30 minutes. Yes, Lord Third. They both said before dispersing. After 30 minutes, 40 ninjas were standing in front of Hiruzen, all bowing before him. You guys have a new task. This is Gda Senshu. He has just joined the Uchiha clan. All of you have to remain alert for any news about him. If you find anything, report it directly to me. Also, Bear and Boar, you will only focus on him at all times. He will most likely join the village hospital the day after tomorrow. The rest of the details will be provided to you. This is a village-level mission. No mistakes will be tolerated. Hiruzen remained serious throughout. Everyone nodded and looked at the image provided by Hiruzen before returning to their posts. The ninjas with Bear and Boar masks went to the mission hall to get the full details of their missions. Hiruzen didn't want to take the step just yet. Talented ninjas were very necessary for the village. In the younger generation, there were very few ninjas who could take on the mantle of his position. Even though Kakashi was once a decade's genius with many achievements, he had become very unmotivated after the death of everyone related to him and now only focused on missions. Since he had joined Root, he had become increasingly dark, and even though Might Guy was powerful enough, he was very naive at heart and couldn't become the Hokage. Hiruzen hoped he would be able to find someone talented enough in the future. Though there was no way he was going to make an Uchiha a Hokage, if trained properly, they could be great assets for the village. Having some Kage-level ninjas aside from the Hokage was essential for the village, especially since all 4 ninja villages jointly attacked Hidden Leaf Village in every great ninja war. If the village lacked Kage-level ninjas, the future would be very bleak. This was why Hiruzen didn't want to eliminate Gda, at least until there was an apparent threat from him. Now that Gda was under the protection of an elite Jonin or even a low Kage-level ninja, Shishui Uchiha, who was also loyal to Hidden Leaf Village, Hiruzen didn't want to take the risk of losing 2 great assets of the village. Unknown to all the dangers in his life, Kda was practicing in the garden of his new house. At 7 p.m., Shizue came to Kda and said, "That's enough, Kda. You just promised Mom that you wouldn't overdo it. Come take some rest." "I am sorry, brother, I forgot to keep track of the time," Kda replied while standing up and dispersing all of his shadow clones. With most of his chakra back to full, Shizue nodded and then asked, "How was your progress? Have you made any advancements?" Initially, he had thought that Kda would take at least 4 to 5 days to show any improvement in the exercise, but he hadn't accounted for the effect of training with so many shadow clones. "Yes, I can divide my chakra into yin and yang chakra, but maintaining it for more than 10 minutes, even inside my body, is still out of my reach. Maybe it will take some time. Your speed of learning this is very fast, Kda, so don't hurry. At this rate, you'll be able to learn the basics in just 1 week," Shizue said, smiling. "Okay, brother." Grrr came the sound from Kda's belly. "Ha, that's why you should also focus on your body while training. Let's go, Mom was worried that you hadn't eaten anything since lunch, so she made dinner a little early. Come on, let's go." "Okay, brother," Kda replied with a silly smile on his face. Chapter 89, Specialization Start. Yami. They both went to the dining room, where food was already placed on the table, and both Yami and he were waiting for Kda and Shizue. "I am sorry for the wait," Kda apologized to he. "Habits do take time to change. Just try to take some time off in between and spend time with family. Since you are in such a crucial year, I don't want to neglect your training, so sometimes this type of training is allowed," he said with a smile. Kda nodded and sat down. They ate the food while discussing various things. After eating, Kda turned to Yami and asked, "Tomorrow you have to go to the Hokage office to get info regarding your specialization, right?" "Yes, I hope my sensei will not be too strict," Yami said with a sigh. "I will also come with you. Let's see who is going to teach you," Kda said. "Okay," Yami replied, her face blooming like a flower. It's good to be young, both Shizue and he thought at the same time. "You are going to learn sensing and tracking, right?" Shizue asked Yami. "Yes. Do you have any idea who is going to be my sensei?" Yami asked Shizue. "Well, if the village wants to train you, then most likely you will get a sensei from the Yamanaka clan. They are quite famous for their sensing and tracking techniques. Even though you will not be able to learn their clan's hidden jutsus, even the normal sensing and tracking techniques of that clan are better than what civilian ninjas use," Shizue replied. "I am sure Grandpa will arrange someone from the Yamanaka clan," Yami said, trying to be positive. "Yes, so don't worry," Kda said, trying to reduce her tension. "There is no need to worry about something you can't control. If your sensei is good, then that's great, and if you have bad luck, then we will arrange a sensei for you. So don't worry. Now, all of you go back to your rooms. You have all done enough for today, so go and take your much-needed rest," he said while picking up the dishes. All of them nodded, but rather than going to their rooms, they helped in picking and washing the dishes. After that, Kda asked he, "And, can I at least leave some of my shadow clones? This will not trouble anyone." He then looked toward Shizue, who just smiled awkwardly. "Ha. Okay, but you are going to sleep for the whole night. You are not allowed to meditate for the entire night, is that clear?" "Yes, Hisama," Kda said while bowing a little. "Enough with your acting. I thought you were going to learn Ganjutsu from Shizue, but it looks like he is also teaching you his weird acting habits," he said, shaking her head. "How did I get involved in this?" Shizue asked as if he had been blamed for a murder. "Ha. My headache is going to increase," he said, but there was a slight smile on her face. After that, all of them went back to their rooms while Kda made 5 shadow clones with 20% of his chakra, and they started practicing. In the morning Kda woke up and was surprised to see that his clones still had some of their chakra left. This could only mean that they were able to successfully divide normal chakra into yin and yang chakra without dispersing it. At least it was better than before. He quickly dispersed his clones. With an influx of memories, he had to meditate for some time to sort through all of these memories. According to what his clones did, he should be able to divide his chakra into yin and yang. The major problem, which was to change its ratio from 50-50 to 85-15, could be done with mental power. Somehow every Uchiha had this ability, so he was able to do it too. During that phase, the chakra began to disperse rapidly. To tackle that, Kda began to circulate the chakra in a cycle, which somehow helped stop it from getting dispersed. Now, while following this technique, he was able to maintain that chakra for 30 minutes. However, the task given by Shizue to take out that chakra from his body was proving to be very difficult. As soon as Kda took that chakra out of his body, it dispersed into the surroundings. "At least I was able to make it stable enough," Now I just have to project it out of my body for some time, though I don't know how much. First, I have to ask brother about this, De thought as he went to the bathroom attached to his room. After completing his morning duties and taking a bath, De went to the hall, where he found Shishui and he sitting. Good morning, auntie. Good morning, brother. Do you guys wake up this early daily? De greeted them, a little shocked to see them awake so early, as it was just 5 a.m. Yes. Father was strict about discipline, so now it has become a habit. Shishui replied. Do you want to drink some tea? He offered. Yes. De replied, holding out his glass for he to pour tea for him. The herbal tea was very refreshing and was the perfect start to the day. This is so refreshing. Where did you get this tea? De asked after taking his first sip. You can't find this tea in Hidden Leaf Village. When I went to the Land of Tea for a mission, I liked this tea, so I bought it in bulk. Shishui said proudly. Oh. Yami also came down after some time, and after he urged her, she took a cup for herself. I needed that. Yami said while taking a sip. When are you going to the Hokage office? He asked. I have to reach there at 7:00 a.m. We have enough time for breakfast. He said as she stood up. Wait, Andy, I will cook breakfast. De offered. No need, De. Just sit here, I will cook it in no time. Andy, I feel like a freeloader like this. Please let me do something. De insisted. There is no need to feel like this in your own house, De. Okay, you can cook breakfast. He relented. Thank you, Auntie. De said while running toward the kitchen. In the kitchen, he made 5 shadow clones, each assigned a different task. In just 30 minutes, a simple breakfast was ready. Breakfast is ready. Please come here. All 3 of them came to the dining room to find all the food placed on the table. The food ranged from omelets, fruit salad, bacon, sausage, to fruit juice. After a hearty breakfast, De and Yami headed toward the Hokage office. They were quite a distance away from the Hokage building, which would take around 2 hours to reach by foot. However, since both of them were proficient in movement jutsu, they were able to arrive before the appointed time. I think you should go there alone. Your sensei might not like the 2 of us going there together. De said in front of the Hokage building. Okay. Are you going back? Yami asked. Yes, I have to take my new ID from the clan head and train in Ganjutsu. De replied. Okay, bye. Yami said with a smile. Both of them then went their separate ways. Yami entered the Hokage building and approached the receptionist. Lord Third asked me to come here to meet my sensei for specialization. Are you Yami? Yes. Please wait for some time, your sensei is still not here. I will inform you as soon as he arrives. Okay. Yami then went to the sofa and sat there. After 15 minutes, a middle-aged man arrived at the Hokage building and asked, Has my student arrived? Yes, sir. She is waiting for you. The receptionist said, pointing toward Yami. Thanks. The man replied and went to Yami. Hey, are you Yami? He asked. Yes, sir. Good morning. Yami greeted, knowing he must be her new sensei. Good morning. My name is Izao Yamanaka. I will teach you sensing and tracking techniques from now on. Izao said with a smile. Chapter 90, Fire Room. Yes, sir. Good morning. Yami greeted, knowing that he must be her new sensei. Good morning. My name is Izao Yamanaka, and I will teach you sensing and tracking techniques from now on. Izao said with a smile. Nice to meet you, sir. Yami said, a broad smile on her face. She was visibly relieved to have someone from the Yamanaka clan as her sensei. It's good that you're happy. Now, should we go to the training ground for further discussion? Izao asked. Yes, sensei. Yami replied, and then both of them headed toward Training Area 33. This training area was near the Hokage building, so they chose it for their session. Okay, I am going to check the amount of chakra you have. To become a good sensor, you should have at least a decent amount of chakra. Also, your chakra control should be above average. Saying that, Izao spread his chakra toward Yami. If anyone from the Hyuga or Uchiha clan were present, they might have seen a rectangular chakra moving toward her. As soon as that chakra touched Yami, Izao felt how much chakra she had. He was satisfied with the amount. It was rare for someone from a civilian background to have this much chakra at the age of 8. You have enough chakra to learn this. Izao said with a smile. Thank you, sensei. I will try my best to learn everything you teach me. Okay, to train in sensing and tracking techniques, you should have very good senses. This is the first thing you are going to work on. Izao took out 5 round balls from his special bag along with a black cloth. These are the instruments we are going to use to enhance your senses. They can produce vibrations and small sounds on their own, like this. Izao inserted a little chakra into the ball, and it started vibrating. He passed the ball to Yami, and when she took it in her hand, she could also hear the sound. I am going to tie this cloth around your eyes and then place these balls within a radius of 10 meters. You have to find them with your eyes closed. After that, we will go to the next part of our training. Yes, sensei. Yami said. Izao tied the cloth around her eyes. When Yami tried to sense the balls, she was completely unable to do it. Even after trying hard, she could not locate a single ball. She remembered that a ball emitted both sound and vibration, and since the sound was very low, the chances of hearing it were much less. So she decided to go with the second option. Yami sat in a meditative pose and began to sense the vibrations around her. After some time, she felt a slight vibration from her left side. She stood up and went in that direction, finding one of the balls. Similarly, she was able to find all the balls in 30 minutes. After finding the fifth ball, she removed the cloth from her eyes. Good. Now I will place these balls in a 20-meter area. This will continue until you can sense them in a 100-meter radius. This was how Yami's training began, but it would take time, as the difficulty increased exponentially with each increase in distance. Meanwhile, No went back to the Uchiha compound using the wind instantaneous movement jutsu, which was still perfect for long-distance travel. After reaching the Uchiha compound, he went to Shizui. Brother, when will we go to take my ID? Ba asked Shizui. I think it should be ready by now. We can go whenever you want. Shizui replied. Then can we go now? Sure. They both went to the Uchiha clan headquarters. At the reception, Shizui asked if Kda's identification card was ready. Yes, sir. He just has to sign here. The receptionist replied. Kda signed and then took his card. Where can I take missions? Ba asked the receptionist. Oh. So that's why you wanted to get your ID. Come here, I will tell you how you can get missions. Kda thanked the receptionist and then followed Shizui. They went outside the clan headquarters and entered another gate. There were many missions posted on boards, with several boards for D-rank missions, some for C-rank missions, and only one for B-rank missions. Here you can get up to B-rank missions. Higher missions are only provided by the clan head himself. Shizui said. So anyone can take any mission they want? Ba asked. Of course not. Your identity card has a rank, you can only take missions up to your rank. Shizui explained. He quickly checked his identity card and found it was a C rank. So I can take C rank missions. But I heard only elite chunin are allowed to take C rank missions alone. The clan itself evaluates your strength and assigns you ranks. Many times, some ninjas may have chunin level skills but remain chunin for one reason or another. He nodded his head and then asked, is there any limit on how many missions we can take? No, you can take as many missions as you want, but if you are unable to complete them in a given time, you will be penalized. Great. You know you can ask me if you want to use any resources, right? Shizui said. Yes, but I still want to try and earn those resources. Kda replied. As you wish. Just call me if you face any problems. Shizui said before going back toward his house. Kda then looked for D-rank missions he could complete easily. After skimming through all of the missions, he selected 20, each with a reward of 4,000 to 6,000 ryo and 10 contribution points each. He went to the desk and applied for all the missions. Are you sure you want to take all of these missions? Yes. You know that if you are unable to complete all of them before noon tomorrow, you will be fined twice the amount, right? Yes. Okay, then. The receptionist assigned all of the missions to Kda. Most of the missions were transport missions, some involved gathering wood from the forest within the village, and others were miscellaneous tasks. Kda quickly made 50 shadow clones, which was his limit if he wanted them to remain for some time. If he just used the minimum amount of chakra, he could easily make around 65 shadow clones, which was a considerable number for a 9-year-old. After making 50 shadow clones, he sent them on different missions. In just 2 hours, all of his clones completed their missions and submitted the reports. He collected the money and contribution points and then asked, can you tell me where the elemental training room is? That is in this building, sir. Go to the last door, and you will find the room you want. Thank you. Kda went toward the elemental training room. Since just the meditation room had such an effect on me, I wonder what this elemental room will do to me, especially since it costs nearly 20 times more. These were the thoughts Kda had throughout the day. He went inside the last door and asked, I want to train my elemental chakra. Sir, which specific elemental chakra do you want to train? Fire chakra. That will cost 200 contribution points per hour. Yes, here. Kda gave 200 contribution points to the receptionist. You can use room 33 for 1 hour. After that, one of the staff members will notify you when your time is up. Okay, Can you tell me how to utilize this room to its maximum capacity? Is it your first time? Yes. To utilize it completely, you should take out your fire chakra and try to strengthen it while meditating. From time to time, use D-rank fire jutsu to see the results. But if I use jutsu inside the room, it will get destroyed. The receptionist chuckled a little and said, "You don't have to worry about that, sir. The room is packed with strengthening and defense seals. It will take considerable effort for even Hokage-sama to damage the room." "Oh. Thank you for telling me this," Kda said while bowing slightly. He then went to the room. As soon as he entered, Kda felt that it was hotter than normal, and many crystals were embedded in the walls, surrounded by various seals. Kda sat in a meditative pose and began to extract his fire chakra. Luckily, he had read the instructions to take off his clothes, otherwise, they would surely have caught fire after releasing his fire chakra. It was much hotter than usual, at least twice as hot as before. Kda focused on increasing the intensity of the heat slowly. After 10 minutes, he used the fireball jutsu. Normally, Kda could create a fireball with a diameter of 30 centimeters, but this time its size was 40 centimeters, and the fire was more densely packed within the fireball. Kda threw the ball, and it exploded against the wall. Some of the seals lit up, but aside from that, nothing major happened. Good, I can practice to my heart's content. Kda then once again focused on increasing the intensity of his fire chakra. For the entire hour, he concentrated on enhancing the intensity of the chakra. By the end of the hour, he had increased the intensity to 3 times that of his normal fire chakra. Knock knock. "Sir, your time is over." "Okay, I'm leaving," Kda said and went to pick up his clothes. After leaving the building, he once again used fire chakra in his hand. As I thought, it was not 3 times, maybe that was the effect of all those seals. But still, it was at least 1.3 times more than before. In just 1 hour, I was able to increase it this much. What will happen after training in that room for months? Kda thought with a silly smile on his face. But he didn't know how wrong he was. After some time, the effect of this room would diminish, which he would discover in the future. Chapter 91, Tutomoe Sharingan. As I thought, it was not 3 times, maybe that was the effect of all those seals. But still, it was at least 1.3 times more than before. In just 1 hour, I was able to increase it this much. What will happen after training in that room for months? Kda thought with a silly smile on his face. But he didn't know how wrong he was. After some time, the effect of this room would reduce, which he would find out in the future. But a man can dream, right? I should probably go back. Even though this is very beneficial for me, I currently don't have any need to increase my firepower. I should primarily focus on Ganjutsu and medical jutsu. So Kda decided to head back and practice Ganjutsu for now. He used body flicker jutsu to reach his house. Why not? It wasn't like using this jutsu would make any noticeable change in his chakra reserves, and it would save time. "So you're back. What mission took so long?" Shizue asked, thinking Kda had taken a longer D-rank mission. "I took some D-rank missions so that I could try the Elemental room," Kda said with a smile. "How many missions did you take to use the Elemental room?" Shizue asked. 20 missions. I used shadow clones to complete all of them," Kda explained after seeing the confusion on Shizue's face. "Anyways, how was your experience in the Elemental room? Did you notice any changes?" Shizue asked. "That room is awesome. My fire chakra got such a boost in just 1 hour. If this continues, my fire jutsu will be much deadlier in the future than they are now," Kda said with a smile. "I hate to break it to you, but the changes you felt today are the result of using the elemental room for the first time. The benefits will diminish in the future," Shizue said. "I knew this was too good to be true," Kda said while shaking his head in disappointment. "I think you're now underestimating this. Even though the effect will reduce over time, by then your strength will be at least 3 times what it is now," Shizue said. "I know, and I'm not underestimating that. But for now, I can't focus on this. I need to learn Ganjutsu and medical jutsu first. Since I don't have to take any missions outside of Hidden Leaf Village, there's very little chance that I will require fire jutsu shortly," Kda said. "Yes, I was also going to advise you on the same. So how is your practice going?" Shizue asked. "It's going just fine. Actually, I have a doubt. How much time do I need to maintain yin chakra outside my body?" Kda asked. "You're already at that stage?" This time Shizue was truly shocked. This was way too fast. "Sort of," Kda said. "Ha. You just have to maintain the yin chakra for 30 seconds. After that, I will teach you some real stuff," Shizue said. "Okay, brother. I'll go and train in the garden," Kda said while running toward the garden. Shizue just stood there shaking his head, thinking, Mom is right, he truly is a training freak. Kta went to the garden and made 15 shadow clones while he started meditating. Kta wanted to learn this as soon as possible, since, according to Shizui, the opposite of yin release, yang release, is used in medical jutsu. Since there was a chance he might be rejected by his new sensei for his lack of talent, he wanted to prepare as much as he could. By lunchtime, Kta had made a second batch of shadow clones and was meditating when one of his clones came to him and said, "Hey, wake up. It's time for lunch." "Okay, you guys continue doing this. I'll come back after eating," Kta said. All of his clones nodded their heads. Kta went inside. "Just wait for a moment, Kta. Lunch is almost ready," he said, seeing Kta coming toward the dining area. "Do you need any help, Auntie?" Kta asked. "No, everything is almost done, just sit there quietly," he said strictly. "Okay, Auntie," Kta said with a smile. "What about Yami? Should I pack some lunch for her?" he thought aloud. "No, Mom. She is most likely training with her new sensei, so we should not disturb her. Today she can eat outside," Shizui said while entering the dining area. "Yeah, right," he said. After that, they ate lunch, and Kta took a rest for half an hour, per his order. But afterward, he quickly went to the garden. Now that he had gotten the hang of it, it was just a matter of time before he could maintain the chakra for half a minute. He truly wanted to learn Ganjutsu today, and the chances were high since he was now able to maintain yin chakra for more than 20 seconds. For countless times, Kta thought about trying to activate his Sharingan, but due to Shizui's warning, he controlled his urges. "Okay, this is hopefully the last time," Kta thought and dispersed all of his clones. After meditating for some time and rearranging all the memories he got from the clones, he once again made 15 shadow clones and started practicing. At 3 p.m., one of his clones was able to maintain yin chakra for 35 seconds. He quickly dispersed himself. Kta and the other clones received the memories of the clone, and then rapidly another clone dispersed itself while Kta tried to maintain yin chakra in his body. After successfully doing that, he went to Shizui and said, "Brother, I have completed the exercise you gave me. Now I can maintain a chakra ratio of 85/15 for more than 30 seconds outside my body. Good job. Now you are ready. Here comes the easy part, activate your Sharingan and then once again try to do the same thing. Just this time, do not guide that chakra, let your body do it, okay?" Shizui instructed. Kta nodded and activated his one Tomoe Sharingan. As soon as he activated his Sharingan and tried to separate his chakra into yin and yang, he was shocked. If normally it felt like he was trying to tear a wooden plate with his hand, it now felt like he was tearing a piece of paper. It became ridiculously easy for him to separate yin and yang chakra. He maintained the ratio of 85/15, feeling he could do better than this, but he decided to focus on what Shizui said. He let the chakra flow normally. Yin chakra started making its way toward his eyes, and Shizui saw Kta's Sharingan start revolving slowly. Yin chakra began to flow out of his eyes without any direction. It just formed a barrier around Kta's eyes that had no effect, but the chakra was very stable. For a full minute, Kta was able to maintain the chakra in front of his eyes. Afterward, he suddenly felt the soft itch he always felt around his eyes intensify. He still didn't stop the chakra flow in his eyes. After 2 minutes, the world became more vibrant for Kta. He could see more clearly, as if someone had removed a plastic cover from his eyes. Kta was sure that his Sharingan had evolved to 2 Tomoe Sharingan. Chapter 92, Fatigue. Congratulations, Kta. You have finally gotten 2 Tomoe. I didn't know that with just this much, your Sharingan would evolve. Hell, you haven't even cast a single Genjutsu, and now you have 2 Tomoe Sharingan. Every Uchiha will question their life choices after hearing this. Shizui said while smiling. Thanks, brother. Kta said, then stopped the chakra flow in his eyes. But since you have already awakened 2 Tomoe, do you still want to learn Genjutsu, or do you want to completely focus on medical jutsu? Shizui asked. After seeing how easy the Sharingan makes it to cast Genjutsu, I would be a fool not to learn this. Kta said, smiling. Right. Now you can take some rest and familiarize yourself with the upgrades. We will continue training tomorrow. Shizui said while patting Kta on the back and pushing him toward his room. Kta just nodded and went to his room. There, he sat in a meditative pose and started examining his chakra reserve to confirm the theory he had come up with. After 5 minutes, he thought, Sharingan does increase your chakra reserve. When I awakened my Sharingan, my chakra reserves increased by 1.5 times. Now, though the effect has reduced and it has only increased by 1.3 times, with my chakra reserve, it is still a very huge amount. Now I can make 85 shadow clones, and my learning speed will increase by leaps and bounds. Also, with this upgrade, the chakra required for using the Sharingan is reduced, so it is also much more beneficial now. Normally, neither a Senju nor a Uchiha would have this much chakra. Maybe someone with protagonist luck may have more chakra than even Kda, but aside from them, no normal ninja will have this much chakra. But since Kda had both bloodlines, he luckily benefited much more than one could imagine. Normally, Uchiha has only enough chakra to make 2 to 4 shadow clones when they awaken their Sharingan. So, the enhancing effect of Sharingan is not very apparent, but it was completely different for Kda. With him having enough chakra to make around 40 shadow clones, he was able to make the most out of this effect. Kda once again activated his Sharingan to check something. He started dividing his chakra into yin and yang chakra, then he let the chakra flow normally. Yin chakra moved toward his eyes. Before, the only difference was that the movement became more stable and steady. But Kda's focus was not on this yin chakra but on the yang chakra that was left behind. That chakra got dispersed in the surroundings since it was very unstable after removing yin chakra from that. The ratio of the chakra left behind was also 85-15, just 85% was yang chakra. Since Kda was not focusing on maintaining it, it naturally got dispersed. Sharingan normally focuses on yin chakra and its stability. So I can't use it to make yang chakra stable, Kda thought after trying to do so. I can still use Sharingan to easily divide my chakra into yin and yang, but the rest of the process has to be done by me only. This is going to be a little difficult, but let's try it anyway. He once again used Sharingan and divided his chakra. The yin part automatically moved toward his eyes since his Sharingan was activated. But Kda's main focus was on yang chakra. He tried to maintain its form the same way he was doing for yin chakra. Luckily, yang chakra was not as volatile as yin chakra, so maintaining its form was easier than maintaining yin chakra. Then he stretched his hand, ejected yang chakra from his hand, and formed it like a ball just like Shishui. The difference was that it didn't look like a ball but more like chewed gum. Kda was still happy with this. With this, I should be able to qualify for learning medical jutsu. Let's see till which ratio I can maintain yin chakra with the help of Sharingan. He once again started dividing the chakra, and when it reached the ratio of 85-15, he didn't stop and continued to divide the chakra. Slowly it reached 90-10, but from here, the chakra started to become unstable, and with each rise of 1%, it became increasingly unstable. Looks like 90-10 is my limit for now, Kda thought. After that, he continued using Sharingan to get a better feel of all the new and enhanced uses of Sharingan, like the distance he could see. Now Kda could read from a paper placed 150 meters away from him and even count the legs of a centipede more than 100 meters away from him. He also felt that colors became more vibrant now. He tried to look at chakra, but he couldn't use any jutsu in the house, so he didn't try that. No doubt Uchiha were feared that much. Just 2 Tomoe Sharingan is this awesome. What will 3 Tomoe Sharingan bring to my arsenal? Kda thought with a smile, then decided to take a nap. After updating his Sharingan, the mental fatigue Kda felt was very high. It was around 4 p.m., normally, he would have called him for a snack, but Shishui had already told her about Kda. She was very happy, and she also knew that he would better rest for now. So he didn't disturb Kda, and he slept until 8 p.m. After a short nap of 4 hours, he woke up, surprised by the fact that he had slept for so long and was still feeling sleepy. Looks like I underestimated the fatigue caused by the upgrade of Sharingan. Even though the fatigue was not this much in the beginning, it kept increasing with time. Well, it makes sense, the sudden changes my body faced can't come without any consequence, Kda thought after waking up. He went to the hall, only to find Yami sitting there. Come, Kda. Yami just arrived. We were just about to ask her about her day. He said. Kda nodded and sat there. Yami was able to see that Kda looked very exhausted, but she just thought that he had practiced very hard for the whole day, which was normal for Kda. Now Yami, tell us about your day. He said. Okay, I will start from the beginning. At the Hokage building, I was waiting for my new sensei. After some time, he came to me and asked if I was Yami, then introduced himself as Iza Yamanaka. I was very happy that my sensei from the Yamanaka clan was very polite, so I was thrilled. I thought he was a very nice person, which he is, but I think he has a double personality because when he started teaching me, his whole personality changed from polite to strict. I had to practice for the whole day with just a break for eating. But one thing is for sure, he is a very good teacher, and I was able to learn very much. Even though I had just worked on increasing my senses, I am sure I will learn many things in these 2 years. Yami told the whole story to everyone. It's great that you got a good sensei. Now we have 2 things to celebrate. He said. 2 things? Yami asked. He looked toward Kda and asked, well, do you want to tell her yourself? Kda nodded his head, looked toward Yami, and activated his Sharingan. You fucking upgraded your Sharingan. Did you learn Genjutsu in just 2 days? Yami said in shock, then remembered that she was in front of he and Shizue and whispered, sorry. While hiding her face. No problem. I was also shocked about this, but he has still not learned Genjutsu, just the basics were enough to upgrade his Sharingan. Shizue said while laughing. Now he has once again gotten an upgrade. Will I ever be able to catch up to him? Yami muttered to herself. Don't compare yourself with others, Yami. Also, you are comparing yourself with the wrong person. There is an anomaly here. If you compare yourself with an average civilian ninja, you are already more powerful than 98% of them at your age, so don't belittle yourself. Shizue said after hearing what she said. Okay. Yami replied, but she was still a little sad about the increasing gap between her and Da. Now, since we have 2 reasons for celebration, let's go out to eat something different. He said, trying to lift everyone's mood. Da was just too tired to say anything, but looking toward Yami, he couldn't remain silent, so he asked, what do you want to eat, Yami? My achievement is just a normal one, and it is not as great as yours, so tell us what you want to eat. Yami felt guilty for bringing down such a joyous mood just because of her selfishness. I am sorry for acting like this. I am not sad anymore. Yami said, smiling. Okay, let's go. You guys have still not tried the restaurant in the Uchiha compound, right? Let's go, I am sure you will like it. Shizue said. Then they went to one of the most famous restaurants in the Uchiha compound, even though it was on a little expensive side, but since Shizue was an elite jonin, money was never an issue for them. After eating to their heart's content, all of them went back to the house. Both Da and Yami directly went to their room since they were very tired for different reasons. Also, Da wanted to be in perfect shape tomorrow. Chapter 93, Hidden Leaf Village Hospital. After eating to their heart's content, all of them went back to the house. Both Da and Yami directly went to their rooms, as they were very tired for different reasons. Da wanted to be in perfect shape tomorrow, as the chances of him being rejected were quite high. Even if he got rejected by the village hospital, he could still learn medical jutsu with the help of the Uchiha clan. However, the Uchiha clan did not specialize in medical jutsu, so what he would learn there would mostly be subpar. At 6:00 a.m. yawn, this is the first time I have slept this much, if we don't count the time when I ate soldier pills, Da thought after waking up. Then he looked at the time. Since the hospital opens at 8 a.m., I still have 2 hours to get ready. He went to the bathroom and completed his morning duties. After taking a bath, he went to the hall, only to find everyone sitting there and Yami preparing to leave for her training. Good morning, everyone. Da said. He then looked at Yami and asked, you're leaving this early? Yes, my sensei said that morning is the perfect time to train your senses, so until I master the first task, I have to go there before 7. Yami said, sighing a little. Okay, I'll came to drop you off. Da said, going toward the gate. No need. I can go there myself. You should focus on your task. Best of luck with your interview. Yami said, laughing. I am going to get accepted, you don't have to worry about me. Da said. Okay, bye. Bye, auntie. Bye, brother. Yami said, then left for her training. Nervous? Shizue asked, looking at Da. A little. Grandpa said he was going to arrange someone with a high post. Maybe he is going to send some specialist ninja, and he may refuse to teach me if my talent is not satisfactory enough. Well, someone with that post is mostly cranky, but at least you are not getting any chief medical ninja as your sensei. They are always angry for some reason and only handle jonin and above ninjas. They are the real arrogant bunch, but they have qualifications to be arrogant. After Lady Tsunade, they are the most proficient in medical ninjutsu. Shizue said. Are you trying to increase my pressure? Da asked, looking at Shizue. If you want to be a successful ninja, this much pressure should be child's play for you. Shizue said like a sage advising his disciple. Smack, don't listen to his banter, Da. Do you know what he did when he was going to take the Chunin exam? Mom, let's forget about the past. Da has to get ready, go get your preparation done. Shizue said, cutting he off. I have already done all the preparation. Da said. Then come, let's eat breakfast. You need energy for such a hectic day. Shizue said, dragging Da toward the dining area. He just stood there shaking her head. After eating breakfast, Da and Shizue sat in the garden. Brother, when we use Genjutsu, all that yang chakra simply goes to waste. Is there some way we can use that chakra? Da asked. You haven't even cast your first Genjutsu yet, and you want to learn such advanced technique? Take one step at a time, my little brother. If you rush it too much, you may harm yourself. Once you're ready, I will teach you that too. Shizue said. Okay, brother, but can you at least tell me by which ratio you can divide your chakra? Ba asked, wanting to compare himself with Shizue. Well, normally, I can go till 96.4, but with this, I can even go approximately 100.0. Shizue said while activating his Mangekyō Sharingan. Da already knew that Shizue had Mangekyō Sharingan, but this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. In front of these eyes, Da felt like he was standing naked and Shizue could read him like an open book. It was like he was in front of an apex predator, and no matter what he did, he could not evade those eyes. Shizue, understanding this, deactivated his Mangekyō Sharingan, looked at Da with a gentle smile, and asked, "So, what was your score? I know you've tried your limit, that is the only reason you'll ask me such a question." Da took a moment to stabilize his breath and then answered, "Only till 90.10. After that, it started to become unstable, and no matter how much I tried, I couldn't increase that ratio." That is a very good number, Da. With each percentage, your Genjutsu quality will increase exponentially, but the difficulty will also increase in the same way. Figured. Da said with a disappointed sigh. No need to be disappointed. With this ratio and 2 Tomoe Sharingan, you can even cast Genjutsu on a Jonin, with enough practice, of course. Shizue said. Okay, brother. Da said while standing up. Hey, this is not the time to start practicing. Shizue said hurriedly. What do you take me for? Obviously, I am not going to practice now. It is already 7:30. I am leaving early for the hospital. I don't want to be late at any cost. Da said with mock anger. Shizue just laughed a little and then asked, should I come to drop you? No, thanks. Da replied, fearing Shizue might pull a prank on his new sensei. Okay, take care. Shizue said. Thanks. Da said and then went toward the village hospital. The distance between the village hospital and the Uchiha compound was not small by any means, and it was not possible to reach there in 30 minutes, even if someone ran at their full speed. But Da used the wind instantaneous movement jutsu to get there, so he easily reached in just 10 minutes. He could have reached even sooner, but since he had ample time, Da didn't have to hurry. This was the second time he had came to the village hospital. During his first visit, he was very busy and worried due to Emi, but this time he had time to see this magnificent building completely. It was not like the hospital shown in the anime, a small building that only had 30 to 40 rooms. No, it was a massive building designed to tend to the thousands of ninjas in Hidden Leaf Village. Upon reaching the hospital, Da went to the receptionist and said, "Good morning, ma'am. My name is Uchiha. Lord Third asked me to come here today to meet my new sensei." "Oh, you're a little early. Most doctors come here after 8:00 a.m. You can wait or come back after some time." The receptionist replied. "I will wait." "Ah. Can you please tell me the name of my sensei?" Da asked. "You will be taught by Mitsuru-sama. I envy you." The receptionist replied. "Oh. Is she a specialist here?" Da asked, full of expectation. He may not have been assigned to a specialist, but after hearing the receptionist's reply, he was sure that his sensei must be a specialist. "You don't know Mitsuru-sama, and you want to be a medical ninja. Life sure is unfair," the receptionist said, shaking her head. "I am sorry." Da apologized, even though he had done nothing wrong. Listening to her reply made him feel that maybe it was his mistake. Ha! Mitsuru-sama is not just any specialist here, she is the chief medical ninja and is in charge of the emergency response team. She is one of the youngest medical ninjas to become chief medical ninja. She is just 35 years old, though she does get angry quite easily. The receptionist explained. Da's eyes lost their light for a moment. Really? How can my luck be this good and bad at the same time? Da thought, but didn't say anything. He just nodded and went to sit on the sofa. Chapter 94, Test? Really, how can my luck be this good and bad at the same time? Da thought but didn't say anything. He just nodded his head and went to sit on the sofa. After 15 minutes, medical ninjas started to arrive at the hospital. Some went to their rooms while others went to check on patients. Hidden Leaf Village Hospital was never still, due to constant clashes between ninjas, it was always full of patients. Da patiently waited for his new sensei to arrive. After 10 more minutes, a lady entered the hospital, followed by 2 men in their mid-20s, and directly went to the receptionist. "Is that brat here?" "Yes, Mitsuru-sama, he is sitting there waiting for you," the receptionist replied. Mitsuru looked in the direction the receptionist had pointed. Da, seeing that the receptionist had pointed toward him, understood that the lady next to her was his new sensei. So when she looked toward him, Da quickly stood up and bowed his head a little. "Came to my office, brat." Mitsuru didn't return the greeting and just told him to meet her in her office. Looks like the rumor about her being angry all the time was true, Kda thought as he followed her. When they entered an office on the third floor, Mitsuru took her seat while everyone else remained standing. So, you want to become a medical ninja? She asked. No, ma'am. I just want to learn some medical jutsu so that I can help my team in their time of need. So you don't want to specialize in this field? Mitsuru asked, frustration apparent in her voice. No, ma'am. I want to specialize in this field. Kda said hurriedly. Then you will become a medical ninja. Can't you understand this simple thing? Mitsuru asked. I'm sorry. Kda decided not to argue with her. From her tone, it looked like she was looking for a reason to reject him. Kda resolved to do his best to avoid that outcome, as no matter what her personality was, she was undoubtedly very proficient in medical jutsu. You should know that I am very busy, so I'm not going to teach you anything if you are not talented in medical jutsu. You will have to show me that your talent is enough for me. What should I do, ma'am? Kda asked, not using sensei since she had yet to agree to teach him. Why are you in such a hurry? Let me finish. She said with a smile. You now have two choices, either take a test and pass it to become my disciple, but if you fail this test, you will not be able to learn medical jutsu from anyone in this hospital, or you can choose not to be my disciple, and I will arrange a new sensei for you. Don't worry, he will at least be a specialist here, so you won't lose much. Now Kda understood the reason behind her smile. Previously, he had been just happy to get someone as proficient as a medical ninja for a sensei, but now that Hiruzen had arranged for someone so skilled to teach him, he felt more pressure. However, even if he failed the test, he could still learn medical jutsu from the Uchiha clan. After some consideration, he made his choice. I would like to take the test, ma'am. Kda said respectfully. A brave one, are you? Mitsuru said, an amused smile on her face. She had not expected him to choose that. Are you thinking that you will easily pass my test? Uchiha are arrogant, huh? Let's see how you react after failing the test, Mitsuru thought. Okay, the test is simple. You have the Sharingan, right? Mitsuru asked. Yes, ma'am. Kda replied. Since it was not a secret and Hiruzen must have told her when he asked her to teach Kda, he didn't find it difficult that she already knew he had the Sharingan. Good. Then your task is simple, you just have to learn a very basic medical jutsu in 1 hour. With your Sharingan, copying a jutsu should be child's play for you, right? But since I'm so generous, I decided to give you some extra time so you can learn it easily. The two men standing behind Mitsuru shook their heads in disappointment, both sharing the same thought. Boy, you should have chosen the second option. Even with the Sharingan, you can't learn a medical jutsu, as it uses chakra very differently. You can't copy that with the Sharingan, even if you see it. Only with practice and hard work can one learn medical jutsu. So learning a medical jutsu for the first time from scratch is close to impossible. Kda also thought the same. If I had not practiced dividing and maintaining my chakra in yin and yang format, then this would have been impossible, but now I do stand a chance to pass this test. Are you ready? Mitsuru asked. Yes, ma'am. Kda said while activating his Sharingan. This brat has a Tutomui Sharingan, most likely upgraded recently, since Lord Third didn't mention anything about it. Maybe because of this, he is so confident, as he is very close to becoming a Jonin in terms of strength. No doubt this boy is talented, but having talent in ninjutsu doesn't mean you are also talented in medical jutsu. Since he doesn't even know Ganjutsu, learning this in 1 hour would be impossible, and I would be free from this extra burden, Mitsuru thought. She took out a scroll from one of the seals and passed her chakra into the scroll. Suddenly, a fish came out of the scroll. The fish had a big cut on its stomach. Mitsuru didn't perform any hand signs and just manipulated her yang chakra in her body. First, it circled a specific path in her body and then went toward her hand. The path the chakra took was very complex, and Kda didn't even remember the accurate route the chakra took. The peculiar thing that happened after circulating the chakra along that path was that it became docile, like the turbulent water of the sea suddenly converting into the stable and peaceful water of a lake. Then, when it reached her hand, it started to glow a green color, and slowly the cut on the fish began to heal. Within a minute, the fish returned to full health, and even its dried skin looked more lively. See? Simple task. Do you want to try? Mitsuru said, looking toward Kda. I'm sorry, ma'am, but can you please do it once again? Sigh. Okay, but it will be the last time I do it. After that, you can learn from the scroll. You will have a full hour for it. Mitsuru said, as if she were doing him a huge favor. She once again passed her chakra into the scroll, and another fish came out of the scroll. It was a little less injured than before but still had a deep cut. Just like before, Mitsuru used the jutsu and healed the fish, but this time, Kda's focus was entirely on the path Mitsuru passed her chakra. Now are you ready? Mitsuru asked. Chapter 95, Is he telling the truth? Just like before, Mitsuru used the jutsu and healed the fish, but this time, Kda's whole focus was on the path Mitsuru had taken with her chakra. Now, are you ready? Mitsuru asked. Yes, ma'am. Kda said. Okay, you can try it now. Even if you fail, you can do it after 1 hour. Mitsuru said, then passed her chakra into the scroll. Once again, an injured fish came out of the scroll. Kda stepped in front of the fish. Since he had already activated his Sharingan, he easily divided his chakra into yin and yang, then used the yang chakra in his body, which was in a ratio of 88:12, and guided it along a similar path that he had memorized. After the circulation was complete, he directed that chakra toward his hand and placed it above the fish. Slowly, his hand started glowing green, and the wound on the fish's stomach began to close. But then something completely different happened. The wound, which was closing normally, started to form a very disgusting tumor, and the wound became more deadly than before, causing the fish to die. Kda's mood drooped. Seeing this, he felt that Mitsuru might directly reject him. Not being able to perform that jutsu was one thing, but killing someone while trying to save them was very bad for any medical ninja. Kda looked toward Mitsuru while bowing his head slightly and said, I am sorry, ma'am. I don't know what mistake I made, but I will learn it in 1 hour. Then he looked up, only to find the shocked faces of all three of them. Lord Third said that you don't have any prior knowledge of medical ninjutsu or ganjutsu. Were you hiding this from him? Mitsuru asked. No, ma'am. I didn't know anything about ganjutsu or medical jutsu until the day before yesterday. But since I just joined the Uchiha clan, my big brother started teaching me about ganjutsu. Due to that, I knew the basics of dividing my chakra into yin and yang. Kda replied with a smile. All three of them thought the same thing, is this boy telling the truth? But thinking it through, there was not much he would gain by lying to them. Yes, he could be accepted as a disciple, but eventually, he would be unable to maintain his genius persona. Mitsuru sighed and said, Do you know what you did wrong in the treatment? Kda thought for a moment and then said, Ma'am, unlike your chakra, which was calm and steady, mine was a little aggressive, and I was not able to move my chakra inside my body accurately. There were some inconsistencies. Maybe due to that, this happened. He said, pointing toward the lump at the belly of the fish. You are right and wrong at the same time. It wasn't that your chakra had any problem, although it was very turbulent. The main reason this happened was the amount of chakra you poured all of a sudden. The jutsu you just used is known as Mystic Palm Jutsu. This jutsu helps increase the repairing capacity of the body. In other words, a wound that would take weeks to heal can be mended in minutes with this jutsu if used correctly. But we can't produce tissue, veins, bones, blood, etc. from the air. Due to this, when you use this jutsu, the body uses all of its extra nutrients to form the required part. What you did was provide an excess amount of chakra than necessary, causing the tissue formation to increase more than it should have. This lump is the extra tissue created due to that excess chakra. Mitsuru explained, no longer treating the situation as a joke. Kda went into deep thought and then asked, Did this fish die because of the excessive use of those nutrients? Correct. Mitsuru said with an approving nod. The doctors behind her were shocked when they heard Mitsuru teaching Kda. She had complained for half an hour after coming from the Hokage office about increasing her burden once again, and now she was teaching like nothing had happened. But they could understand the reason behind this. The boy in front of them was a genius. If what he said was correct, even those considered very talented in this field took 2 days to learn this jutsu. From the looks of it, this boy would most likely learn it within 1 hour, and he had already completed the most difficult task. Now, he just had to control the amount of chakra he used during the treatment. Both of them also gave an approving nod to Kda in their minds. After listening to Mitsuru's reply, Kda asked, Can I try once again? Of course. Mitsuru said and once again passed chakra into the scroll. Once again, a fish came out of the scroll. Unluckily, this one was more injured than the others. Mitsuru thought of trying to change the fish, but Kda had already placed his hand above it. With full concentration, he divided his chakra into yin and yang with the help of his Sharingan and then moved his yang chakra along the same path. After one circulation, which was similar to before but with some minor improvements, he directed his yang chakra toward his hand. This time, he kept the chakra emission slow. Combined with his Sharingan, which was able to see the minute details in the tissue, he was able to direct the chakra where it was needed. After 2 minutes of precise chakra emission, the fish was healed. Though there was once again a lump at its belly, it was significantly smaller, and the fish was still alive. Seeing this, Mitsuru smiled a little. She was just going to say that Kda had passed the test, But before she could say anything, Kda began speaking. I am still unable to calm my chakra completely like yours, ma'am, but in 1 hour, I should be able to produce a satisfactory result. Can you please give me one of these scrolls? I will return it in 1 hour. Now she couldn't say that she was satisfied with just this much, right? She was the chief medical ninja of Hidden Leaf Village Hospital, and her standard couldn't be lower than that of someone who was not even a beginner in this field. You can take this scroll. I will provide you with a training area. This scroll contains 200 fish. If by any chance you want more, just ask any staff present in the surroundings and tell them that it is my order, they will provide you with more fish. After 1 hour from now, come back and show me your performance. Mitsuru said. Yes, ma'am. Kda sensed a subtle shift in her tone, which was now more approving. Mitsuru then nodded toward one of her subordinates. He understood and said, follow me. Yes, sir. Kda quietly followed him. Once they were out of range, the remaining subordinate of Mitsuru asked, Mitsuru-sama, are you thinking about taking him as your disciple? You saw his talent, right? I would be a fool not to teach him. But it will depend on whether he is worthy enough to learn my signature jutsu or not. Now why are you still standing here? Go to your duties. He quickly went toward the gate, a smile on his face. Mitsuru then started her day. The table in her office was full of paperwork for her reviews. Since she was the chief medical ninja and in charge of the response team, the amount of paperwork she had to do was similar to that of any clan leader. This was one of the reasons she didn't want to take on any disciples. She simply had too much work to do. Kda went with the subordinate to a room that was more or less empty. Aside from some tables and chairs, there was nothing else. This room is normally empty, you can use it for training. Also, if you have any doubts, you can ask me. The subordinate said. Thank you, sir. If I come up with any during my practice, I will surely come to you for advice. Kda said respectfully. The person in front of him was not just anybody but a specialist in the hospital, someone who had a similar level of respect as an elite jonin. Good. The person said and left after telling Kda the room where he could find him. Since Kda only had 1 hour, he started practicing by making 10 shadow clones, each taking a fish to practice on. His shadow clones couldn't use that jutsu as quickly as Kda could because they didn't have Sharingan to easily divide their chakra into yin and yang. However, since Kda had already practiced dividing his chakra without the help of Sharingan, his clones could still use the technique but just a little slower. For half an hour, Kda and his clones kept healing one fish after another. There were visible improvements in the healing as the lump kept decreasing in size, and the yang chakra also became more stable and calm than before. He dispersed all of his shadow clones to gather their experiences. After sorting through their memories, Kda started practicing on his own without any clones. Even though it may not have looked like it, this jutsu was using his chakra like crazy. Kda was sure that if he hadn't received the boost from getting to Tomoe in his Sharingan, he might have fainted from chakra exhaustion after 1 hour of practice. The jutsu itself was not overly chakra consuming, it was just that a massive amount of chakra was being dispersed into the surrounding area. Kda was not training to reduce that wastage, as his main goal for now was to heal the fish as Mitsuru did. It never occurred to him that Mitsuru was a very experienced medical ninja and that he couldn't reach her level in just 1 hour. Chapter 96, Disciple Privilege. It never clicked in his mind that Mitsuru was a very experienced medical ninja, and he couldn't reach her level in just 1 hour. Kda was practicing the jutsu for the last time. He passed his chakra into the scroll, and an injured fish came out of the scroll. Kda placed his hand on the fish and started circulating his yang chakra. His eyes were red, the white part, because of all the veins that had popped up due to overuse of the Sharingan. If not for his Senju bloodline, which had made his body stronger than the average Uchiha, he would have bled from his eyes by now. After circulating the yang chakra, he directed it toward his hand. His hand started to glow with a soft green light. With accurate precision, he kept passing only the required amount of chakra into the fish, fully concentrating on not producing that lump one more time. After some time, the fish was healed. Due to continuous hard work and training, there was no lump on the belly of the fish, though there was a hideous-looking scar. This much should suffice. I don't think I can accurately replicate what Mitsuru did, Kda thought and went toward Mitsuru's office. Knock knock. Hearing the knock on the door, Mitsuru looked toward the clock. Come in. Kda entered the office. So, are you ready now? Mitsuru asked. Yes, ma'am. Then what are you waiting for? Show me what progress you've made. Mitsuru said. Her expectations were low this time. Kda was able to heal the fish in just 2 tries. Though it couldn't be said that the fish was fully healed, at least it was alive. Improving after that would be a matter of time and practice, which Kda didn't have. So, Mitsuru had decided to accept him as her disciple, even if he hadn't made any new progress. De just nodded and placed the scroll on the table, a little away from where Mitsuru was sitting. He passed chakra into the scroll, and an injured fish popped out. With accurate precision, De began circulating his yang chakra. His eyes were still red. He had not deactivated his Sharingan because he knew that with the amount of exhaustion he was feeling in his eyes, if he deactivated his Sharingan now, he wouldn't be able to activate them again anytime soon. So, De decided to keep them activated until the end of the test. After circulating his chakra, he directed it toward his hand. With a soft green glow emitting from his hand, De placed it over the belly of the fish. With the help of the Sharingan, he began healing the fish. After some time, the fish was healed completely. Mitsuru sat in her chair with a shocked expression after seeing the result, thinking, he more or less reached the level of a general practitioner in just 1 hour. If those guys find out that a boy reached the same level as them in just 1 hour whereas they invested years of their lives into it, I wonder what type of faces they'll make. Good job, you passed the test. Mitsuru said with a smile and then continued, though I don't think you have any stamina left to learn something new. So go back and rest. We will start your training tomorrow morning. Yes, ma'am. De said, completely agreeing with her statement. You are my disciple from now on. So, from today, call me sensei, okay? Yes, sensei. De replied with a smile on his face. Okay, you can go back now. Mitsuru said, returning to her mountain of paperwork. De did a 90-degree bow and said, thank you for choosing me as your disciple, sensei. And then left the office. With talent, he also has modesty, a rare combination, Mitsuru thought. De deactivated his Sharingan as soon as he came out of the office. He went to the receptionist and asked, can I have a pack of ice for my eyes, please? Yes, just wait a second. She said and told a nursing ninja to bring an ice pack. So, did you get selected? The receptionist asked, anticipation in her eyes. Yes. De replied with a smile. You got selected? Congratulations. You don't know how many people have tried to become her disciple, but all of them were rejected. The receptionist said. Why? She wasn't that strict. De said. Well, there were different reasons. Some weren't talented enough, while those who did have some talent were too arrogant for their own good. The receptionist replied. De nodded in understanding. By then, the ice pack was delivered. De gratefully took the ice pack and placed it on his eyes, feeling a little relieved. He then asked, how much for this? Ha ha ha, you're joking, right? The receptionist asked. But, seeing De wasn't laughing, she said, you're now a disciple of Mitsuru-sama. You may not know, but you're at the same level as a general practitioner in this hospital. You'll also get many perks, like full access to the hospital library, training materials, and more. So, there's no way you have to pay for such things. De nodded, too tired to continue the conversation. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. De said, then left. Uchiha clan, Shizue's house. So, you finally can't control yourself and want to go on missions again? I thought I made myself clear that you were going to rest for at least 1 month. He said angrily. I was planning to, Mom, but the clan leader personally gave me a mission. Don't worry, this mission won't take much time. I'll be back in 2 days. Shizue reassured her. It's not like I can stop you. Just be safe. Okay, Mom. Bye. Tell Kda and Yami I'll be back soon. Shizue said. Where are you going, brother? De asked, entering the house. Oh. You're quite early. Don't tell me they rejected you. Shizue asked dramatically. No, brother. I now have a very famous sensei for medical jutsu. Kda said with a mischievous smile. Oh? And who is he? Shizue asked, intrigued. Chief Medical Ninja of the Emergency Rescue Department, Mitsuru Nara. Kda said with a proud look on his face. What? You got accepted by that devil of a woman? Shizue asked. Smack congratulations, Kda. He said, smacking Shizue on the head. Thanks, auntie. Brother, do you know my sensei? Yes, she treated me once. I don't want to remember that. Just know my condolences are with you for your happy life. Shizue said. Ha ha ha. That aside, are you going anywhere, brother? De asked. Yeah. The clan head gave me an urgent mission. I'll be back in 2 days. Oh. Okay, best of luck, brother. Same to you. And Shizue left, while De thought, why do I feel like brother wasn't joking about the last part? Anyways, there may have been some misunderstanding. Mitsuru-sensei was quite nice today, and unlike other Nara clan members, she wasn't lazy but rather hardworking. Maybe she was adopted into the clan? So, Kda, why are you home so early? Oh, actually, Andy, I overexerted myself during the test, so sensei said to rest today, and we'll start training tomorrow. Oh. That's great. Do you want to eat anything? He asked. No, Andy, I'd like to take a short nap. Kda said, still feeling a little pain in his eyes. Okay, go and rest. I'll wake you up at lunchtime. Thank you, Auntie. Kda said and went to his room. After an hour's nap, Kda's eyes had recovered. I still have 2 hours before lunch. I should complete some missions to use those resources. It would be a waste to be in the clan and not use them. Kda thought and went toward the clan headquarters after informing he. Kda directly took a D-rank mission. Even though D-rank missions only give 10 contribution points, while C-rank missions give 50 to 80 contribution points, Kda still chose D-rank missions because they were easy and quick to complete. He could spam shadow clones to complete them. Kda took 25 D-rank missions and made 50 shadow clones. Even though he could now make nearly 90 shadow clones, Kda decided to take it easy and made shadow clones with more than the required chakra. Now, he only had 10% of his chakra left, which meant he was once again exhausted. So Kda decided not to do any hard labor for now. He went to the receptionist and asked, "Can I get a list of resources and their price with contribution points?" The receptionist looked around, and seeing there wasn't much of a crowd, said, "Looks like I'm free for some time. So yes, I can give you that list, but it's not free. Do I have to pay in contribution points?" "No, regular money will suffice. The list will cost 2,000 ryo, and with an extra 500 ryo I will tell you all of the doubts you may have about those resources." Okay, here Kda directly paid 2,500 ryo. The price was similar to the reward of any low D-rank mission, so Kda had no problem paying that price. The receptionist took the money, went inside a room and then came out with 2 pages containing the list of resources and their price. Chapter 97, Resource. The receptionist took the money and went inside a room, then came out with 2 pages, handing them to Kda. "This is a list of all the resources you can get using contribution points." "Thanks." Kda took the list and started reading it. The first page consisted of all the consumable items with their prices: chakra enhancing elixirs, 80 CP, potions or elixirs crafted from rare herbs and ingredients that naturally boost chakra reserves and increase physical strength temporarily. These elixirs are brewed by skilled medical ninjas and consumed before battles or training sessions to enhance performance. Endurance tonics, 150 CP, specialized tonics formulated to improve stamina and endurance without causing fatigue or exhaustion. These tonics contain ginseng, royal jelly, and special mushrooms known for their energy-boosting properties. Muscle-enhancing salves, 120 CP, topical ointments or salves infused with herbal extracts and chakra-infused compounds that stimulate muscle growth and increase physical strength. Applied directly to the skin, these salves temporarily boost strength during combat or training. Focus pills, 300 CP, concentrated pills or extracts derived from rare plants or animals that enhance mental focus, concentration, and reaction times. These pills improve combat prowess and strategic thinking without negative side effects by sharpening the mind and heightening awareness. Adrenaline stimulants, 120 CP, synthetic compounds or extracts derived from natural sources that mimic the effects of adrenaline, increasing adrenaline production to enhance strength, speed, and agility. These stimulants are administered through injections or inhalants and provide a temporary surge in physical performance. Regenerative elixirs, 100 CP, healing potions or elixirs infused with regenerative properties that accelerate tissue repair and recovery from injuries. By speeding up the body's natural healing processes, these elixirs allow ninjas to train harder and recover faster, increasing overall strength and resilience. Enhanced nutrition supplements, 60 CP, 30,000 ryo, specialized dietary supplements fortified with vitamins, minerals, and chakra-infused nutrients that promote muscle growth, bone density, and overall physical health. These supplements are tailored to ninjas undergoing intense training or combat situations, providing essential nutrients for optimal performance. Can be consumed daily. Vitality Infusion Brew, 150 CP, a potent brew crafted from rare herbs and chakra-infused ingredients that revitalizes the body and boosts vitality. Consuming this brew before battles or intense training sessions replenishes energy reserves, increases physical strength, and enhances performance without negative side effects. Spiritual Empowerment Tonic, 500 CP, a mystical tonic brewed from sacred plants and imbued with spiritual energy that fortifies the mind and body. Drinking this tonic heightens spiritual awareness, strengthens mental resolve, and amplifies chakra flow, resulting in significant increases in strength and resilience during combat or meditation. Harmony Restoration Elixir, 250 CP, an elixir formulated from harmonizing herbs and energy-balancing compounds that restore balance to the body's internal energies. By aligning chakra pathways and harmonizing elemental affinities, this elixir enhances physical strength, agility, and elemental control, allowing ninjas to unleash their full potential without the risk of imbalance or strain. After reading the list, Kda turned to the receptionist and asked, "Why are these two resources so expensive?" Pointing to the spiritual empowerment tonic and focus pills. "You know why the Uchiha clan is so powerful, right? It's because of our Sharingan. The power of your Sharingan depends on two things, your spiritual energy, which increases with chakra, and your mental power. The problem with mental power is that it grows very slowly, and if your mental power is weak, your brain will be damaged from all the extra information the Sharingan provides. Now, as you can see, these two medicines help increase that mental power, so obviously, they're going to be expensive." Kda nodded in understanding and once again shifted his focus to the list. After some consideration, he asked, "Is there a limit on how many times we can take these medicines?" "Yes, every medicine that's consumable and only has a temporary effect should only be used once a day. Medicines with permanent effects strain your body a little, so people usually take them twice or thrice a week. But those medicines you asked about should only be taken once a week. The Harmony Restoration Elixir is crucial if you plan on taking other medicines. It helps maintain balance in your body's energy and should be taken once a month." "Thanks," Kda said, making plans for resource gathering. "I don't need consumables, so I can focus on endurance tonics and enhanced nutrition supplements to increase my physical power. For every 2 days, it'll cost 280 CP. I can earn around 250 CP in 2 hours by doing D-rank missions, so that's manageable. The real challenge comes with the focus pills and spiritual empowerment tonic 800 CP a week in total, but they're mandatory. If I calculate, I can earn 1750 CP a week, and I'll need 870 CP for physical supplements and 800 for mental ones, leaving me with about 80 CP. I can use the meditation room for some extra missions to save for the fire room. With that, I'll need to complete at least 25 D-rank missions daily and take time for physical workouts. So much to do." Kda sighed at the thought of his workload, but then, with a wicked smile, he thought, "If I can stick to this routine for a year, I'll be at least at the level of an elite Jonin." With his plan set, Kda folded the list, put it in his pocket, and left the counter. "I still need to complete 5 more missions today. You know what, let's do 10 more. Then I'll try the focus pill and see if it's worth the effort." Kda selected 10 more missions but waited to start, as he promised he to be back by lunchtime. To his surprise, his clones returned within an hour. "What happened? Why are you back so early?" "We completed the missions. What did you expect us to do, play?" one clone said. "That extra chakra was very helpful. We spammed a lot of jutsu and finished quickly." Another clone said. "Great, now we can complete these 10 more missions before lunch," Kda said with a smile. "Aren't you being too greedy now?" a clone asked. "You'll be too when you find out what you can get with contribution points," Kda said, dispersing his clones. With the chakra restored from his clones and the hour of waiting, Kda's reserves were nearly full again. This time, he made 20 shadow clones with 60% of his chakra, intent on speeding things up. The clones knew the plan, divided into teams, and set off. Kda submitted his mission reports, received his rewards, and asked, "Can I get the focus pill now?" "You're at the right place. Do you want one?" "Not right now. I only have 200 CP, so I'll have to wait a bit." "Take your time," the receptionist said with a smile. Kda sat down, thinking, the more chakra I give to my clones, the faster they can complete missions. He reflected on how his clones had used wind techniques and chakra enhancements to speed up tasks. It consumed more chakra, but the efficiency was undeniable. Kda went to receive the rest of his rewards, as the receptionist asked, "Do you want the focus pill now?" Chapter 98, Focus Pill. "Yes," Kda replied. "Then just give me 200 contribution points," the receptionist said, trying to be efficient. Kda nodded and gave him 200 contribution points. The receptionist put an entry in the register and then went inside to get the pill. After some time, he came out with a white bottle, which had various symbols on it. "Do you know how and when to take this?" the receptionist asked, handing the bottle to Kda. "No," Kda replied. "It's nothing too complicated. Just take this medicine 1 hour before you go to sleep. After taking it, meditate for 1 hour normally, and then go to sleep. And under no circumstances should you use your Sharingan after taking the medicine for at least 8 to 10 hours. Your brain will need time to adjust to the effects." "Thank you," Kda said, heading home as it was time for lunch. "Welcome back. Food is almost ready. Go wash your hands and mouth while I serve," he said as she saw Kda return. "Okay, Auntie," Kda said, and he went to wash up, then joined her at the table where the food was already served. After eating, Kda went to his room and began practicing healing palm jutsu. Though he'd passed the test, his technique was far from perfect. Time flew by as he practiced, and evening came. The continued circulating his yang chakra along the same pathway he'd learned. Since he wasn't projecting it outside his body, the chakra expenditure was low. With his reserves and their replenishing rate, they could continue indefinitely without issue, aside from old age, of course. During his practice, he heard voices. "Welcome back, Yami. How was your day?" "Exhausting beyond belief. My sensei is a demon. He doesn't even let me rest for a few minutes during training. He said that if I want to be a good sensor in 2 years, I have to practice like this. Now I'm rethinking my life choices. I didn't know you'd get scared of a little exercise," De said, coming out of his room. "I never said I was going to stop training. Also, why are you here? Don't tell me you got rejected," Yami asked, her face showing mock shock. "What can I do? My sensei was very strict and said I could be anything in the world. Except a medical ninja," De said, slumping his shoulders a little. Yami, thinking De was genuinely upset, patted his back. "Don't be sad. I'll ask my sensei to teach us both. He's really nice. I'm sure he'll agree." "Ha. Looks like living with Shizui has rubbed off on you more than I thought. How could you learn so much in just 3 to 4 days?" he remarked, shaking her head. Yami realized De had been joking. "You scoundrel. I was worried for you," she exclaimed, slapping De on the back. "I'm sorry, but it was such a perfect chance. How could I resist?" De said, laughing. "So, you got selected. Why are you here then? Shouldn't you be training?" Yami asked. "I got exhausted, so my sensei told me to come home. We'll start again tomorrow." "You got such a caring sensei. Why are you so lucky?" Yami muttered. "What can I do?" De shrugged. "Enough, you two. Yami, you must be hungry. Go freshen up, and I'll prepare some snacks," he said. "No, Andy, you should rest. I'll prepare the snacks," De offered, heading to the kitchen. He, understanding that De wanted to feel more like family, didn't object. "Andy, could you teach me how to cook?" Yami asked shyly. "Of course, I can," he replied with a smile. Yami nodded and went to her room while De prepared French fries with mayonnaise and simple burgers. Once the snacks were ready, he and Yami joined him in the dining area. "This is good. De, you have the talent to become a famous chef," he complimented. "I agree," Yami added. "Thanks, but I'm happy being a ninja," De said, continuing to eat his burger while thinking, if a normal burger tastes this good, I wonder how the one with caramelized onions and barbecue sauce will taste. I'll make a better version of this when brother comes back from his mission," De said. "Brother went on a mission?" Yami asked. "Yes, an urgent mission from the clan head," he explained. "Oh. When will he come back?" Yami asked. "He said in 2 days," De answered. After finishing their food, Yami and De went to their rooms, while he went to talk to a friend. De resumed practicing, and Yami, mentally exhausted from training, went straight to bed. They both only came out for dinner before returning to their rooms. De was particularly excited. The fire room only costs 200 contribution points, and it was so beneficial. Now, there's a single pill for 300 contribution points. If the Uchiha clan isn't swindling its young ones, this pill should noticeably increase my strength, he thought, looking at the red pill inside the white bottle. Sitting in a meditative position, De swallowed the pill. It dissolved quickly in his mouth, leaving a bitter aftertaste. De endured the bitterness and began meditating. He felt warmth in his stomach, which soon spread and was absorbed by his body, like a dry sponge soaking up water. After meditating for an hour, De went straight to sleep without even opening his eyes. The next morning, De woke up feeling completely relaxed, as if he had no worries at all. His mind was calm, without any stray thoughts. Then he remembered he'd taken the focus pill the previous night. Is this one of the effects of the focus pill? Well, my focus has definitely increased. But what about my Sharingan's power? De thought, activating his Sharingan. Everything looked the same. Of course, the pill wasn't meant to increase the power of my Sharingan, but rather to enhance my mental capacity and ability to process its input. De went to the garden and looked at the sky. He saw birds flying high overhead, and to his surprise, he could predict their movements, even if just by a fraction of a second, without trying. Holy! This is overpowered. If this pill has such an effect, what will the others do? De thought excitedly. After satisfying his curiosity, he checked the time. It was already 6:30 a.m. Oh no, I should hurry, he thought, rushing to get ready. Chapter 99, Medical Jutsu. Seeing the time, De got ready and went to the dining area for breakfast. Yami and he were already there. Seeing De, he spoke. What happened, De? Why were you in the garden so early this morning? Andy, I took the focus pill yesterday, so I wanted to see its effects. Kda replied honestly. How did you get that pill? If I remember correctly, you would need around 300 contribution points for that, and you've only been with the clan for 3 days. Did Shizue buy it for you? He asked worriedly. No, I earned the points myself. I did some D-rank missions with the help of my clones and was able to get those contribution points. But why are you so worried? Kda asked. Oh, it's nothing. He said, trying to act like she wasn't worried. Kda grew a little suspicious. There's something they're hiding from me, and it's related to my brother. He's a Jonin and mostly does A-rank missions, which reward 3,000 contribution points each. So how is he low on contribution points when he showed me the resources room? I know 200 contribution points is a big amount, but it shouldn't be much for him. The only thing I can guess is that there's something ridiculously expensive my brother needs from those points, Kda thought, deciding to leave the matter aside for now and wait for them to tell him. Yami, unaware of everything, asked, what is this medicine you're talking about? Oh, you don't know? Actually, just like the Hokage's office, you can do missions for the clan too, but only if you're a part of it. When you complete those missions, you not only get money but also something called contribution points, which can be used to get various resources. The focus pill is one of those resources. The receptionist said it would help me utilize my Sharingan better. Kda explained. Oh. Does that mean I can't do those missions or get those resources? Yami asked. From what I know, you need to be part of the clan to do those missions. Also, many of the resources won't even work on you. But for those that will, I can get them for you. Kda offered. No, I don't want to rely on your help every time I need something. I want to increase my strength by myself. Yami said. You know, there is a way Yami can do those missions without being part of the Uchiha clan. He said. Really? Yami asked. Yes, but you'll have to wait for Shizue to come back. He knows more about it than I do. He replied. Oh, okay. Yami said. After eating breakfast, Kda and Yami headed toward their respective destinations. Kda was quite early, as it was only 7:10 a.m. and the hospital didn't open until 8 a.m. His sensei usually arrived at 8:15 a.m., so he had around an hour. He could use the wind instantaneous movement jutsu and body flicker jutsu to get there in just 10 minutes, but the reason he was early was that I won't have much time for physical training now, so I'll train whenever I get the chance, Kda thought. He activated the weight seal to 100 kilograms and started running toward the hospital. Running, especially with extra weight, was a great exercise to develop full body muscles and endurance. Despite the challenge, Kda was used to intense workouts, so it wasn't too hard for him. However, this time was different. He wasn't flowing normal chakra through his body but yang chakra, and he kept the ratio at 70-30, with 70% yang chakra. This helped him increase his strength, control over yang chakra, and rebuild muscles torn from the weight training. After running for 50 minutes, Kda was still some distance away from the hospital, so he deactivated the weight seal and used the wind instantaneous movement jutsu to reach his destination. Seeing the hospital still closed, Kda thought, that was a good workout. I'll do the same on my way back, and train while my clone handles those D-rank missions. His plan was solid, but Kda hadn't considered how much chakra he'd need to use for the shadow clones. After some time, the hospital opened, and Kda headed straight to Mitsuru's office, sitting in the chairs outside. After 15 minutes of waiting and meditating, Mitsuru finally arrived. Good morning, sensei. Kda greeted. Oh. How long have you been here? Mitsuru asked while unlocking her office door. Come inside. Kda entered the office. As you can see, I have a mountain of paperwork to do. How will I ever find time to teach you? Mitsuru said dramatically. Sorry, sensei, but I've been wondering since yesterday why don't you use shadow clones to finish all this paperwork quickly? Kda asked. You have a sharp mind, but lack experience. If I finish all the paperwork quickly, it's not like I'd get free time. I'd just get more work. Plus, when I dispel the shadow clones, the mental fatigue transfers to me. Mitsuru explained. Kda now understood why such a convenient jutsu wasn't used by all the leaders in Hidden Leaf Village. But don't worry. Now that I've accepted you as my disciple, I won't compromise on your training. Mitsuru said, and then poof, a shadow clone appeared in the room. Kda thought the clone would be teaching him, and he was fine with that since his progress would depend on his own effort. But to his surprise, the clone went to the desk and started doing the paperwork. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Mitsuru said as she walked out of the office. Kda quietly followed her. Instead of heading toward the area with injured patients, Mitsuru led him to a different section of the hospital. This is the area where trainees practice. I've booked a room for us so that no one can disturb our training. Mitsuru explained. Oh. We're training inside the hospital? I thought we were going to use a training area. Ba asked. Why would we? Medical jutsu isn't destructive, at least, not in most cases. We can easily train here. Also, training in medical jutsu isn't as simple as other types of training. You need various resources to train properly. Mitsuru replied. They entered the room Mitsuru had booked, which was larger than many lecture halls in universities. She pointed to a chart on the wall and said, "You'll start by learning these basic jutsu." They looked at the chart and read the descriptions. Bandage skill description. Medical nin can create temporary bandages from their surroundings. Objects such as grass, sand, or water can be woven together over a wound. The bandage lasts about 5 minutes without chakra supply. Oxygen supply description. This technique improves CPR. By holding their hands over a patient's chest, a shinobi can use chakra to carefully massage the heart and lungs. This technique doesn't work if the airway is blocked, and is effective only on unconscious patients. Blood coagulation description. A healing technique that makes blood coagulate to stop bleeding. It's mainly used as preliminary treatment. Superficial wounds can be stopped quickly, but deep wounds may take several minutes. Poison removal description. This technique extracts a portion of poison to prevent immediate death, buying time to prepare an antidote. It slows the effects of poison, but patients will still die from lethal poisons if not treated. It's less effective against advanced poisons. Chapter 100, Future Medical. After reading the list, Da had a doubtful expression on his face. I'm sorry, sensei, but can I ask you something? Da asked. Of course, you can. Mitsuru replied. Even though these jutsu seem important, they are less effective than the healing palm you taught me yesterday. So why should I learn the first and third jutsu? Da asked. Because normally, when someone starts their journey as a medical ninja, they begin here. It was just a ridiculous test I set up so no one could pass, and I wouldn't have to waste my time. But you passed it, so I can't stay lazy and focus on my comfort. You have monstrous potential in this field. Maybe a little less than Lady Tsunade, but still enough to be the chief medical ninja in this hospital in 5 years. You could become the youngest chief medical ninja in Hidden Leaf Village's history. Mitsuru said. I'm sorry, sensei, but I plan on becoming an elite jonin in the future, not a medical ninja. Da said. Though he aimed for Kage level strength, he knew saying it out loud might make people think he was mad. Why would you want to do that? Even a specialist doctor here earns more than an elite jonin, without risking their life. Plus, the respect you'll get as a chief medical ninja is incomparable. Mitsuru said, unable to comprehend why someone would choose such a difficult path over an easier, more successful one. But if a specialist somehow offends an elite jonin and has to leave the village, they won't even know how they died if they were lucky. Da said. Mitsuru was shocked, thinking, why is the world so cruel that children have to mature this early? Even though what Da said was true, she decided to keep persuading him to become a medical ninja. He was too talented to do something else. Haha, so you think medical ninjas aren't powerful? Want to have a friendly spar with me? Mitsuru asked. I'm sorry, sensei, I didn't mean it that way. Medical ninjas are certainly more powerful than normal ones. But what I meant is that they can't compare to combat-focused ninjas of the same rank. A specialist might be stronger than a normal chunin, but they're no match for an experienced jonin or elite jonin. Da explained, knowing that his statement, though harsh, was true. And what about a chief medical ninja? Mitsuru asked, still not offended. I don't know much about them, since there wasn't a lot of information in the library. But from what my brother told me, they have a similar level of respect to any clan head, right? Da asked. Mitsuru nodded, though she knew they often held more respect than some smaller clan heads. Then, sensei, can you name any chief medical ninja stronger than our clan head, Fugaku Uchiha? Da asked. Mitsuru was stunned by the question. Haha, you've got a silver tongue, boy. No, there isn't a chief medical ninja more powerful than the great Fugaku Uchiha. In fact, some of them are so engrossed in medical jutsu that they might be weaker than Hidden Leaf Village's elite jonin. Mitsuru admitted. Da smiled back in response. So, are you saying you want strength over prestige and reputation? Mitsuru asked. No, ma'am. I'm saying that in the ninja world, reputation can't be maintained without strength. Da responded. What you're saying is true in wartime, but we're in peacetime now. You don't have to worry about that. Mitsuru said. Sensei, I'm sure you know peace is a myth in the ninja world. It's either direct war or indirect conflict between villages, but war is always happening. Da said. You know far too much for your age. Mitsuru sighed. Da realized he was talking as if his previous knowledge was common, but luckily, he hadn't said anything too dangerous yet. How could I let my guard down so easily? The thought. So, you're not going to be a medical ninja? Mitsuru asked one last time, deciding she wouldn't bring it up again after this. Ma'am, I just said I want to be an elite jonin first. After that, I'll pursue this field. Kda said. Alright, that's good enough for now. You've got about 2 years to learn the basics and become a decent medical ninja. Now, enough chit-chat. Get ready, we're starting these jutsu. They're necessary for building your foundation. Sensei, are these jutsu chakra exhausting? Kda asked. No, they're designed to use very little chakra so even genin can perform them. But your chakra control must be excellent, which you already have. So don't worry. Mitsuru said, assuming Kda was concerned about his chakra reserves. Then, can you show me all of these jutsu at the same time? Kda asked. Mitsuru was surprised by the request but decided to see why he wanted to watch all the jutsu at once. She took out a scroll from her special bracelet and channeled her chakra into it. Various items appeared, bandages, water, grass, leaves, soil, sand, and a fake hand. Kda had already activated his Sharingan. The first jutsu is simple, you just do this. Mitsuru said, making a series of hand signs. All the elements present began to transform, becoming suitable to use as bandages. Soil and sand combined with water to form a clay-like substance, while leaves and grass became strong enough to tie around wounds. The bandages, of course, didn't change much. Do you want to see it again, or try it yourself? Mitsuru asked. I'd like to try it. Kda said. Mitsuru nodded and reset the materials. Kda followed the hand signs, which he easily copied with his Sharingan. Thanks to his enhanced mental ability, he remembered the sequence completely. After he finished, the materials did change, but not as dramatically as when Mitsuru had done it. They still couldn't be used as bandages. Good job. Just practice some more and you master it. Mitsuru said. Thanks, sensei. Kda said, stepping aside to learn the next jutsu. Since Mitsuru had agreed to show them all at once, she pulled out another scroll. This time, a mouse with a small cut on its paw appeared, unconscious. I'll show you the next 2 jutsu together, she said. First, she made the hand signs for blood coagulation and held her hand over the cut. The blood soon clotted and stopped flowing. Then she made another set of hand signs, placing her hands on the mouse again. After a moment, the mouse's heart and lungs were massaged by her chakra, and it regained consciousness. She had performed oxygen supply and blood coagulation together. Want to see it again? Yes, sensei. Kda replied. Since it involved a life, he didn't want to fail. It would be devastating to accidentally harm someone while trying to heal them. Mitsuru showed him the process again. Kda mimicked the hand signs without using the jutsu on the mouse. After a few moments, he said, I'm ready. Mitsuru nodded, bringing out another mouse. Kda performed blood coagulation without any issue. But when he used oxygen supply, he accidentally pushed too much chakra into the heart and lungs, causing the mouse to jolt awake. Kda quickly stopped the jutsu, looking nervously at the mouse. Don't worry, it's alive, just startled. Mitsuru assured him. Kda nodded, and they moved on to the last jutsu. This one's tricky. It doesn't have any hand signs. You have to use your chakra to sense and extract as much poison as you can from the body. Mitsuru explained. Chapter 101, Poison Removal Jutsu Potential. This is a tricky one. It doesn't have any hand signs, and you have to use your chakra to sense and extract as much poison as you can from the body. Mitsuru said. Even though this jutsu doesn't have hand signs, it's not like we don't need them at all. We have to use a hand sign that makes our yang chakra more solid, but still ethereal enough to pass through blood without causing any blockage. Mitsuru continued. Kda nodded in understanding. Then Mitsuru divided her chakra into yin and yang, dispersing the dome of yin chakra. After her chakra was in a 70-30 ratio, she started performing hand signs. By observing with his Sharingan, Kda could tell the chakra became slightly denser. After performing the hand signs, Mitsuru manipulated her chakra and transferred it into the mouse's body. With the help of her chakra, she pushed the infected blood and poison out of the infected part of the mouse. She then looked at Kda and said, this is what you have to do for now, but with enough experience and practice, you can do something like this. Her chakra, which had only been present in the infected area, began traveling throughout the mouse's body. She concentrated the poison, which had been dispersed in various parts of the body, at specific points. Then, using a scalpel, she made small cuts and removed the poison from the mouse's body. With the help of healing palm jutsu, she healed the cuts and the initial injury. After some time, the mouse opened its eyes. This is the advanced form of this jutsu. If you want to become a powerful ninja in the future, you should focus on mastering this jutsu. Mitsuru said. Just like I removed the poison from this mouse, you can remove poison that affects you. She added. Does that mean every ninja knows this jutsu? It seems way more efficient than healing palm. They asked. We can use pills and other methods to aid our healing, but if we get poisoned, we'd have to rely on this jutsu to save our lives. Do you think mastering it to that level is so easy? Mitsuru replied. It took me nearly 2 years to reach the point where I can use it on myself without side effects. What you said is true, though. Even if they experience some side effects, ninjas could save their lives if they practice for just 5 to 6 months. But the reason they don't is that it requires excellent chakra control, excessive practice, and some talent in medical jutsu. Even if a ninja meets all those conditions, many still choose not to learn this jutsu. Why don't they learn it? They asked. The reason is simple. For most ninjas, offense is the best defense. They focus on offensive jutsu in their early years, and by the time they become jonin or elite jonin, they're too busy with missions to learn medical jutsu from scratch. Mitsuru explained. That makes sense. They replied. Enough chit-chat. Do you want to see it again, or are you ready to try it yourself? Mitsuru asked. I'd like to see it once more. They said. Okay, watch carefully. Mitsuru said, performing the jutsu on another mouse. Are you ready now? Mitsuru asked. Yes, sensei. They said. Mitsuru sat down and watched as Kda practiced the hand signs for the jutsu. Kda practiced many times, and when he felt confident, he passed his chakra into the scroll. Once again, a mouse came out of the scroll, also poisoned. Focusing on the mouse, Kda saw the infected area, and he knew the poison wasn't immediately life-threatening. It gave him time to learn without pressure. Kda passed his chakra into the mouse, attempting to push the blood and poison out. However, it wasn't as easy as he thought. The veins and arteries were fragile due to the poison, and when he applied force, the veins were damaged, causing blood to gush inside the body. Don't panic. Think about how to tackle this. Mitsuru advised from her seat. Kda thought for a moment, then used healing palm jutsu to heal the damaged vein. After healing it, he started pushing the infected blood out again. Slowly, the poison and blood began to flow out from the wound, which he enlarged slightly. After removing as much blood as he could, Kda used healing palm jutsu to close the wound. How do you think you did? Mitsuru asked. Not well. Because of my initial mistake, the infected blood mixed with other parts of the body, along with some poison I couldn't remove. Also, when I tried what you did moving chakra through different parts of the body, I realized it was an advanced technique. Not only was I unable to sense the poison inside the mouse, but I was also blocking the blood flow with my chakra. Kda admitted. Good, you know your mistakes. Now, start practicing one jutsu at a time. Once you master this one, I'll teach you a more difficult technique. I'll be in my office, so if you have any doubts during your practice, come see me. Mitsuru said. Yes, sensei. Kda replied. Mitsuru headed back to her office, while Kda thought, none of these jutsu are that hard. With my enhanced chakra control and the ability to see chakra with the Sharingan, I was able to learn them quickly. Now I just need to practice. Luckily, I have the perfect jutsu for that. Poof, 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 poof. Nearly 50 shadow clones appeared around Kda. They divided into groups and began practicing the top 3 jutsu, while Kda continued focusing on the poison removal jutsu. This jutsu required extreme chakra control and the Sharingan's ability to see minute changes in both muscles and chakra. Kda decided to practice it himself. While Kda practiced, Mitsuru sat in her office, thinking, this is straight up cheating. He learned the jutsu by seeing them just once or twice, and at this rate, he'll master them in 1 to 2 weeks, enough to use them for basic treatment. The Sharingan is truly overpowered. If not for the time it takes to master these techniques, this boy could reach my level in just months. Combined with his medical jutsu talent, it would be a great loss for Hidden Leaf Village if he dies on some stupid mission. I need to talk to Lord Third about this. She continued her paperwork. 7 hours later, it's been so long. Has he not come up with a single doubt? Mitsuru thought. As if on cue. Knock, knock. Sensei, I've learned the jutsu. Kda said, entering the office. Chapter 102, Monstrous Talent. Sensei, I've learned those jutsu. Kda said as he entered the office. What? Mitsuru was shocked by what she heard, but she composed herself and said, Kda, you shouldn't rush. Take your time. Only when you can replicate what I did can we say you've mastered those jutsu. I know, sensei. That's why I came here after I was able to replicate what you did. Kda replied. So you're saying you learned those 4 jutsu in just 7 hours? Do you even realize how ridiculous that sounds? It takes ninjas months, sometimes years, to master these jutsu. Once they do, They're considered support medics and can start treating patients. And you're telling me you did that in 7 hours and expect me to believe it? Mitsuru said, a little angrily, unable to believe someone could be this talented. I'm not lying, sensei. I was able to learn them with the help of shadow clones. Kida explained. How can 3 or 4 shadow clones help you learn the jutsu this quickly? Mitsuru asked, knowing Kida was just a genin. Even 3 or 4 shadow clones would be a lot for him. But since he was a prodigy and from the Senju clan, Mitsuru thought he might be able to manage that many clones. Sensei, I can make more than 4 shadow clones. Kida said shyly. Oh? How many can you make? Mitsuru asked. Around 85 if I try my hardest. Kida replied. How the hell can you make that many shadow clones? That's more than twice what I can make. Come here. Mitsuru demanded, standing up after hearing his answer. She walked over to Kida and placed her hand on his back to check his chakra reserves. What the hell? I knew the Senju had more chakra than most clans, but how can this brat have this much chakra? He could easily be considered a jonin, maybe even an elite jonin, based on his reserves, and he still has over 20 years to increase his chakra. This world is too unfair, Mitsuru thought. Cough. So, you've actually mastered all those jutsu. Let me check your progress. Mitsuru said, composing herself once again. Kida nodded and took out all the scrolls Mitsuru had given him, thinking, Sensei looked kind of cute when she got flustered. She can only make 40 to 45 shadow clones, but I guess my chakra reserves really are something. After that, Kida began performing the medical jutsu. For the first 3 jutsu, he perfectly replicated everything Mitsuru had done, like making bandages from soil, sand, water, grass, and leaves, stopping blood, and using the oxygen supply jutsu on the mouse. Good, these are perfect enough to use. Now, the last one. Mitsuru said, nodding her head. Kida nodded and passed his chakra into the last scroll. Poof. A poisoned mouse appeared from the scroll. Kida used his Sharingan to divide his chakra in a 70-30 ratio, with 70% yang chakra. Then, with precise and efficient control, he used his chakra to push out the infected blood and poison from the mouse's body. After most of the poison was out, Kida used healing palm jutsu to close the wound. Sigh. Kida sighed in relief. After 7 hours of practice, the strain on his Sharingan was high. Even though he hadn't kept it activated the entire time and took breaks, the total time it had been active was about an hour and a half. You still left some poison inside. If you were any normal ninja training to become a low-level medical ninja, I might have considered this jutsu mastered. But since you're my disciple, I can't overlook that mistake. You need to work on this jutsu more and try to remove all the infected blood and poison from the major infected area. You can extract some normal blood too if it means getting more poison out. Removing a bit of normal blood isn't a problem. Mitsuru said after taking a closer look at the mouse. Yes, sensei. Kida replied, understanding his mistake. He had been too focused on not removing any uninfected blood, which caused him to leave some poison inside. Can I try again, sensei? Kida asked. Go ahead. Mitsuru replied. Kida once again passed his chakra into the scroll, and another poisoned mouse appeared. He performed the jutsu again, but this time, he aimed to extract as much poison as possible. This time, he was able to remove most of the poison, but the amount of blood that came out with it was concerning. Good, you managed to get out most of the poison this time, but I'm sure you noticed the other problem. Mitsuru said. Yes, sensei. I'll keep working on this jutsu until I master it. Kida said. No need. I was going to give you 2 weeks to master these jutsu, but you managed to learn them in just 1 day. There's no need to rush like this. I can see you've put a lot of strain on your chakra reserves and your eyes, so take some rest and continue tomorrow. Mitsuru advised. Okay, sensei. Should I go home? Kida asked. You can, but given your speed, there's something I need to tell you. Initially, I planned to tell you after 2 weeks when you mastered the jutsu, but since you did it in 1 day, this is the perfect time. Mitsuru said. If you learn this jutsu, you'll be ready to treat normal patients in the hospital. But for that, you'll also need basic knowledge of bandaging and some general medical knowledge. You want to treat normal patients, right? Mitsuru asked. Yes, sensei. Kida replied. So, you'll have to learn these things too. For basic medical care and bandaging, you can ask any nurse. For medicines and other knowledge, you'll need to study at least 8 books from the hospital library. After you learn these things and the jutsu, you'll have to pass a test. It's usually an interview where a specialist medical ninja checks if you're ready to treat patients. So, practice both the jutsu and the theory. Mitsuru explained. Okay, sensei. Kida said. You can ask the receptionist for help if you need anything. Just tell them I sent you. Mitsuru said before returning to her paperwork. Thank you, sensei. Kida said. Chapter 103, Back to the orphanage. You can ask the receptionist for any help you need. Just tell them I asked for it. Mitsuru said before going back to her paperwork. Thank you, sensei. Kida said as he left the office. Initially, I wasn't feeling that tired, but now that I've shown my progress, all the exhaustion is hitting me. Let's just rest for today. I'm not tight on schedule, Kida thought as he headed towards the market. It was still 3 p.m. and he would normally train until 6 p.m. so he had some extra time. Normally, he would complete clan missions to earn contribution points, but after the mental strain from learning so many jutsus, he didn't feel up to it. I've never explored Hidden Leaf Village on my own. Maybe I've been too focused on training. I've visited a lot of places with Yami, but we were mostly talking or going to parks and restaurants. Maybe I should explore a little, Kida thought. He began walking through the village, occasionally using the wind instantaneous movement jutsu to travel between different spots. Eventually, he found himself standing in front of his old home, the orphanage where he first arrived in this world. Seeing the building filled him with nostalgia. Since I'm already here, I might as well visit the old man, Kida thought, entering the orphanage. Seeing someone enter, the caretaker approached him. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the home orphanage. She said. Good afternoon. Are you new here? Kida asked, noticing her unfamiliar face. From what he remembered, when he lived here, there were only 2 caretakers and a chef, and she wasn't one of them. Oh. You used to live here? She asked. Yes, about 3 to 4 years ago. Kida replied. Oh, great. I started working around that time. Apparently, someone from this orphanage asked Lord Hokage to support the place as a reward, so the orphanage began receiving more funding from the village. They hired more staff to take care of the children. She explained. Oh. That's good to hear. Is the old man in his office? Kida asked with a smile. Yes, I'll go ask if he's free to meet you. What's your name? Kida. Senju Kida. He said. She nodded and went toward Hiroshi's office, thinking to herself, that name sounds familiar. Why was a Senju in our orphanage? After a short while, she returned and said, Hiroshi-sama is free and asked you to go to his office. Kida nodded and made his way to Hiroshi's office. Knock knock, come in. Hiroshi called out. Good afternoon, old man. How have you been? Kida asked as he entered. So, you finally remembered me after all these years, you brat. Hiroshi said with a smirk. I have no excuse for that. I've been too busy with training and barely had time for anything else. Kida admitted. Never mind that. Take a seat. Hiroshi said, pointing to a chair. So, how are you and Yami doing? Hiroshi asked. We're doing fine. Both of us are already Genin and have completed many missions. Now, Lord Third has arranged for us to have new sensei to focus on the fields we want to specialize in. Kida explained. And what did you two choose for your specialization? Hiroshi asked expectantly. Yami chose tracking and sensing techniques. Kida said. Excellent choice. Every ninja should have that knowledge if they plan to go on missions. Hiroshi said with approval. And I chose medical jutsu. Kida added with a smile. Medical jutsu? Are you planning to become a medical ninja? Hiroshi asked, surprised. He remembered Kida's ambition to become an elite jonin. It wasn't unusual for ninjas to change their path after experiencing the harshness of the world. No, old man. I just feel like it's important for every ninja to know, and it's something I couldn't teach myself. Kida explained. That makes sense. So, who's teaching you? Hiroshi asked. Yami got Yamanaka as her sensei. According to her, he's very talented and takes training seriously. Kida replied. Well, Yami's lucky to have Izawa as her sensei. He's much younger than me, but he's exceptionally gifted in sensing techniques, even among the Yamanaka clan. She'll become one of the best sensor ninjas if she keeps at it. Hiroshi said, nodding. That would be great. Kida said. And who's your sensei? Hiroshi asked. I got Mitsuru Nara as my sensei. Kida replied with an ear-to-ear smile. Mitsuru Nara? The chief medical ninja at Hidden Leaf Village Hospital? Hiroshi asked, his face showing clear shock. Yep. Kida confirmed. How on earth did Lord Third get her to accept you as her disciple? She's turned down ninjas from powerful and noble clans. Hiroshi asked in disbelief. Oh, right, you don't know yet. Kida said with a mischievous smile. What are you hiding from me? Hiroshi asked, intrigued. I became part of the Uchiha clan. Kida said while activating his Sharingan. Is that a Tutomui Sharingan? How did you awaken it so young? Hiroshi asked, disrupting his chakra to check if he was caught in a Genjutsu. Kda, still using his Sharingan, could see Hiroshi's reaction and chuckled. Well, I've got some time. I can tell you the whole story if you want. Of course, I want to know. Hiroshi exclaimed. Kda's explanation didn't take long, as most of the story involved his training. Since he couldn't discuss missions in detail, he kept those parts vague and focused on his progress. That's one heck of an adventure since you left the orphanage. But I can't say joining the Uchiha clan was the best decision for you. Hiroshi said, frowning slightly. Why's that? Kda asked, curious. You might not know this, but when the Nine Tails attacked Hidden Leaf Village, there were signs it was controlled by Uchiha. Add to that the fact that the Uchiha clan was relocated to the outskirts of the village, and their reputation as a noble, founding clan has been fading. They're becoming more isolated, and their behavior towards others isn't helping. If things keep going this way, the Uchiha clan might become enemies of the entire village. Hiroshi explained grimly. Chapter 104, Resolve. They are becoming the public enemy day by day, though this is still at a very low level for now. If things continue as they are, the Uchiha clan might become the enemy of every other clan in Hidden Leaf Village. Hiroshi said. Oh, shit. I thought I still had some time to work on this, but now that I think about it. If Danzo wanted to eliminate a founding clan like the Uchiha, he couldn't do it in just a year or two. The Uchiha are the backbone of the village. With their ability to copy jutsu so easily, their Sharingan's power in Ganjutsu, and their exceptional skills in Kenjutsu, the Uchiha are an asset Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't want to lose. So, Danzo started sowing seeds of hatred in the hearts of Hidden Leaf Village's people early. And because it's still subtle, most of the Uchiha won't even notice it. By the time they realize the gravity of the situation, they'll have become a clan that no one wants in Hidden Leaf Village. After doing so much for Hidden Leaf Village, when Uchiha ninjas feel the contemptuous stares wherever they go, they'll obviously start planning a coup. But there's still one question in my mind. Kda thought. When did people start talking about this? Kda asked. I don't know exactly, but I first heard it a few months ago. Slowly, more and more people are discussing it. Hiroshi said. Don't you find it suspicious that this is only being talked about years after the Nine Tails attack? Kda asked. This is just how life is, Kda. When there's an external enemy, like during the Great Ninja Wars, the village unites like a family. But in times of peace, everyone shows their true colors. Hiroshi said, his expression revealing a bitter memory. Right, that's the point. Danzo waited for the village to stabilize. Since the Uchiha were already angry about their relocation to the outskirts of the village, he didn't act immediately. He waited for the right opportunity. Well, it's not a big deal for now, so don't worry too much. Focus on your specialization. You're really lucky to learn from someone like Mitsuru-sama. Try to absorb as much as you can. Hiroshi said, noticing Kda's tense expression. Okay. Kda replied with a light smile, then continued, so, how's the orphanage doing now? Much better than I anticipated when I started it. We have enough food and clothes for everyone. The kids get regular checkups and are treated by medical ninjas from time to time. The rooms have new beds, and overall, the orphanage provides everything a child needs. It's all thanks to you and Yami. Many of the younger kids want to be like you too. Do you want to meet them? Hiroshi asked. Maybe another time. I have some things I need to take care of. Kda said. Alright, but make sure to come back with Yami later. Hiroshi said. Kda nodded and left. Sitting in a park, Kda pondered, if I want to save the Uchiha clan from their fate, I need to start now. But I can't go against Danzo, not yet. This is before Hiruzen disbanded Root. Right now, they have hundreds of trained ninjas specialized in spying and killing. I can't fight them yet, so what I need is strength. I need to be at least at the level of a Jonin before I can take action to save the clan. But one thing is for sure, the Uchiha massacre won't happen this time, even if I have to assassinate Danzo. Then he stood up and headed home. Andy, I'm home. Kda called out. Welcome back. How was your day? He asked, coming out of the living room. Great. But, I have something important to tell you. Kda said seriously. Are you in some kind of trouble? Are you hurt? He asked worriedly. Kda smiled slightly and said, No, Andy, I'm perfectly fine. It's about my training. Okay, came to the hall, and let's sit and talk. He said. They both went to the hall, and Kda began to speak. Andy, I know I said I wouldn't train as hard as before, but I don't think I can keep that promise. Kda said. What do you mean? He asked. I'm planning on training hard. I have so much to learn, and learning it all at a normal pace will take too long. Kda explained. Did something happen that made you think this way? He asked. On my way back, I heard that a family lost a member during a mission. It made me realize that I'm nowhere near strong enough to protect myself, let alone the people close to me. The more I thought about it, the more frustrated I became with my lack of strength. The only solution I could think of is more training. Kda said. His expression turned sad. He must miss his parents a lot. That's probably why he used to spend so much time training. And now that he has a new family, the fear of losing them must be weighing on him, he thought. She understood that feeling well. After losing many of her own family members, she had felt the same way for a long time until time had helped ease that pain. After a long sigh, she said, "All right, you can train as much as you want, but always remember family is not a burden, but a source of strength. You can always depend on us." "Thank you, Auntie," Kda said, then left the house. He went directly to the Hokage building. "Hey, Uncle, how are you?" Kda asked the ninja in charge of missions and other tasks. "Long time no see, Kda. How are you doing?" he asked. "Fine. I'd like some soldier pills," Kda requested. Chapter 105, Getting Serious. Which one? As you know, they come in various price ranges. The receptionist asked. "I've earned around 120k Ryo from the 30 missions I did. For now, let's use it for focus pills," Kda thought and asked, "Is there a soldier pill around 100k? "Yes, there's one for 80k and one for 110k. "What's the difference in their benefits?" Kda asked. "The 80k pill is good enough for elite Jonin. It can replenish chakra 6 to 8 times faster than the normal recovery speed, and it also boosts the body's natural recovery for a while. As for the 110k pill, it gives the same benefits, except the chakra recovery speed is 12 times faster." "I'll take the 110k one," Kda said, handing over the money. The receptionist nodded and gave him the soldier pill. After taking the pill, Kda went directly to the training area in the Uchiha compound and consumed it. As soon as he took the pill, Kda felt his chakra pathways expand, and his body became ready to absorb chakra from his surroundings at a rapid pace. He quickly made 9 shadow clones with 10% of his chakra, then meditated for 10 minutes. He repeated the process, making 9 more shadow clones until he had created 80 in total. After that, he went to the Uchiha clan headquarters and took on 100 D rank missions. "Are you sure? I know your track record for completing these missions is good, but 100 is a little too much for you alone," the receptionist in charge of missions asked. "I know my limits. If I can't complete them on time, I can always ask my brother for help," Kda said. The receptionist remembered that Kda was Shizue's brother, so he nodded and assigned all the missions to him. After taking the missions, Kda returned to the training area, where his clones were waiting. He created one more shadow clone using 50% of his chakra and gave it all the mission details. "You'll be in charge of submitting the missions and taking on more. Here's my ID," Kda said to the clone. Then, turning to the rest of the clones, he continued, "As for you guys, complete these missions as fast as you can. Once done, come to him and take more missions. Do this until your chakra runs low." The clones nodded and went off to complete the missions. With 10% of Kda's full chakra reserves, each clone had the same amount of chakra as a Chunin, which meant mission completion would be very fast. Satisfied that his training resources were covered, Kda returned to the training area and created 5 shadow clones. 3 of them used the transformation jutsu to turn into swords. "Now, let's focus on Kenjutsu," Kda said as he picked up a sword. The other 2 clones also grabbed swords. Since they shared Kda's memories, they knew what he had in mind, a 2 versus 1 sparring match. Kda activated his Sharingan and got into a stance. His clones took the cue and began attacking him. Thanks to his already high defense and the power of his 2 Tomoe Sharingan, defending against the 2 clones wasn't much of a problem for Kda. After practicing for an hour, Kda said, "Warm-up is over." He then made 10 more shadow clones, 5 of which transformed into swords. This time, it was 1 versus 7, with Kda aiming not just for defense but also offense. To be on the safe side, they didn't use chakra flow, which could be deadly. After a 5-minute break, the sparring resumed. 15 minutes later, Kda was standing alone on the ground. "Looks like I underestimated the power of the Sharingan again. It was like I could see the future. After some more practice, their attacks won't even touch me," Kda thought. Even though he had won the sparring match, his clones had managed to land a few hits on him. However, since it was just training, they stopped before the attacks connected. If this had been a real fight, Kda would have had 10 to 12 cuts on his body. This is good practice. Let's continue this until my brother comes back, Kda thought as he created 14 more shadow clones. Once again, the sparring resumed, but this time, Kda didn't use his Sharingan. He wanted to see how much he relied on it in Kenjutsu. After half an hour, Kda stood alone on the ground again. This time, I almost took 40 plus hits, which is 4 times more than when I used the Sharingan. I need to focus on improving my Kenjutsu without relying on the Sharingan, in case I'm unable to use it. He continued practicing Kenjutsu until midnight. However, his clones, which had been completing missions, began dispersing one by one. Kda stopped his practice and started meditating to avoid a headache from the incoming memories. After half an hour, all of his clones had dispersed except for the one holding 50% of his chakra. That clone used the wind instantaneous movement jutsu to reach Kda. Since Kda had already received the clone's memories, he had a rough idea of how many missions they had completed, but he still asked for the report. We completed 240 D-rank missions, and the clan leader wants to meet you. The clone reported. Did we break any rules by doing the missions this way? Kda asked. I don't think so. If we had, the order would have been more serious. The clone answered. Looks like I'll have to go there to find out the problem. Kda said, dispersing the clone. Using the wind instantaneous movement jutsu, he quickly reached the Uchiha clan headquarters. He approached the receptionist and said, the clan head asked to see me. He's waiting for you in his office. The receptionist replied, pointing toward the stairs. Kda nodded and headed to Fugaku's office. Knock knock, come in. Fugaku said. You called for me, Fugaku-sama? Kda asked, bowing slightly. Fugaku nodded. Yes. I wanted to ask why you've been doing so many D-rank missions. According to the reports, you've completed around 300 D-rank missions. If you had done that many C-rank missions, you could have been promoted to B-rank. Fugaku said. As you may know, I've completed most of those missions with the help of shadow clones. I selected D-rank missions because clones can easily handle them. Even if they fail, no one gets hurt. I can't send clones on C-rank missions alone, since most are escort missions, and if a clone fails, someone's life could be in danger. Kda explained. You still haven't answered why you're doing so many D-rank missions. Fugaku pressed. The reason is simple, Fugaku-sama. I want resources for my training, and D-rank missions are the fastest way to earn them. Kda said. That may be true for you, brat. Who else has chakra reserves large enough to do D-rank missions in bulk? Fugaku thought, sensing Kda's immense chakra. So, you plan to keep doing D-rank missions? Fugaku asked. Chapter 106, Shizue is back, so you are planning to do those D-rank missions continuously? Fugaku asked. That was my initial plan, but if this causes any problem for the clan, I will not do that many missions by myself. Kda said. It's quite the opposite. We've been getting many D-rank missions from the village for some time, but the problem is that normal Uchiha clan ninjas don't do D-rank missions. So, we had to return those missions to the village with some fines. Now that you're completing those missions, one of my problems is solved. Fugaku said. If you don't mind, may I ask you a question? Kda asked. You may. Fugaku said. If you had one jonin assigned to these missions, they could have completed them in no time. So why did you pay a fine instead of assigning some ninjas to do these tasks? Kda asked. Do you think becoming a jonin is easy? Fugaku asked. No, sir, not at all. Kda replied. Yes, every ninja who wants to become a jonin has to train very hard, and after years of that grueling training, they become a jonin. So, a jonin is naturally a little arrogant. As for jonin from the Uchiha clan, their arrogance is higher than normal jonin. Now, tell me, do you think they would do tasks like tending animals, maintaining the garden, and moving boxes? Fugaku asked. No. Kda replied with an awkward smile. So, you're completing these missions because you want resources. Which type of resources are you talking about? Fugaku asked, bringing the conversation back to the topic. All the consumable resources that help in training. Kda replied. So you're not planning to learn jutsus using contribution points? Fugaku asked. We can learn jutsus using contribution points? Kda asked, a little shocked. So you don't even know what types of resources you can get using contribution points? Aside from those consumables, you can also learn different jutsus using contribution points. But why would I use contribution points to learn jutsu when I can learn them from the village library for free? Kda asked. You're an Uchiha. Why would you take the longer route? If you use your Sharingan and see the jutsu being performed in front of you, you can learn that jutsu in no time. Also, since you're just a genin, you can only learn C-rank jutsu from the library. But by using contribution points, you can learn any jutsu you want. Fugaku explained. Even S-rank jutsu? Kda asked. You can, but I don't think you'll be able to pay its price anytime soon. Fugaku said with a smile. What's the price for an S-rank jutsu? Kda asked. You can ask the receptionist for the list of resources. Fugaku said. Oh. I already have that, But I never checked the second page because even affording the resources on the first page was difficult for me. Kda said with an awkward smile. You can read it now. Fugaku said. Thank you. Kda said, taking out a list from his pocket and turning directly to the second page. Taijutsu, gain in level, 5,000 contribution points, Chunin level, 40,000 contribution points, Jonin level, 90,000 contribution points. Kenjutsu, gain in level, 10,000 contribution points, Chunin level, 80,000 contribution points, Jonin level, 150,000 contribution points. Ninjutsu, C rank, 15,000 contribution points, B rank, 50,000 contribution points, A rank, 100,000 contribution points, S rank, 500,000 contribution points. After reading the price for ninjutsu, Kda's eyes bulged. How can someone gather 500,000 contribution points? Kda asked. By doing just D rank missions, it's difficult. But those doing D rank missions usually don't want to learn these jutsu. Fugaku said with a smile, seeing Kda's childish expression. He continued, the reward for a Ni rank mission is 20,000 contribution points, and for an S rank mission, it's 50,000 contribution points. So, by doing 10 S rank missions, anyone can learn an S rank jutsu. The price isn't that high if you understand what an S rank jutsu is. Kda remembered the power of S rank jutsu, how they could change landscapes when used. So, if I choose to learn this jutsu, someone will show me how to perform it once? Kda asked. No, for a full day, a ninja will teach you how to perform that jutsu. Fugaku explained. This is a really good deal. Being a new Uchiha, it would be a waste not to learn various jutsus. If my jutsu repertoire is high, it will be difficult for anyone to strategize against me in the future, Kda thought. Now I have one more thing to spend my contribution points on. Kda said. Haha, that's why I asked if you wanted to learn jutsu using contribution points. Since you're helping the clan by doing those D rank missions, I have a reward for you. If you complete 1,000 missions in 1 week, you can learn a C rank jutsu for free. Fugaku said. And by chance, if I want to learn a higher rank jutsu, will its price be reduced? Kda asked. If you want, I can give you 15,000 contribution points directly. Fugaku said. Does that mean I'll get 15,000 contribution points for every 1,000 D rank missions I complete? Kda asked. This boy is a little too greedy, Fugaku thought. I can't give you too much for free. Let's say the max you'll get is 30,000 contribution points. Fugaku said. Thank you very much, Fugaku-sama. Kda said with a wide smile. I can see you are training. You can go back now. Just come to me when you complete 1,000 missions. Fugaku said. As you command, sir. Kda replied and left. After reaching the training area, Kda sat down and started planning. At this speed, I can complete 1,000 missions in 3 days, so by the end of my training, I should have 25,000 contribution points. For a B rank jutsu, I'll need 50,000 contribution points. I can learn it from my brother. It's not being shameless, it's just cost effective that way. Plus, I can give contribution points directly to him so he can use them for his needs. Of course, he might give me some discounts, Kda thought. Well, one thing is for sure. With as many contribution points, I shouldn't have any problem getting those resources. Kda said out loud, then went back to training his kenjutsu. The next morning at 6:00 a.m. You're so hard to find. Shizue said, looking at Kda, who was lying on the ground, completely exhausted. Brother, you're back. How was your mission? Kda asked, trying to stand up. Chapter 107, Learning Efficiency. The next morning at 6:00 a.m., you're so hard to find. Shizue said, looking at Kda, who was lying on the ground, completely exhausted. Brother, you're back. How was your mission? Kda asked while trying to stand up. Don't you think this was a little excessive? Shizue asked, helping to sit. How long have you been here? Kda asked, circulating yang chakra through his body to aid recovery. Long enough to see you fighting 10 shadow clones alone. Shizue said, shaking his head. I was trying to check my limits. Kda said shyly. And why weren't you using the Sharingan? Because I don't want to be overly dependent on it. Initially, I used it while sparring, but when I tried sparring at the same difficulty without it, my efficiency dropped by 4 times. Kda explained. That just means that even an underdeveloped Sharingan enhances your efficiency by 400%. And the more you train with it, the better it'll become. So don't treat the Sharingan as a handicap. Shizue said simply, sitting down beside him. Since the Sharingan increases my base efficiency, doesn't that mean this kind of training is still beneficial for me? Kda asked. Of course. Normal training is crucial. Without a strong foundation, Even the Mangekyō Sharingan won't help you. I'm just saying you should also focus on training your Sharingan. Shizue replied. Okay, brother. But why are you here this early? Ba asked. Oh. When I got home, I found Mom worried about someone's well-being. So, being the responsible child I am, how could I rest? I had to find that someone so Mom wouldn't stress anymore. Shizue said dramatically. But I already told Aunt that I'd be training using a soldier pill. Kda said doubtfully. And I'm an elite Jonin strong enough to protect myself, yet she still worries every time I go on a mission. That's just how moms are. Shizue replied with a smile. Right. Kda said, remembering how his own mother visited him at the hospital every morning, despite his constant pleas for her to rest. So, I know you're not feeling hungry, but how about we head back for a quick bite? Shizue suggested. Okay, brother. Kda agreed. As they walked home, Kda told Shizue about his meeting with Fugaku. You lucky brat. For that many contribution points, some of us Jonin have to stay away from the village for weeks, sometimes months. And you're going to earn them so easily. The world truly is unfair. Shizue said, shaking his head. Brother, I've been meaning to ask, are you saving contribution points for something? Yes, I originally wanted to buy an S-rank jutsu, but now I'm saving for medicine for my eyes. Shizue said. Are you having trouble with your vision? Ba asked, concerned. Not yet, but I had to use my Mangekyō Sharingan during a few missions, so my vision's starting to blur. The clan head said it's treatable and should clear up soon, though he's overcharging me for the medicine. Shizue joked. Have you visited the hospital about it? Depressed. No, it's not at a critical stage yet. I can still see better than a normal person. This is just a precaution to prevent problems down the line. Shizue assured him. Are you sure? If you want, I can ask Sensei to check it out. Kda offered. You brat, I said I'm fine. Stop worrying. Shizue said, flicking Kda's forehead. Okay. Kda said, rubbing his head. By then, they had reached home and entered together. Mom, I brought him back. Shizue called. Welcome back, Kda. You're going to eat breakfast, right? Then go take a bath first. He said, wrinkling her nose at the smell of sweat from Kda's constant training. Yes, Aunt. Kda said and headed to his room. After some time, they all sat down at the dining table. Hey, how come you decided to train alone without me? Yami asked when she saw Kda. You're already training hard, Yami. How could you make time to train with me? Kda replied. Did you forget I'm not the only one training? Yami asked with a smirk. No, but I've exceeded my training schedule, so I can fit in more time for this. Kda said casually. Show off. Yami muttered, focusing on her food while thinking, just wait, I'll catch up to you. Kda turned to Shizue and asked, Brother, can we continue our Gajutsu training after you rest, or do you have more missions? Nope, I'm taking some time off. I already told the clan head before my last mission. We can continue your training after you're back from the hospital. Shizue replied. Just don't overdo it. He said, shaking her head. After breakfast, Kda and Yami left for their respective destinations, while Shizue went to his room to get some much-needed sleep. Kda took a small detour to the training area. I could send shadow clones to the hospital for training. But that'd be disrespectful to Sensei. Still, I could use shadow clones to complete missions while I train there, Kda thought. He began making shadow clones, taking his time since he still had an hour and a half before he had to go to the hospital. After making 60 clones with 15% of his chakra each, he made a final clone with 50% of his chakra. His plan was simple, the stronger clone would retrieve missions from the clan headquarters, and the others would complete them quickly. Then he headed to the hospital. Kda arrived exactly on time. Mitsuru had instructed him to first learn the basics of treatment from a nurse and study the first-level medical books, along with perfecting the poison removal jutsu. His plan for the day was already set. Kda approached the receptionist and said, Good morning, ma'am. Sensei said to arrange for someone to teach me the basics of treatment and to provide me with the first-level medical books. Okay, just give me a minute. The receptionist replied and went to take care of it. A minute later, she returned with a middle-aged man and introduced him. Kda, this is the chief of all the medical nurses here. He's agreed to teach you. Chief, this is Kda Uchiha, Mitsuru-sama's student. Kda bowed and said, Good morning, sir. I'm Kda Uchiha, and I'll be in your care. Great. I'll be making my rounds in 30 minutes. You can follow me today and learn by watching. The chief said, then left, telling Kda where his office was. The receptionist added, Since Mitsuru-sama has already booked a training room for you, I'll send the books there so you can study them during your free time. Thank you very much. Kda said and went to the room where he'd trained yesterday. There, he made 30 shadow clones. Half practiced the poison removal jutsu, while the others waited for the books. With this, Da had almost reached the maximum number of clones he could create. Da then went to the chief's office and followed him on his rounds for the rest of the day. He watched the chief perform various tasks like plastering, bandaging, administering medicine, and checking civilians with minor conditions. Da learned a lot from him while his clones worked hard on their respective tasks. Chapter 108, Real Genjutsu. After following the chief for the whole day, Da asked, "Chief, I carefully watched you perform your tasks. Can I get some practical experience now? Kids these days are so impatient." The chief replied. "Normally, you'd train for at least a month before getting near any patients. But since you're Mitsuru-sama's student, I'll cut that time down to a week." The chief then added, "My shift is over, so you can head back or go read some books." Before leaving, "Since my brother promised to teach me Genjutsu after this, I'll let my shadow clones handle the reading," Da thought, using the wind instantaneous movement jutsu to quickly head home. Shisui, having rested, was training in the garden. Despite being an elite jonin at only 12, he was still far from his prime. This made him a prodigy both within the Uchiha clan and in Hidden Leaf village. Da entered the house, saw Shisui, and walked toward him. With his Sharingan active, Shisui noticed Da as soon as he entered. "How was your day?" Shisui asked. "Boring. I have to shadow the chief for a whole week without doing anything." Da replied. "Observation is important for learning, Da. Take it seriously," Shisui advised. "Okay, brother. Now can we start our Genjutsu training?" "Sure, let's head to the training area," Shisui said, using the body flicker jutsu to disappear. "Even with my Sharingan, I can't follow his movement. He's so fast," Da thought as he activated his own Sharingan and used the wind instantaneous movement jutsu to follow. When Da arrived, Shisui was casually standing near a tree. Da disrupted his chakra flow to check if he was under any illusion. Shisui vanished and reappeared behind him. "Good, at least you remember the basics. Now, try to divide your chakra between yin and yang as much as possible," Shisui instructed. Activating his Sharingan, Da began dividing his chakra, and after 5 minutes, he projected a ratio of 91:9, with 91% yin chakra. "That's good enough. Now stop," Shisui said. "We're moving to the next phase, which is both easy and tricky." Da nodded and deactivated his Sharingan. "You just need to target the eyes of your opponent and send your chakra to their brain, specifically to the cerebral nervous system where the spine connects to the brain. Once you've established a chakra pathway, think of what you want them to see. The closer it is to reality, the easier it will be to fool them," Shisui explained. "What do you mean by closer to reality?" Da asked. "It's simple. Like earlier, I made it seem like I was standing here. Since you expected me to be here, your brain didn't need to be forced to accept something unusual. With enough control and chakra, you can even do something like this." Shisui snapped his fingers, and the day turned to night. Crows surrounded them, and Shisui grew black wings from his back. Da's immediate thought was, "So cool." He tried to disrupt his chakra but was shocked when the illusion didn't break. Shisui chuckled at Da's expression before stopping the Genjutsu. "How did you do that, brother? I couldn't break the illusion even after knowing it was Genjutsu," Da asked in amazement. "I made it seem like you dispersed your chakra when, in reality, you didn't," Shisui explained, smiling. "Will I be able to do that someday?" Da asked. "You will, but only when your yin chakra is at least 96% pure. For now, let's focus on the basics," Shisui replied. "Who am I going to practice on?" Da asked. "Use your shadow clones," Shisui said. "Will Genjutsu even work on shadow clones? They don't have cerebral nervous systems, right?" Da questioned. "Yes, they don't have a true nervous system, but they have something similar. Otherwise, how could they learn and help you train? They need some form of brain," Shisui explained. "Oh, I see," Da said, thinking, if shadow clones could resist Uchiha Genjutsu, they'd be the perfect counter, and the Uchiha's power wouldn't be so feared. "Now, start your training," Shisui urged. Da created a shadow clone and tried projecting his yin chakra to its eyes, which was easier with his Sharingan active. He connected his chakra to the clone's brain and made it see a rabbit nearby. "Did you see a rabbit?" Da asked. "No, it wasn't a rabbit. It was something terrifying. Let me show you," the clone said before dispersing. Da received the memory and realized he'd accidentally made the clone see a flesh monster instead of a rabbit. "Were you hoping to get it right on your first try? Keep practicing. Once you master this, I'll teach you a jutsu that will improve your understanding of Genjutsu," Shisui said, using the body flicker jutsu to rest in a tree. Kda created another clone and continued practicing. After 2 hours, Shishui called out, "I'm heading back. Come find me when you've either succeeded or run into trouble." Kda nodded and continued practicing. Controlling chakra outside his body was difficult due to the imbalance between yin and yang, but he persisted. Chapter 109, False Surroundings Jutsu. Kda made another shadow clone and continued practicing. After 2 hours, Shishui said, "Since it's just repetitive training, I'm heading back. Came to me if you succeed or face any problems." Kda nodded and kept practicing. Due to an imbalance in his chakra, it was tough to control it since it wasn't inside his body. The rate of progress is quite slow. At this rate, it will take days to get it done. Alone, Kda thought. He made 5 shadow clones, each with 20% of his chakra, and 5 more with just 5%. All of them began training together. Kda took a break to create a new batch of shadow clones responsible for completing missions, as the previous ones were low on chakra from working throughout the day. We've completed 348 missions so far. Combined with previous ones, that makes roughly 600 missions. Now I just need to complete 400 more to claim the reward from the clan head, Kda noted after receiving a report from the clone in charge of missions. After making 50 more clones, he returned to his Ganjutsu training. Since it was new for him and required significant time, Kda decided to focus on it for the time being. Luckily, I have 2 more days. I'm sure I can learn the basics by then, Kda thought, continuing his training through the night. For the next 2 days, Kda's routine involved learning medical knowledge at the hospital from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. and training in Ganjutsu from 5 p.m. to 7 a.m. With the help of his shadow clones, he was able to meet both of his goals. He completed 2,000 missions, earning an extra 30,000 contribution points from Fugaku, while also mastering the basics of Ganjutsu, enabling him to make his shadow clone see what he wanted. Since he still had some time, Kda went to the Uchiha clan headquarters to claim his rewards. "Good evening, Fugaku-sama," Kda said, bowing slightly in front of him. "How the hell were you able to complete 2,000 D-rank missions in just 3 days?" Fugaku asked. "Thanks to the soldier pills, I was able to expend more chakra on my shadow clones. They completed the necessary tasks swiftly," Kda replied. Fugaku sighed. "Here is the promised reward. This is the maximum amount I'll give you this week." He handed Kda a stack of papers signifying 30,000 contribution points. "Thank you, Fugaku-sama," Kda said, taking the papers. "Fugaku-sama, I wanted to ask something." Kda continued after receiving the contribution points. "What is it? Since we have so much unused land, can't we also use that for rewards that we can claim with contribution points?" Kda asked. When the Uchiha were relocated to the outskirts of Hidden Leaf Village, they received land equal to what they had in the village center. Due to the price difference, they now had 4 times the land they needed, most of which was unoccupied. Most ninjas have their own houses in the Uchiha compound. "Why would you think they need more land?" Fugaku asked, noting that no one had attempted to buy the land for years. "I don't know, but it doesn't hurt to add it. Maybe someone will find a use for it," Kda replied. "Do you have any ideas for that land?" Fugaku asked, sensing the reason behind Kda's question. "I do have some ideas, but nothing major," Kda said nonchalantly. "I'll think about it. Is there anything else you want?" Fugaku asked. "No, sir." "Then you may leave," Fugaku said, returning to his paperwork. Kda took his leave and headed toward his next destination. "Brother, I've learned the basics," Kda said to Shishui, who was resting in the garden after a training session. "Good. How much more time do you have?" Shishui asked. 4 more hours," Kda replied, understanding what Shishui meant. "That's enough time. Let's go." Shishui used the body flicker jutsu to reach the training area, with Kda following using wind instantaneous movement jutsu. This is a simple D-rank jutsu, but its use is anything but small. If it weren't easily detected, it could even be D-rank or A-rank Ganjutsu. Shishui explained. Kda nodded. It's known as the false surroundings jutsu. It creates a horrifying illusion in the victim's mind, typically tailored to exploit their fears or weaknesses. In some cases, this weakness may be something they're unaware of. Shishui continued. Listening to the explanation, Kda thought, isn't this just like what Kakashi used on Sakura during the bell test? "Are you ready?" Shishui asked. "Yes," Kda said, creating a shadow clone. "No, this time you're not going to use shadow clones for this. Use them for training," Shishui said, pointing toward a rat. "Why is there a problem with using shadow clones?" Kda asked. "Because you should never use any Ganjutsu that requires hand signs on your shadow clones. It may damage your eyes due to a chakra loop," Shishui replied seriously. Kda nodded and caught a rat for training. After having killed people, he felt no remorse about using rats for practice, as it was necessary. First, Shizue showed the hand signs, then used them to cast the Genjutsu on the rat. Seeing the horrified expression on the rat's face, understood that the jutsu was successful. "Do you want me to show it again?" Shizue asked. "No, I can continue on my own." "Thank you, brother." "Okay. Come find me if you have any doubts, and return before the soldier pill's effects wear off, otherwise, I'll have to come find you," Shizue said, ruffling Kda's hair a bit. "Okay, brother," Kda said. Shizue used body flicker jutsu to return home. "Since I only have 4 hours, let's make it count," Kda thought, starting to make shadow clones. After creating 80 shadow clones, each went off to search for a rat to practice the jutsu. After 4 hours of practice, Kda achieved 2 things: partial mastery of the D-rank jutsu and the gratitude for reducing the number of rats in the Uchiha compound. After that, he returned home. He had prepared food for him, knowing he would be back after 3 days of training. The amount was enough to feed 6 or 7 people. While Kda rested, Hiruzen received the first report about him after sending an Anbu to find him. "Are you sure?" Hiruzen asked, looking toward the Anbu guard. Chapter 110, Goal to accomplish. While Kda was resting, Hiruzen received the first report about him after sending an Anbu to track him down. "Are you sure?" Hiruzen asked, looking toward the Anbu guard. "Yes, sir. That boy is just training. I believe he is talented in Genjutsu and is hardworking. He used soldier pills to train and utilized his time very efficiently. In terms of potential threat, I would rate him as D rank, low. His future potential can be rated as A, bordering S rank." The Anbu replied. "Has he used any particular jutsu in front of anyone?" Hiruzen inquired. "No, sir. He did use shadow clones in a very peculiar way to complete many D-rank missions and increase his learning efficiency. With his high chakra reserves, it was feasible. He was called by the Uchiha clan head, but I believe it was mainly because he completed an unusually high number of D-rank missions. After the meeting, he even increased the number of missions he was completing." The Anbu explained. "Good. You may go back and keep an eye on him for a bit longer. I'll let you know when to stop," Hiruzen said. "Yes, sir." The Anbu replied before disappearing from the office using body flicker jutsu. Hiruzen remained alone in his office, deep in thought. Looks like I don't have to dispose of him. Even Bear was able to see his potential. He will at the very least become an elite jonin, and according to Mitsuru, he will most likely be a great medical ninja too. Then he recalled how Mitsuru had barged into his office 2 days prior. 2 days ago, "Old man, my disciple should be a medical ninja. He's too talented in his field to be sent to his death on some mission," Mitsuru said, entering Hokage's office without knocking. "I know he's talented, that's why I recommended him to be your disciple," Hiruzen replied, maintaining a calm demeanor, well aware of Mitsuru's nature. "I don't think you understand his talent in this field. He is even slightly more talented than I am, but not by much," Mitsuru insisted. Hiruzen's eyes widened for a split second. He knew Mitsuru too well, she was too prideful to accept anyone as more talented than her. There were only a handful of people she would acknowledge, including Tsunade. The fact that Kda had made the cut spoke volumes. "So why don't you just ask him to become a medical ninja?" "Why are you asking me about this?" Hiruzen questioned. "Do you think I haven't tried?" He is adamant about becoming an elite jonin, saying strength is more important in this world than respect and position. Mitsuru replied, frustrated. "Well, as much as he is talented in medical jutsu, the same applies to his fighting skills. He is already powerful enough to go toe-to-toe with a jonin," Hiruzen countered. "But if he became a medical ninja, he could save multiple jonin. What's the cost of exchanging the life of many jonin for the career of a particular ninja?" Mitsuru argued, her frustration mounting. "I'm the leader of this village, Mitsuru. I won't control the lives of the ninjas here," Hiruzen said, but upon seeing Mitsuru's accusing gaze, he added. "Unless necessary." "Okay, do what you like," Mitsuru said, leaving the office. She knew she wouldn't be able to sway Hiruzen to her side. Her main goal had been to give him a relative idea of Kda's potential in medical jutsu. Present time, 1 day passed after the effects of the soldier pill wore off. Kda slept for 20 hours. Since he used resources to enhance his physique during training, which helped him reduce the burden on his body, he wasn't out cold for 24 hours like before. As soon as he woke up, Kda glanced at the clock. It showed 2:47. Noticing it was dark outside, he realized it was morning. "I needed much less sleep this time, which means those resources were not a waste of contribution points. Now that I know this training will help me strengthen myself, I can make my plans. First, I need to find ways to improve the image of the Uchiha clan in Hidden Leaf Village. For now, the best thing I can do is become a medical ninja and help the poor people of Hidden Leaf Village for free. During that process, I should clarify that the Uchihas were not behind the tail attack. That should be relatively simple since public doubt is still in its early phase. Also, I can't let my knowledge of the future go to waste. I know some talented individuals who were on the wrong side due to circumstances, and I can add them to my team. This will not only increase my chances of stopping the Uchiha massacre but also help in future events like the Hidden Leaf Village Crush, Pain's Attack, or the Fourth Great Ninja War. The people who come to mind are Karen Uzumaki, Hueco, and Kimima Urokagaya. These three were powerful and still aren't under anyone's control since Naruto is only 4 years old. Their ages should be around that as well. I should quickly rescue them, De thought, getting out of bed and making a mental note of what he had to do shortly. After completing his morning routine, he went to the kitchen to find a meal prepared on the table. This is for you, De. Eat it when you wake up. I don't want anything left behind. Your aunt De smiled and ate all the food present. He then went to the meditation room and the fire room for 1 hour each. With enough contribution points in hand, the only thing he needed to worry about was time. Since he still had 2 hours before everyone else would wake up, he decided to use them efficiently. At 6:00 a.m., De returned home. The first thing you did after waking up was train? Don't you think that's a little excessive? Shizue remarked, looking at De. He, Shizue, and Yami were enjoying morning tea while waiting for De. I woke up quite early, so I decided to meditate a little. I didn't do any hard training. De explained, sitting next to them. Okay, here's your tea. He said, handing De a cup. You missed yesterday's training at the hospital. Will you face any problems because of that? Yami asked. No, I already asked for leave yesterday, so I don't think I'll face any issues. De replied, taking a sip. Are you going to use another soldier pill again? Shizue inquired. No, brother. Even though soldier pills are known to have no side effects other than fatigue, I don't want to take any risks. So I plan to use soldier pills only once a week for training. De explained. Good choice. Shizue said, nodding in approval. Chapter 111, entrusted with patient care. After that, they went to eat breakfast. How is your training going, Yami? De asked. Fine, I think I will be able to complete my first phase of training within a week. You will be surprised when you see the result of my training. Shishi. Yami replied with her signature laugh. You will complete the first phase within 2 weeks? Are you sure? Shizue asked. Yes, brother. I am using shadow clones to increase my speed. With the help of 5 shadow clones, my speed is really fast. Yami said. Though she could make around 14 shadow clones, she was only using 5 because she had to maintain them for quite a large amount of time. Extra chakra was required to make a shadow clone that could sustain itself for some time while maintaining enough chakra to not feel tired. Good. Shizue said. So what is this first phase you're talking about? De asked, intrigued by Shizue's comment. You see, before you learn, no, brother, don't tell him. Yami interrupted just as Shizue was about to answer De. First, I will show him the result of my training. Yami said shyly. Haha, okay. Shizue said, laughing along with he and De. De decided not to search for answers and let her give him the surprise she wanted. After eating, Yami went out for training while De remained at the house until 7:00 a.m. Then he also went toward the hospital. After consuming various resources he got using contribution points for physical enhancement, he ran to the hospital while using a weight seal to apply 100 kilograms to his body. At 8:00 a.m. he reached the hospital, following the same schedule of shadowing the chief medical ninja and using shadow clones to learn poison removal jutsu and medical techniques. By now, he had already completed the books Mitsuru had asked him to read and was now reading books related to medical nursing, as he would be allowed to start some hands-on work in a week. After leaving the hospital, he continued his Ganjutsu training, returning home by 6:00 p.m. while sending 50 shadow clones to complete some missions. This was his schedule for 3 days. After 3 days, De decided to eat the soldier pill once again. So, you've learned false surroundings jutsu, huh? Shizue asked, looking toward De. Yes, brother. Now I can see the weaknesses of my target, and the success rate of the jutsu is also 100%. De said. Good. After you come back from the hospital, I will teach you something new. Shizue said. They were discussing this while sitting at the dining table, eating breakfast. So you're going to use the soldier pill again? Yami asked. Yes. De said. Lucky you. My sensei isn't even allowing me to take a single day off, so I can't use those pills. Yami said, sighing. Don't worry, Yami, you're doing fine. Shizue said. Thanks, brother. Yami said. After eating, Yami went for her training while Kda went to the hospital. He was particularly excited today, as it had been a week since he started following the chief, and today he would be allowed to practice by himself. Though most of what he could do was apply bandages, set fractures, and give some simple medicine, it was a start. When he reached the hospital, he eagerly waited for the chief. When the chief arrived, he looked toward Kda and said, "Follow me," and took Kda to a room where several dummies were present. "Before I allow you to treat an actual patient, I need to check whether you're ready or not. Your task is to treat those 3. The chief said, pointing to 3 dummies. Kda nodded and approached the dummies. The first one had a cut on its forearm. Kda skillfully cleaned the wound and applied a proper bandage, then wrote the name of some medicine the patient should take for a swift recovery. Next, he moved to the second dummy, which showed symptoms of a peculiar bacterial disease. Kda prescribed some medicine and then went to the last dummy. It had one of its legs bent at an unusual angle, a clear case of a fracture. Following the procedure, Kda first gave the dummy a painkiller, then turned to the chief nurse and asked, "Can I use shadow clones, or do I have to do it alone? This is your test. Use whatever means you have to do it successfully." The chief said, maintaining his strict demeanor. Kda quickly made 3 shadow clones and swiftly aligned the bone. He applied the plaster, prescribed 1 week of rest while eating a calcium-rich diet, and recommended some medicine with a constant checkup over a month to ensure proper healing. After treating all 3 dummies, Kda stood aside as the chief examined them. After checking all 3, he turned to Kda and asked, "How did you know the medicines you listed for the second dummy?" "I read some books about nursing and common diseases. The symptoms in the report matched a disease I had studied, so I prescribed the medicine I knew." Kda explained politely. "Good. You're ready to treat normal patients now. After 1 month, you can take your license exam," the chief said with a smile. Kda nodded but asked, "Do I have to wait for a whole month? Kids these days. Normally, it would take a year to become eligible for the license, and you're getting it within 2 months, and you're complaining. Just so you know, if you weren't Mitsuru-sama's disciple, you would have had to be under my supervision for at least 3 months before getting the chance to apply for a license," the chief replied. Kda just laughed nervously. After getting permission, Kda's work at the hospital became more lively. He treated patients here and there, not charging them anything. While nurses charged a small fee for their services, Kda decided not to take any payment. For a full day's work, it was like doing a D-rank mission. This simple gesture created a positive image of Kda in the eyes of the villagers. At 4 p.m. Kda went to the training area after purchasing a soldier pill for 100,000 ryo. Although this amount was too high for even a chunin, it was small change for Kda, as he had earned a lot by completing D-rank missions. After completing 1,000 D-rank missions, Kda had earned around 600,000 ryo. So spending on a soldier pill wasn't much for him. After buying it, he headed straight to the training area, where Shizue was waiting. "You seem to be in a good mood," Shizue asked. Chapter 112, Memory Extraction. "You seem to be in a good mood," Shizue asked. "I sure am. I'm finally allowed to treat patients. Now I'm feeling like a real medical ninja," Kda replied. "Good for you, mate. Do you want to take a rest or start training?" Shizue asked. "Training, of course," Kda said, taking out the soldier pill and eating it. "Okay. Since you've learned the false surroundings jutsu, you should know that Ganjutsu can also be used to extract information from enemies. This jutsu can reveal weaknesses or fears that the target may not even be aware of. Similarly, it can be used to gather intel, but it's not often used because it's easier to just hypnotize the enemy and ask them directly. But if you can master this, your control over Ganjutsu will greatly improve. I'll also teach you how to hypnotize your opponent, but only after you've learned this," Shizue explained. "Do I have to use rats for this again?" Kda asked. "Of course. Extracting memories from a shadow clone is much easier, so even if you learn how to do it with a clone, it won't be the same as with a real target," Shizue said. "Normally, this jutsu works better on humanoid targets, like monkeys, but since you use so many clones and I don't want to lower the monkey population, stick with using rats for now," Shizue added. There was a reason he mentioned humanoid targets, and Kda, with his experience clearing out bandit camps, understood immediately. A wide grin appeared on Kda's face. Seeing this, Shizue thought, I should also teach him how to mask his emotions and asked, "Do you have the mice you captured before?" "No, brother. They were a nuisance, so I got rid of them," Kda replied, but he had made sure they didn't feel any pain. "No problem. Go catch some more," Shizue said, using the body flicker jutsu to rest on a nearby tree. Following the command, Kida made 60 shadow clones and sent them out to find mice. After half an hour, many returned with 1 or 2 mice each. Shizue descended from the tree and said, "Since we're dealing with the brain here, try not to force the jutsu or you make your target brain dead." Kida nodded in understanding. Shizue continued, "Good. Now, do you remember how you were able to extract the fear from your target using the false surroundings jutsu?" "Yes, brother. My chakra went to a specific part of the brain. After circulating my chakra there, I got the memory, and the target saw it too." Kida replied. "The circulation is the key. Our memories are stored in the hippocampus and other related structures in the brain's temporal lobe. Your goal is to completely cover that part of the brain with your yin chakra, then circulate it in a specific pattern. Different circulations will give you different memories. I'll teach you the basic ones first," Shizue explained. "Okay, brother," Kida said, activating his Sharingan. Shizue split his chakra into yin and yang in a 91:9 ratio, matching Kida's capacity. He directed the chakra toward the rat's brain, circulating it in various patterns while explaining each one to Kida. After several repetitions, Shizue asked, "Any doubts?" "No, brother," Kida said, beginning his training. Shizue supervised for a while, then returned to the house. Having taken a soldier pill, Kida had more energy for training. He trained with 60 shadow clones for 2 hours. Once he got the hang of the technique, he sent 50 clones to complete missions, leaving 30 to continue Genjutsu training. Kida himself decided to use his excess contribution points. With 30,000 points, he booked the fire room for 10 hours. While his clones handled missions, he trained his chakra nature. The next morning, Kida arrived at the training area where most of his clones were running low on chakra after 10 hours of training. The mission clones had already dispersed due to chakra depletion. In that time, Kida had completed 312 D-rank missions, enough to finish 2,000 missions within 3 days. He created 50 new clones and sent them out again. Then, he dispersed the Genjutsu training clones. So I can extract recent memories, but the older memories I try to reach, the more damage I cause to the brain. I'll have to be careful with how I circulate my chakra. Since I don't need many clones at the hospital, I'll keep some for Genjutsu training, Kida thought, creating 10 more clones to continue practicing while he returned home. Normally, he'd eat nutrient bars for efficiency, but knowing his aunt would worry if he didn't eat properly, Kida decided to have breakfast at home. At 6:00 a.m., he arrived to find his family sitting together drinking tea, and he joined them. "Were you able to make any progress?" Shizue asked.